Suddenly, the entire world fell into a bizarre and incomprehensible state. Everyone went mad, turning on each other to slaughter, devour, and steal the very power of their own kind. Only the male lead remained one of the rare few who kept their sanity. But in a world that had completely descended into such madness, whether maintaining that sanity truly was a stroke of luck or not. At the gathering of the Celestial Art Department, Director Yanfei's roar was loud enough to burst anyone's eardrums. Why isn't the wine chilled and the watermelon still has seeds? This rare get-together, and you can't even do it right. Why don't you just go and die? The one being scolded was Wu Jingjing, the art department assistant. Usually subordinates being scolded just have to swallow their pride, but Wu Jingjing was no pushover. She immediately shot back. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then get lost. Such a trivial matter and you make such a fuss. Why don't you just go and die yourself? And so, under the influence of the emotional disease, the two began to brawl. In the midst of the seemingly unrecoverable tension, Chang Mo, the concept artist, stepped forward to mediate. Everyone calm down. Director, I'll get the wine and watermelon changed right away for you, Wu Jingjing. I apologize to you on behalf of Director, and everyone, please stay calm. Unexpectedly, right after that, Yanfei raised a wine bottle and smashed it hard on Chang Mo's head, the bottle shattering into pieces. Everything around instantly fell into a suffocating silence. All that could be heard was Yanfei's heavy, ragged breathing. After a moment to catch his breath, his rage suddenly evaporated. His attitude changed with dizzying speed. Oh my god, what have I done, Xiao Chang? Are you all right? I'm so sorry. Yanfei hugged Chang Mo, crying as he spoke, but he remained strangely calm. It's all right, as long as everyone is fine, you fool. Hurry to the hospital, Wu Jingjing said anxiously. I'm really fine. This is a rare gathering for the whole department. Everyone, just relax and enjoy yourselves. Faced with Chang Mo's firm attitude, the gathering continued, and no one paid him any more attention. Chang Mo stood in a corner, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his forehead. Suddenly, a young woman appeared behind him. She was a colleague who often went on training trips with Chang Mo, sent by the company. Her name was Yi Li. So you can really endure that. Your ability to swallow your pride is truly extraordinary, Yi Li remarked. No choice. The whole department probably only has me left who's sane. Besides, didn't you see everything that happened too? The reason they become so easily agitated is that sack. At 50, it was the first time Chang Mo had ever seen such a sack. It was a sack that had grown on his mother's head. At first, Chang Mo thought he was having hallucinations from the shock of his father's death. But from then on, he noticed his mother began to lose her temper more often, and every time she got angry, the sack on her head would swell a little more. And in parallel with the sack growing bigger, her anger also became more terrifying. Much later, Chang Mo finally realized that when the sack grew to a certain point, it would explode, taking the person's head with it. From that moment on, he never got angry at anything again. Chang Mo believed that was the true nature of the emotional disease. Only that way could he keep himself safe from this terrifying illness. Right now, he saw Yanfei again loudly quarreling with someone else. Chang Mo inwardly cursed, what a bunch of lunatics. And the sack on Yanfei's head was about to burst. After thinking for a moment, he said to Ye Li, well, let me go advise him to calm down. I thought you didn't care one bit about life or death of them. True, I don't, but if someone dies here, it would be very troublesome. As soon as Chang Mo finished speaking, a bang sounded, and Yanfei's head burst apart along with the sack. However, he did not collapse like his mother had before. Instead, right where the sack had exploded, a huge fire blazed up fiercely. Director had completely transformed into a monster, and the young man who was quarreling with him just now was finished by him in one strike. Witnessing this, all the employees in the department screamed in terror. The director has killed someone. He's gone mad. Run! Chang Mo stood still, a myriad of questions flashing through his mind. But the biggest question was why Yanfei turned into a monster after the sack burst, while his mother had died. Seeing him in a daze, Yi Li quickly grabbed his hand and ran with him. While fleeing, she explained that after the sack burst, the person it parasitized didn't die immediately but would transform into an emotional monster, and most of them would be completely controlled by their own monster. Moreover, they even possess supernatural powers granted by the emotional monster, free to vent their anger and release their emotions, just like old director at this moment. If that's the case, why did my mother die? Chang Mo asked. Don't rush, it should be clear soon. As soon as Yi Li finished speaking, Yanfei suddenly let out a pained roar. Immediately after, the fire on his head suddenly went out. His heavy body quickly collapsed to the floor. At this point, the employees stopped running, they stood still and began to whisper among themselves. Hey, did you see anything? The director's head just exploded, and the fire went out too. Don't tell me they can't see anything, Chang Mo asked again. That's right, Yi Li replied. Normal people can't see it. Whether it was the scene of director transforming into an emotional monster, or the fact that the emotional monster had devoured director's head, none of them could see any of it. This was the real cause of his mother's death. She, like director, had turned into an emotional monster and was controlled by it, ultimately becoming a meal for another emotional monster. Chang Mo fell silent for a moment, then Yi Li continued. To put it plainly, becoming food for those. He could control his emotion monster. An emotion monster always had a close connection with its master, and he could easily find that man through it. Yi Li and Chang Chang Mo both clearly saw where the flames had just engulfed Yan Fei and burst forth. That man used to be Chang Mo's neighbor in the past, but now he had become a major figure. Nominally, he was the vice president of Langchao International Group, but in the shadows, he was the one who controlled emotion monsters. He spread the rage emotion virus to make his victims lose control, then hunted them down and absorbed their power when they transformed into monsters. From the moment they stepped inside, they had fallen into his hunting ground. Yi Li was a very sharp person. She had already uncovered several important clues. His first victim back then was Chang Mo's mother. She lost control of her emotions because she was infected with the rage virus, and her death was caused by his monster. The destruction of Chang Mo's family was all because of this man. Yi Li's voice kept drilling into his mind. After a long while, he finally spoke up to ask. He asked if he only targeted those who had already transformed into emotion monsters because he wanted to steal their power. Chang Mo thought he couldn't be infected or transformed, so he wasn't his target, and he intended to leave. Yi Li asked if he planned to avenge his mother, but he thought that was just her one-sided claim. He looked calm, but he felt like he was the one who was sick. This time, Yi Li's words made Chang Mo stop in his tracks. He was forced to halt his steps. He asked her what she meant, and she replied that he was the one who was the sickest. Yi Li said that Liu Jia had targeted him from the very beginning, wanting him to undergo emotional transformation. He himself was what he craved most to absorb. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand landed on his shoulder. Liu Jia had been standing there all along, greeting him warmly and asking how he had grown up. Chang Mo coldly replied that he had mistaken him for someone else, which made the other man laugh. Liu Jia said he knew how to joke and suggested they sit down and chat for fun. He asked him for a favor, to get a little angry. Right after that, Liu Jia swung his leg and kicked Chang Mo hard in the stomach. The kick sent him sprawling to the ground, drawing the attention of the colleagues around them. Everyone started murmuring and fuming, wanting to rush over and deal with the man who had just attacked him. Yi Li hurriedly helped him up, but Chang Mo remained calm and said he was fine. Liu Jia clicked his tongue, commenting that he truly was someone who never got angry for himself, then he trailed off. Instead, he suddenly snapped his fingers with great force. Fierce flames immediately engulfed all the people standing near him. The entire banquet hall quickly fell into chaos. This was Liu Jia's deliberate act to provoke Chang Mo. He asked if he was angry to see his colleagues get hurt, the people who had always treated him well. Chang Mo fell into thought because Liu Jia wasn't wrong. His colleagues were indeed very kind, those memories of kindness. They surfaced clearly in his mind like that, but Chang Mo still stood there, motionless, until all those who had been burned turned to ash. He still didn't move an inch. Liu Jia was astonished that even after everything had burned to ash, he remained unmoved and unangry. He said he couldn't fool him because the rage mass within him had grown much larger. Liu Jia smiled a cruel smile, thinking there was no rush, and he hadn't even told him about his mother's death yet. Chang Mo remained silent, but inside, violent waves surged. He understood clearly that he was not as calm as he appeared on the outside. Colleagues who often got sick, strangers who deliberately caused trouble, always made him want to explode. Sometimes he even wanted to tear them all apart, but Chang Mo had suppressed it. He understood that people's anger wasn't intentional, and the regret that followed always brought back old memories. It was the memory of his mother's tear-streaked face every time she got angry and then burst into tears. Losing reason only left regret, so Chang Mo always used reason to restrain himself. But now, facing Liu Jia and his brutal flames, he wondered if he still needed to keep his reason, or if he should transform into a rage monster to avenge his mother. But he truly could not understand how. At this moment, he was already furious, yet why could he still not transform? Hearing Chang Mo mutter, Yi Li's face turned slightly pale. She reminded him that if he transformed, he would have to face death. Chang Mo replied that even without transforming, there was no escape, so it was better to go mad and gamble everything. Yi Li's gaze at him suddenly carried a hint of pity. Perhaps it was truly hard to accept, but he currently had no way to transform at all. Chang Mo asked in confusion why. Clearly, from the very beginning, it was always him who had been talking with Yi Li. But in Liu Jia's eyes, he was only muttering to himself, as if Yi Li was merely an illusion he had conjured up. Regardless, his patience had already run out. Thinking so, Liu Jia lunged forward, intending to teach Chang Mo a lesson. But those murmured words fell into Chang Mo's ears. He was first surprised, then astonished, then alarmed, and he quickly turned to the side. Stared intently at Yi Li's face. At that moment, her expression had shifted slightly. A dangerous smile bloomed on her beautiful face, and she said that he had finally noticed. She admitted that from the very beginning, only he could see her. Seeing the change in Yi Li, Chang Mo grew even more stunned. As for the reason why he could not transform now, Yi Li continued, saying that the moment he saw her, he had already been infected. He had become an emotion monster. An emotion monster named Rationality. This was the first time Liu Jia had seen Chang Mo's emotion monster. But looking at the chains binding it and that face dark as an abyss, he had no idea what kind of emotion monster it was. As for Chang Mo, it was also his first time seeing his own monster, but he could not understand why rationality was considered a type of emotion. Moreover, if he had been infected long ago, then why was it only now that he could finally see it? The most important thing to him right now was Yi Li's true identity, having always thought she was his colleague and girlfriend, but now she was the one who infected him. Seeing Chang Mo stare fixedly, Yili replied that he must have many questions, but there was no time to explain clearly now. She could only say that rationality was the most special emotion because it could suppress all other emotions, even Liu Jia's rage. She also explained that in this world, only when one knew something could one see it, so before this, he had been completely unaware. Liu Jia stood outside the conversation, sensing unprecedented pressure. Chang Mo's monster stood at a distance, meaning he was not controlled by it but could actually govern it. Just like him, but Liu Jia found it hard to believe that a being that had just transformed could be his match. A newly awakened emotion could never defeat him. So he once again commanded his flames of fury to charge in for an attack. But then Liu Jia tasted bitterness when his attack missed. To be more precise, it passed straight through Chang Mo's emotion monster. Even Chang Mo did not understand what was happening, so Yili explained that he was still unable to control his own monster. His monster at the moment was merely a reflected shadow, not yet truly manifesting in this world. As an experienced fighter, Liu Jia quickly realized that Chang Mo could not control his monster, that it was still resting within his mindscape. He rejoiced, and this time commanded his own emotion monster, directly launching a strike right at Chang Mo. Facing the ferocity of that raging monster, Chang Mo showed no sign of fear or panic. Liu Jia initially wore a satisfied smile, but soon he could no longer smile, because he saw his own rage monster, completely unable to harm that face. Yili explained that because Chang Mo often suppressed his anger, his rationality had very high resistance. With that level of attack, it was nothing more than a scratch to him. Chang Mo replied with that statement, originally only meant for Ye Li, but it reached Liu Jia's ears as a provocation, and he roared that he should not be so smug. Then he commanded the monster that was biting tightly onto Chang Mo to soar high into the air. Although it did not hurt, he did not know what to do. Ye Li then instructed him on how to borrow power from his own monster, insisting that as long as he knew the way, he would be able to do it. Chang Mo's eyes lit up and he asked if that was true. Immediately afterward, Liu Jia was hit by a counterattack. His blazing flames were quickly extinguished by a powerful surge of blue light. That was the power of Chang Mo's rationality monster. Not only that rage monster, but Liu Jia himself also took a heavy blow. As his body was hurled through the air, he still could not believe this was possible. And then, from the chaos, Chang Mo slowly stepped out. His face remained eerily calm, his body completely unwavering. Only the two fingers on his right hand showed any unusual change. Seeing this, Liu Jia immediately understood that he had borrowed power from his own emotion monster. But with just 2 fingers, Chang Mo destroyed his emotion monster. This power was truly terrifying. Liu Jia could not believe this was happening to something that had just transformed. Whatever the reason, Liu Jia knew clearly that he was no longer a match for Chang Mo. He immediately turned and fled, hoping that once he got outside, everything would end. However, Liu Jia had only run a few steps. Chang Mo had already lunged at him like a grim reaper, blocking his path. Faced with this, Liu Jia was so terrified that he recklessly unleashed his power. The entire area immediately shook, erupting in violent waves. The place that was once a lively gathering was now left with a chaotic scene no different from a battlefield. Everyone was jostling each other to escape. Didn't his emotion monster get destroyed by me? Why can he still use the power of fire? Chang Mo asked Yi Li in confusion. Emotion monsters are not that easy to die completely. It has only temporarily disappeared from this world. The exit was right in front of them. Liu Jia rushed out first, while Chang Mo was still chasing closely behind. It turned out they were on a luxury cruise ship. It was the Sea Emperor, the world's top-class cruise ship. At this moment, it was drifting leisurely in the waters off the coast of Donghai City. Yi Li cautiously reminded Chang Mo that chasing an emotional entity on this cruise ship was extremely dangerous. Why? He asked back. Yi Li had researched public information, and the Sea Emperor's routes spanned the entire globe. Currently, it was anchored at Donghai, becoming the city's most popular resort choice. Since the Donghai waters had become pitch black from oil pollution, the Sea Emperor was one of the few cruise ships allowed into this quarantined sea area. The Tianji group certainly was extravagant, holding a simple art department meeting in such a luxurious place. However, in reality, this ship was under the control of an emotional entity. Emotional entities often conducted transactions right on this ship. The ship also had all kinds of services to meet their every need, and hunting ordinary people was one of those services. Therefore, attacking Liu Jia on this ship was a provocation to the master of the Sea Emperor. Moreover, Liu Jia was a super VIP guest of the ship. Is the security force here very strong? Chang Mo interrupted Yi Li, his feet still chasing after that Liu guy. How to describe it? Just a pinky finger would be enough to crush him like an ant. So, if he doesn't take his life now, there will be no other chance later. His revenge is something I can't bear, right? Chang Mo asked back. That's right. In the VIP lounge of the Sea Emperor, a group of wealthy people were gathered around a statue. Let me introduce this work of art to everyone. The man sitting in the middle spoke up. After the grief-stricken young woman passed away, her skin was peeled off to reveal the stark white skeleton. But this skeleton, which seemed like a symbol of death, appeared to be smiling, creating a strange allure for the artwork. The most special thing was that it was made from a real young woman, the daughter of a country's prime minister. Pausing for a moment, he announced he would gift this item to the Sea Emperor as a token of thanks for their cooperation. That man was Victor Lee, a big shot from the Wild International Finance Group. Victor, you are too kind. Your company has just taken over the market of Stanley, and you send the prime minister's daughter here. The person sitting opposite Victor laughed heartily. That was Liu Yang, the captain of the Sea Emperor. I heard that this prime minister didn't want to cooperate, but surprisingly, you used this method to punish him. Quite imaginative. Anna Chris from the Ugly Duckling Self-Rescue Society spoke up. It's indeed very tasteful. Being turned into a work of art like this is an honor for that young woman. Tong Hui, the second miss of the Tong family in Daxia, said in a shrill voice. Finally, Zhao Yan, the headmaster of the Black Lotus in Donghai City, spoke up. I'm very curious, why did you all pay attention to the Daxia nation so quickly? The conversation was interrupted when a bespectacled man entered to report on Liu Jia's situation. According to the plan, he had taken the life of the art director of the Tianji group, but a slight problem occurred. Liu Jia suddenly got the urge to hunt one more person, but was severely beaten by the prey, who was none other than Chang Mo. What a piece of trash, Tong Hui said in an annoyed tone. If it weren't for his long years of service to the master with his level, he wouldn't even have the right to hunt on this ship. I've always been curious. Who exactly is this great master you all keep mentioning? Victor asked curiously. But Hui shook her head, telling him it's best not to ask too many questions if he wants to continue cooperating in the future. Just transformed and already defeated Liu Jia. Such talent is truly formidable. So let's do this. Don't let Liu Jia be beaten to death. Even though he's just an ignorant pawn, we must show some respect to that great master, Liu Yang said. The old man then ordered his subordinates to quickly seal off the scene, not allowing any other emotional entity to approach. The ordinary people were fine, as they would naturally run away. After a moment of thought, he added, as for the entity beating Liu Jia, it probably has no background, just kill it directly. The subordinate acknowledged the order and quickly left. Back on the deck, Chang Mo had now caught up to Liu Jia and, without any mercy, threw a direct punch at him. Liu Jia was sent flying, crashing painfully onto the floor. Swift as lightning, Chang Mo grabbed his neck, raising his other hand high, ready to strike down. Your day of death has come, he declared. Are you insane? Do you plan to kill me right here? Liu Jia shouted in panic. That's right. Chang Mo replied curtly, then swung his hand down with force. Witnessing that sight, Liu Jia was scared to death, shouting with all his might, wait, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Just spare my life, and I'll agree to anything. But Chang Mo's hand showed no sign of stopping. Liu Jia's voice became more desperate. I know who killed your mother. If you take my life, you will never know who the killer is. Hearing this, Chang Mo indeed stopped his hand. His sharp claws were less than a centimeter from Liu Jia's eyes. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Chang Mo's hand changed direction, and the claws dug straight into his shoulder, causing him to let out a scream of pain that tore through the sky. Wasn't it you who killed my mother? Chang Mo asked coldly. Liu Jia tried his best to shake his head with all his remaining strength. He said that back then, in the old district where Chang Mo and his mother lived, an emotional entity had appeared. It was silently spreading its emotional virus, then hunting down the newly formed emotion monsters. Liu Jia said that he himself was also infected by that entity and transformed into a monster. But he wasn't killed. Instead, the entity stabilized his condition and took him in as a subordinate. And so, Liu Jia blamed everything on that entity, saying that it was the one who forced him to spread the emotional virus to turn ordinary people into monsters. It's him, he forced me to take lives, while he absorbed their emotional power to make himself stronger. The moment Liu Jia finished speaking, even though he only believed half of what he said, Chang Mo couldn't help but ask who he was and where he was. Liu Jia suddenly burst out laughing like a madman, saying that he was now a high and mighty big shot, and that if Chang Mo knew about this, he would also be in trouble. But then he suddenly fell silent, his face visibly paling. His voice trailed off into a mutter, saying that he couldn't say it, for fear that the great lord would not spare him. Chang Mo coldly replied, then die. He had completely run out of patience. He prepared to unleash the final killing blow. Suddenly, Liu Yang's subordinate appeared, coldly commanding Chang Mo's heart to stop beating. At that exact moment, all of Chang Mo's actions were interrupted, and his heart truly did stop. Immediately after, his entire body also ceased to function. He collapsed right next to Liu Jia. He struggled to his feet, looking at Chang Mo and then at the newly arrived man. That man spoke respectfully, asking the great lord to forgive him for being late. Liu Jia frowned and asked if he knew him, and the man replied that the Sea Emperor's ship would devote all its strength to serving him. Though he didn't know who the other party was, with that one statement from the man, Liu Jia became gleeful, having been scared of Chang Mo like a dog with a bad conscience moments before. Now he used the toe of his shoe to step on the boy's head, contemptuously challenging him. Wasn't he so tough, daring to shout about killing him? Go on, kill me then. What Liu Jia didn't expect was that Chang Mo suddenly stirred, causing his actions to stop immediately. He jumped back, hiding behind the newly arrived man, and the man was also surprised to see Chang Mo sit up. The man with glasses muttered, so he's still not dead. Chang Mo himself didn't know what had just happened to him. Yili explained that it was the emotional power of the arrogant emotion body. When he ordered the heart to stop, it had to stop. The reason that power was so strong was because because it was invincible in the world. His emotion body was 2 major ranks higher than Chang Mo's, making it hard for him to resist the order, but thanks to his rational emotion body suppressing all other emotions, he survived, though Yi Li still had to affirm. This was an opponent that, with his current strength, he absolutely could not fight. Chang Mo looked with wary eyes at the man blocking Liu Jia, then turned to ask Yi Li. He asked if he was an emotion body why he didn't see an emotion monster, and Yi Li replied that it was deep within the mind realm, a concept Chang Mo was hearing for the first time, and she explained that was the main dwelling place of emotion monsters. Previously, Chang Mo's monster was at the boundary between the mind realm and reality, so everyone could see it, but once it went deep into the mind realm, it was very difficult to observe. Liu Jia saw he wasn't dead and thought that was even better. With support, he restored his arrogant demeanor and even gave orders casually, with the man with glasses obediently responding. Then, facing Chang Mo, he continued to issue commands, demanding the boy kneel down. Chang Mo immediately felt an invisible pressure forcing him to kneel to the ground. He was completely unable to resist on his own. Yi Li explained that the less harmful the command of the arrogant emotion body was, the harder it was to resist, and the larger the rank gap, the more difficult resistance became. Taking advantage of Chang Mo being controlled, Liu Jia approached him. He delivered a slap to the boy's face. The slap wasn't too painful, but it was clearly an act of humiliation. After hitting, he wore the arrogant smile of a victor, sarcastically saying that the boy's mother was just a commoner, and their emotion bodies could treat her however they pleased. Then he intended to tell the boy everything in detail. Then, Liu Jia used a storytelling voice to recount how Chang Mo's mother had transformed. He recounted that the day she transformed was a rare day. She was lucid, she had bought delicious food and cooked a meal to apologize to her son, the main dish being the braised beef brisket with tomatoes that he loved most. Unfortunately, that final family meal turned into a scene of blood splattering everywhere, and the pot of braised beef brisket was also ruined. Liu Jia recounted that Chang Mo's mother became a target only because of a casual remark from that great lord, a remark that chose the single mother living next door as the next prey. He said he had initially strongly objected because she had helped him when he was poor and had even brought him food to eat. But when Chang Mo's mother began to lose her temper frequently, and he saw the boy's life gradually fall into an abyss, he slowly began to like that feeling, gloating like a defeated man. He recounted that it was the feeling of dominating others' lives, of stealing their happiness, and gradually he wanted more, wanted Chang Mo's mother to turn into an emotion monster to serve as food, and in the end, everything went as he wished, and as he said this, he showed a crazed, smug expression. Chang Mo couldn't listen anymore. He struggled to his feet, wanting to charge and attack. But right then, the arrogant emotion body man continued to issue orders, this time demanding that Chang Mo be forbidden to act. All his movements were therefore cut off mid-action. Afterwards, he even ordered Chang Mo to kneel and kowtow before Liu Jia. He was forced to do it without being able to resist. Liu Jia seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this feeling. He told the arrogant man that this time he wanted Chang Mo to do it willingly, not because he received an order, and the man immediately obeyed. Then, Liu Jia looked down at Chang Mo from above like he was looking at a dog, and then spoke his demand. He said, "I'll give you a chance. Become my loyal dog by barking twice or else die." Clearly, Liu Jia wanted to humiliate him to the very core. At this moment, under the effect of the command, he was still kneeling and prostrating on the ground. Yi Li leaned in and asked Chang Mo what he planned to do next, and he gritted his teeth and replied, "Shouldn't that question be you asking me? You turned me into an emotion monster, and you know so much about me, about Liu Jia, and about the origin of this ship. Surely you had already predicted this current situation. Tell me your conditions, I'll accept them all." Liu Jia was not a patient person. Seeing Chang Mo's silence, he stepped forward. He stomped hard on the boy's head, demanding he bark quickly, but all he got was Chang Mo's stubborn silence. As for Yi Li, after hearing what he just said, the corner of her mouth curled up, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "As long as you're willing to accept my power, that's enough," Yi Li said as she hugged the small boy and whispered into his ear. The very next second, a terrifying force surged straight into Chang Mo's body, lifting him into the air, and Liu Jia, who was standing nearby, was also knocked back by that force. After that, countless sharp stone shards sprouted from Chang Mo's face, just like the ones on his fingers. Seeing him like this, Liu Jia was extremely panicked, retreating close to the arrogant man and asking, "What on earth is this? His emotional power is skyrocketing at a dizzying speed. He's lost control." The man replied, also looking at Chang Mo with an incredulous gaze. At this moment, Chang Mo's consciousness seemed to separate from his body, falling into an endless cosmic space. He didn't know what it was. All he knew was that all of his emotions had vanished. Whether it was sadness, joy, surprise, excitement, or anything else, he could no longer feel them. The only thing that seemed to remain was calculation. Chang Mo could feel the massive lump on his head. Then, memories appeared like shattered fragments. They were memories of his mother, of the days before anger had clouded her reason. They had still lived happily together. Also memories of the day of the 40th, the moment his father lay in the coffin. Then it turned into days of torment, when his mother would always fly into a rage for no reason, scolding and cursing, even hitting him. Then suddenly she would snap back to her senses and begin crying out of regret. Finally, the image of his mother dying next to the pot of braised beef with tomatoes, along with the smug smile on Liu Jia's face. Chang Mo's glasses suddenly shattered into pieces. But it wasn't just the glasses. After that, something in his body also changed noticeably. Yi Li, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this very moment. Very good, you've already suppressed enough of the anger in your body that helps you maintain yourself within my power. Remember this well, at the critical moment you must let go of reason. Only then can you control the power of emotion. Otherwise, you will lose control and completely become an emotional monster. Now then, enjoy your revenge. The moment Yi Li finished speaking, the stone shards covering the face shattered. Chang Mo in reality burst apart. He had returned, no longer wearing glasses, and no longer the one who only knew how to endure. The surging emotional power surrounding Chang Mo's body suddenly died out as well, causing Liu Jia to burst out laughing. Haha, what the hell is this? His emotional power suddenly disappeared. I thought he was actually strong. However, the arrogant man beside him quickly realized something wasn't right here. It wasn't that Chang Mo's emotional power had disappeared. Rather, his emotional power level had increased to a level where they could no longer sense it. The power Chang Mo released at that moment was so strong that its influence covered the entire ship. Those who were jumping around in the bar below were not weak. Several people were already knocked to the ground by his pressure, or another person who was having a meal at the steak restaurant. The steak plate naturally cracked into many pieces as well. That pressure was enough to make anyone tremble, except for those wealthy individuals sitting in the captain's room who weren't affected too much. Even so, they also realized that this was power, belonging to the world-class emotional level. World-class, huh? Anna exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke and muttered to herself. Not just her, Victor also found it strange. How strange. Do you people have another world-class on board today? Is he targeting us? Could it be that he's an accomplice of the one who beat Liu Jia? Maybe he's targeting that great lord behind Liu Jia. This time it was Hu who spoke up. Among those people, Liu Yang, as the captain, was the calmest one. He reassured those in the room, telling them not to worry too much because whoever the newcomer was, whatever scheme they had, as long as they had any intention of defiling this imperial ship of the seas, then even a world-class would have to die. Meanwhile, the two people directly confronting Chang Mo, Liu Jia, and that arrogant man, must have been the most tense of all. Liu Jia couldn't explain at all why Chang Mo's power suddenly surged to a level that even they couldn't sense anymore. As for that arrogant emotional type man, he could no longer maintain his arrogance and was now sweating profusely. Though unwilling to believe it, the fact that Chang Mo suddenly possessed such immense power was completely true. Liu Jia couldn't sense it at all, but because he was slightly stronger than him, he could vaguely feel it. It was a terrifying pressure like a calamity coming from the highest place. A might exactly like that of top-tier figures, the pressure belonging to the world-class level. Even in his dreams, he never thought he would provoke such a formidable person. In that situation, there was no other choice, so he shouted at Liu Jia, "Run." However, before the two could even run, they were already caught by Chang Mo. Perhaps because he wasn't wearing glasses, the expression on his face was unusually more ferocious than usual, and Chang Mo's subsequent action was even more brutal when he decisively twisted the heads of those two bastards off their necks. Done with the job, Chang Mo couldn't help but remark, "Didn't expect it to be this easy. You just twisted someone's head off the moment you made a move. Don't you think you're being a bit too much?" Yi Li asked. "It is true that I did not do well enough. I should have killed them slowly," Chang Mo replied coldly. This extreme attitude of his pleased Yi Li, because only in this way could he control the power of emotions. However, Yi Li also advised Chang Mo not to be complacent because the real show was just beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Mo immediately felt another force surrounding him. So this was the exciting show Yi Li had mentioned. In front of Chang Mo appeared an extremely enormous emotion beast. It was like a monarch reigning on a throne, radiating a tremendous oppressive aura. The appearance of this beast made Chang Mo feel utterly overwhelmed. "Don't you find it strange?" Yi Li asked. "You fought fiercely with that trash on the ship, yet it was unharmed because this ship is also an emotion entity, that is its true form. In this world of emotions, how much you can see depends entirely on your own strength. Therefore, you have to rely on my power to barely see the true appearance of this world. This is the true power of the Emperor of the Seas." At this moment, standing on the shoulder of the colossal emotion beast that Chang Mo was looking at was Liu Yang. He had also seen him and was, of course, extremely displeased. "So you are that reckless world-level emotion entity, then die. In this entire universe, between heaven and earth, any act of defiance will be met with fitting punishment. All things must submit and obey commands. Those who overstep will pay with blood." Chang Mo easily noticed Liu Yang chanting along with his emotion beast. It seemed he could enhance the power of his commands through chanting. This was indeed a rather novel method. By my command, freeze the space around the intruder, Liu Yang ordered. Immediately, Chang Mo's emotion beast was trapped by sturdy golden walls erected by Liu Yang's beast. Not stopping there, he continued to order the use of the golden sword to carry out the punishment. The emotional power of any being trapped in the newly erected space would be halved. Under this attack, a series of golden swords emerged from within the space, piercing through the walls in an attempt to strike Chang Mo's imprisoned emotion beast. For ordinary emotion entities, this move would have been enough to turn them into a chaotic mess. Liu Yang thought Chang Mo was no exception. Oomph, overestimating his abilities, he muttered. Those in the captain's room had also come out to watch the excitement. They did not expect the battle to be decided so quickly. They thought Chang Mo, despite having world-level power, lacked combat experience. But this emotion beast seems like I've never seen it before. What kind of rare emotion is this? Anna asked curiously. Although never seen, its power has already been halved. In this situation, even a world-level entity would find it hard to turn things around. Victor shrugged. He was sure that capturing Chang Mo was just a matter of time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a crack sounded, and a large crack appeared on the golden wall erected by Liu Yang. The sound of the crack caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Their expressions changed simultaneously, and Liu Yang was no exception. But before he could think of a countermeasure, the golden wall officially shattered. Chang Mo and his emotion beast remained in their original form, seemingly unharmed. After escaping the siege, it was time for him to counterattack. Chang Mo raised his right hand high. His rationality emotion beast followed that motion, unexpectedly throwing the swords in its hands into the air. And just as Chang Mo lowered his hand, all those swords plunged down simultaneously. And just like that, the power that Liu Yang was once confident he could use to dominate his opponent had now been completely shattered by the very person he had looked down upon. At this moment, sources of power from all directions were gradually converging to one point. Immediately, a strong wind rose, causing Anna to hold tightly onto the brim of her hat. On this side, Liu Yang's eyes showed extreme astonishment. Below, powerful energy waves were continuously being emitted. Chang Mo's gaze was gloomy, his whole body radiating fierce killing intent. Liu Yang looked at his opponent in panic. Unexpectedly, he broke the confinement in such a state, and he had such an emotion beast. What does this person want by coming onto my ship? Or does he intend to make a move against the group behind me? Having said that, he silently bit his lip and said nothing. Suddenly, Liu Yang changed his attitude completely, saying loudly, "It doesn't matter what it is. Anyway, my way has always been to kill anyone who stands in my way." The next second, he gave the order, "Guards." The emotion entity of the ship, Emperor of the Seas, echoed loudly, "Guards." The next second, immediately, its guards attacked Chang Mo with their weapons. Suddenly, rationality appeared in front of their fierce attacks. Its gaze was pitch black, showing not a trace of emotion. Rationality stood alone, battling the horde of guards. Suddenly, Chang Mo glanced at someone. At that moment, Liu Yang raised his voice and ordered, "Stop." Chang Mo was startled and stood still in place. Immediately after, several guards took the opportunity to thrust their weapons into his body. But strangely, the spear tips did not directly pierce through his body. Chang Mo glanced at his opponent. Immediately after, he flung away the guards surrounding him. But then, another group of guards lying in wait rushed forward. On this side, Liu Yang continuously shouted loudly, "Stop." Before him was reason itself, the space so quiet it was terrifying. Liu Yang's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, a colossal sword shot straight toward him. Chang Mo seized that opportunity to charge and attack his opponent. Liu Yang's face stiffened on the spot. He only saw Chang Mo rushing forward like lightning. Liu Yang did not hesitate, summoning the emotion entity named Imperial Sea Royal Ship. On this side, Chang Mo and Reason were charging forward with great momentum. Reason's hands moved swiftly, piercing through the opponent's armor. The emotion entity Imperial Sea Royal Ship was no less formidable, launching harpoons straight at the opponent. Reason's gaze swept across once, full of vigilance. The battle became extremely tense. Time passed unknown, and the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. Chang Mo breathed heavily, looking exhausted. Liu Yang, both tired and observant, saw that his opponent had weakened, and he was confident he would win. He calculated silently. Out here in the middle of the sea there was nowhere to run. He could capture him alive. If he could investigate that kid's emotion monster, it would be a great achievement for the corporation. Jia Li suddenly appeared behind Chang Mo, reporting the bad news that her power was almost depleted. Chang Mo asked what to do, and Jia Li answered curtly that the only option was to run. Jia Li grabbed Chang Mo's hand, urging him to leave immediately. She loudly ordered him to jump into the sea. Witnessing that scene, Liu Yang was astonished, unable to understand why he would run toward the sea. At that moment, Chang Mo had not yet fully fallen to the surface of the sea. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. Before him appeared an extremely strange land. Chang Mo stood in the middle of that place for a few seconds. He carefully glanced back behind him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The desolate land caused Chang Mo extreme confusion. A city shrouded in darkness. Below were thousands of arms reaching upward. The air now became extremely eerie. That scene made one shiver in fear involuntarily. Chang Mo's face darkened. He had always thought that only humans could get sick. Blood suddenly flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he realized he had been wrong. He held his head and screamed loudly. It was not just humans, but the ocean, the city, the land, the sky, everything had been infected. On the other side, Liu Yang stood on the boat, searching frantically. He was utterly panicked when he saw blood flowing from his own eyes, not understanding what was happening. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, suddenly realizing that Chang Mo's power was borrowed, that he was not qualified to bear this truth. He immediately gave chase to Chang Mo, shouting loudly that he was dead for sure. Jia Li appeared before him, telling him to close his eyes. Although he could see the truth thanks to borrowing her power, he was not yet capable of enduring it. Only her voice echoed in the space, and she declared she would take over his body. Where did that group of guardians come from, chasing after them? Jia Li and Chang Mo stared intently in that direction. Reason appeared again and seemed much stronger. Liu Yang was so horrified he was speechless. From beneath the sea, a giant hand rose up, looking utterly terrifying. Liu Yang exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that his emotion monster could control even the Black Sea. He was standing in the middle of the vast ocean. How could that be? Time passed unknown, and a figure appeared on the shore. Jia Li looked at Chang Mo and asked if he was okay, and he tiredly replied that he was. Suddenly, he noticed something was different. He unconsciously raised his hand to touch the glasses. Jia Li explained that the glasses symbolized reason in his subconscious. When his emotions calmed down, reason would return and the glasses would appear as well. Chang Mo was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes, asking about the East Sea, the city of East Sea, and the things in the sky, not understanding what had happened to the world. Jia Li confidently explained that the world had undergone horrifying transformations, only that he, at his current level, could not perceive them. She crossed her arms and looked out at the sea, revealing that the oil pollution news was just a cover. What truly polluted the East Sea were the emotion entities. She suddenly brought up a buried past. Years ago, a great war caused the world-level emotion entity depression to lose control, turning into a thick black liquid that sank countless warships, and the face he saw was its true form. Jia Li said that the entire city of East Sea and the whole world were being controlled by emotion entities. Therefore, the appearance of a few terrifying emotion entities like the ship and the monster behind him was a normal thing. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, hinting at the thing existing above. She murmured softly if she guessed right it was. Beside her, Chang Mo looked confused, wondering what she was talking about. Jia Li frowned slightly as she looked at the opponent, seemingly unable to comprehend anything. He was still not qualified, for even his soul was not strong enough to withstand that greatness. If he tried to understand, his mind would likely collapse. Chang Mo slowly lowered his head, so this was the truth behind the emotional illness, and what he had known before was only the tip of the iceberg. Jia Li got to the main point. She saved him, but also made him see this cruel truth. For a tiny ant, dying in ignorance might be the happier option. He would never return to his peaceful life. Bloodshed and danger would always follow closely. Chang Mo was dazed, his eyes losing their focus as he heard the other party ask, "I have dragged you into this vortex. Do you hate me?" All the memories from earlier immediately flooded back into his mind. Chang Mo closed his eyes tightly to slowly feel. After a moment, he spoke, "No, I am truly grateful to you. I know you have your own purpose, but I have never felt so refreshed, as if reborn." Jia Li was stunned. She wanted to ask what her purpose was, but satisfaction was clearly visible on her face upon hearing the answer. She looked towards the distant blue, her voice low and sad. "I am just a wandering soul." She spoke of a long time ago, always being alone in this city. No one could see her, and no one could talk to her. Jia Li continued in a broken voice. Memories faded away, strength weakened with the years. She even forgot who she was, only remembering her name. Suddenly, her voice lowered with a hint of shyness. She was like a flame running out of fuel, eventually destined to die out. Then she opened her eyes wide. "Until I met you." Jia Li recalled the first meeting when she was bumped into by the other party. He said, "Please move aside," as he was about to be late. Jia Li watched that figure and said, "After all these years, only you have talked to me. Only you have been able to touch me. You are the only one qualified to bear my reason." A blue flame burst forth. She said if she was the flame, then he was the furnace. Thanks to him, she was able to keep herself from fading away. So she approached him, pretended to be a colleague, helped him investigate his mother's death and protected him on the Sea Emperor ship. Jia Li grabbed the other party's arm tightly. "I will use all my abilities to help you get everything you want. Wealth, power, status, all will be yours." She gently shook, "But in return, you must become stronger, dare to directly face the secret of that sky, strong enough to uncover that truth." Jia Li's voice grew louder, "Because the most important part I lack is up in that sky." Saying this, she turned and smiled gently at Chang Mo. "Let's get to know each other again. I am Jia Li. Today is also my rebirth." With that, she extended her hand towards the other party. On this side, Chang Mo smiled softly without saying anything. As the two just reached an agreement, the sun gradually rose. "Chang Mo, this is our rebirth." On the ship's communication, a voice rang out, "Have you found out who that person is yet?" The other party replied, "It was easier to find out than expected." Chang Mo's information sheet was brought out. Chang Mo, 18 years old, in charge of art for the Tianji group in Donghai City. His mother died when he was 10, suspected to have been killed by Liu Jia. In March of this year, he was still an ordinary person. Hui Hui glanced over and raised an eyebrow slightly. That's impossible. He could fight against the Sea Emperor, proving at least world-level strength. In such a short few months, it's completely impossible to increase power that much. She seemed to discover something. Is that guy's power borrowed? Zhao Yan calmly replied, probably so. He recalled when Chang Mo fell. Before fighting the captain, his eyes suddenly bled. Perhaps because he had seen that thing in the sky. If it were truly his strength, it wouldn't have come to that. Hui Hui sneered upon hearing this. Interesting, to think he could borrow power like that. This is power that can even control the Black Sea. Who exactly is behind him? Saying this, she walked away. The captain also asked us to investigate that guy's info, right? Correct. The captain's matters can be put on hold for now. I'm off. I haven't reached world level yet. Staying up late still affects my skin. Zhao Yan heard this and said, indeed. He glanced at the other party and asked, are you just going to let that little brat go, Miss Song? Hui Hui replied with half-lidded eyes, rest assured, with the Song family's influence in Daxia, he can't escape. Even the one behind him who lent him power won't be able to hide. She spoke softly with malice. We must get this power into our hands for our lord. Jia Li turned her head and looked at Chang Mo's tired expression, curiously asking, what do you plan to do next? He immediately spoke his plans with a firm voice. Although Liu Jia is dead, the one who ordered Liu Jia to kill my mother is still alive. I have to find the Great Lord that Liu Jia mentioned. She heard this and seriously reminded him that Great Lord is probably very dangerous. Jia Li's voice grew more and more filled with great caution, a major figure hidden in the shadows. That is not someone you can handle right now. She thought for a moment, then decisively affirmed the next step. The most important thing now is to find a place that can protect us. If I'm not mistaken, the forces on the ship are surely searching for us. My strength is almost depleted now. If we run into another world-level guy, we're done for. Jia Li's gaze fell back on Chang Mo's face, then she spoke with sarcasm, not to mention that you've provoked the force behind the Sea Emperor. Just the uniqueness your emotional power shows is enough to make countless people go crazy. He suddenly looked at someplace, then shouted loudly to her confusion, what's wrong? Chang Mo stood frozen in place with a dazed expression, muttering continuously. He suddenly remembered he still had to go to work today, but it seemed he was already late. Besides, the entire project team was dead, so there probably wasn't any work left anyway. The tone of his voice kept changing. Then he lamented in despair, getting paid without working. What a great opportunity wasted. Now it probably counts as skipping work, might even get fired, not even getting the salary. Where will I get money for living expenses in the future? Jia Li said nothing, just pursed her lips and observed Chang Mo's current state. But right after saying that, he suddenly lowered his head and fell silent for a long time. After snapping back to his senses, Chang Mo slowly raised his head, glanced at the sky and whispered, it's only now that I truly feel my life has completely changed. I can never go back. Jia Li beside him looked at him with something complicated mixed with satisfaction. She quickly turned around and urged him, who was standing still behind, let's go, we're almost there, the shelter I mentioned is right ahead. The two's journey fell into silence until they entered the shelter. Inside the room at the shelter, a series of patients were staring at Chang Mo and Jia Li with extremely hostile and curious eyes. He pointed at the patients and asked her with suspicion, this is the place you said could shelter me? Jia Li nodded very comfortably and replied immediately, correct. The shelter she mentioned was called Donghai City No. 2 Psychiatric Hospital. Understanding Chang Mo's confusion, Jia Li quickly explained, don't underestimate this psychiatric hospital. Although it's in a somewhat remote area, it's an official institution of Donghai City specializing in treating patients with emotional illnesses. Her voice carried a serious tone as she slowly analyzed. Donghai City is within the territory of Daxia, and the Daxia government is also the strongest force in Donghai. An emotional entity like you, who can control emotional monsters, has a high chance of being recruited by the government and becoming a member of an official organization. Jia Li glanced at him with a mysterious smile and whispered, besides, there's another special place here, but unfortunately you can't see it yet. She continued forward and slowly explained to Chang Mo's bewildered face, do you remember earlier when you borrowed my power and saw those giant emotional monsters in Donghai City? One of them is guarding this place. The scene shifted to when he had just walked out of the examination room after being checked. The female nurse in the waiting room smiled and politely announced, please wait a moment, the results will be out soon. Chang Mo quickly replied to her, okay, thank you. After returning to his seat, he curiously looked around and secretly thought, truly worthy of being a hospital specializing in emotional disorders. Here, the nurses don't have pouches on their heads, and surprisingly, even the patients rarely have pouches on their heads. Chang Mo seemed to remember something and discreetly glanced at the person beside him, secretly assessing, except for this person, though this pouch seems a bit different from the ones seen before. Right at that moment, Jia Li's voice suddenly rang out, distracting him, you have truly changed. As your understanding of yourself deepens, your strength will also rise accordingly. Therefore, what you can see will also increase. Before, you could only see anger emotion pouches, but now you can see other types of emotion pouches. Then she pointed to patient Wang Bin, who was laughing manically, and said, this is probably the pouch pouch that appears after being infected with the joyful emotion virus. The patient won't be able to hold back laughter, feeling happy no matter what happens. Chang Mo heard this and muttered softly to himself, "Is that so?" Right then, a voice full of enthusiasm from behind him suddenly rang out, "Hello." A girl whose hair covered her face leaned toward Chang Mo in a friendly manner and asked, "Excuse me, are you here for a checkup too?" He was dazed but still honestly nodded and replied, "Yes, is something the matter?" The girl quickly shook her head and said shyly, "Nothing. Just thought you looked pretty normal." Chang Mo observed her for a while and also remarked with suspicion, "You look pretty normal too." Hearing that, Jia lost her composure, her face flushing red as she shouted, "Of course I am normal. It was my parents who insisted on forcing me to come here. My emotional disorder has been flaring up badly lately. They are afraid something is wrong with me, so they pushed me to get examined. If I did not come, they would throw away my entire collection." Contrasting with her agitation, he only coldly uttered, "Is that so?" Jia continued speaking in a low voice, "Hey, you know what? I looked it up online. Donghai No. 2 Psychiatric Hospital is also called the second hospital, and it specializes in taking in especially severe mental patients. I heard it is divided into Zone A and Zone B inside. The patients in Zone A are already very abnormal." Her voice grew increasingly tremulous with fear, "And the patients in Zone B are even scarier. Every single one of them is a murder maniac, and they have to be restrained with iron chains." Chang Mo repeated with great curiosity, "Zone A and Zone B." At that moment, Jia Li spoke up from behind to explain, "If I am not mistaken, Zone A is for those who have been infected but have not yet transformed. Zone B manages those whose emotional forms have fully transformed." Hearing this, Chang Mo grew even more puzzled and turned to ask Jia Qi, "Then why do you still want to come here?" She smiled sheepishly and said, "Because as long as the second hospital rejects me as a patient, I can explain that to my family." Jia scratched her head and confidently asserted, "Number 1 hospital might take me, but number 2, someone with the potential of a murderer like me, how could they possibly take me?" Nurse Zhou Yang suddenly walked over and announced to everyone, "Zhang Tuan, Li Gudan, your results are ready. We recommend that the 2 of you transfer to Donghai number 1 Psychiatric Hospital for further examination." She then looked at Wang Bin and instructed, "Wang Bin, I have prescribed medication for you. Remember to take it according to the dosage." Jia grew even more confident after hearing that and said to Chang Mo, "See, they do not even accept cases that look that normal. People like us who are this normal will definitely be sent back." But Zhou Yang's next announcement made her freeze. "Chang Mo, Jia, the 2 of you follow me to complete the admission procedures." Sweat poured down Jiaqi's forehead like a waterfall, while Chang Mo could only look at her helplessly. Jiaqi's scream echoed throughout the hospital, "Why?" Jia and Chang Mo obediently followed Zhou Yang as she spoke cheerfully, "It has been a long time since we saw patients come to the second hospital voluntarily. The 2 of you are very wise. Choosing the second hospital is one of the wisest choices." Zhou Yang proudly talked about the hospital's amenities. "Our place has a 5-star certified chef cooking every day. I am just afraid that when the time comes, you will not want to leave." She turned her head to look at the 2 patients with a reassuring smile. "Feel free to stay here and recover. I am Nurse Zhou Yang." Jia still could not accept the reality and muttered as she walked, "How is this possible? This is the number 2 psychiatric hospital. Am I really about to be admitted? Have I become this abnormal?" Zhou Yang heard her and said casually, "Everyone has some psychological issues these days. Timely intervention and treatment are what prevent bigger problems." Behind them, Chang Mo quietly asked Jia Li, "Is Jia an emotional form too? I do not see her emotional monster. Could it be hiding in her mind realm?" She nodded and replied, "That is right. Because your power is not sufficient yet, you cannot see the monster hidden deep in her mind realm." He continued to ask, "Does this hospital only need a blood test to determine whether we are emotional forms?" Jia Li quickly explained, "If I remember correctly, emotional forms have the property of being unobservable by equipment. In theory, your blood should also be unobservable by equipment. But as for how detailed the observation method is, I have not used the equipment myself, so I am not too sure." Chang Mo nodded lightly and said thoughtfully, "Is that so?" Scene transition. Everyone had arrived before the gates of Zone B. From above, soldiers were observing every movement of the group. Jia suddenly turned pale, sweat streaming down, and cried out shakily, "Wait a moment." She slowly stepped back and asked to confirm, "This is Zone B, right? It is where those perverted corpse people are held, right?" Jia seemed to go crazy, clutching Zhou Yang's arm tightly and shouting, "I have never thought about killing anyone. Why do I have to go into Zone B?" Zhou Yang quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. Those short videos are all nonsense. They have to make it look scary to get views. Just cooperate with the treatment and nothing will happen." Jia still asked suspiciously, "Really?" Zhou Yang kept her smile and nodded, "Of course." Jiaqi's eyes darted around and suddenly spotted something horrifying, stammering, "But you, no, all of you." She cautiously backed away and asked fearfully, "Why is everyone holding guns?" Jiaqi's senses were indeed accurate. On all the elevated platforms, rows of gun barrels were aimed directly at them. Chang Mo behind her quietly observed, extremely astonished, thinking to himself, "Can they all see it?" He swallowed his saliva, cold sweat streaming down, and silently affirmed, "So that is Jiaqi's emotional monster." Chang Mo whispered to Jia Li, "I want to know what happens to patients who are not chosen chosen by the government. She pondered for a moment and then answered seriously, perhaps they will be detained. If they show any dangerous signs, they may be executed on the spot, so do not act rashly. The air froze for a moment as Jiaqi's emotional monster began to appear. Zhou Yang gripped the gun in her hand tightly, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. On the observation platform, Old Li was locking onto the target below with extreme focus. Chang Mo looked at the tense atmosphere and silently made a decision amid his confusion. He quickly placed his hand on Jiaqi's shoulder as she was gradually losing control. Chang Mo tilted his head and reminded her gently, do not be so tense. Relax. If you keep being tense, you will be considered a dangerous element and actually get shot dead. His hand transmitted a surge of power into her shoulder, causing the emotional monster to begin halting its movements. Jiaqi gradually regained her senses, and the emotional monster also disappeared without a trace. She turned her head to look at him and replied in a daze, that is true. Jiaqi sheepishly scratched her head and said to Zhou Yang, I am sorry. Zhou Yang was shocked and incredulous, thinking to herself, her emotional monster has retreated deep into her mind realm. She was on the brink of losing control just now, and she managed to stabilize. The tension in her body loosened, and she let out a gentle breath. Jia Li excitedly sent a message to Chang Mo, I did not expect that even though she is a stranger, you would care about her safety, and you even used your power to help her suppress her loss of control. He replied awkwardly, I just wanted to show a bit of empathy. If I watched her about to be killed and remained indifferent, that would be too cold-blooded. A cold-blooded emotional entity would not be welcomed by the government. Right. Care about her safety. How could that be? On the other side, Zhou Yang suddenly darkened her expression and ordered into the radio, fire. A loud sound rang out, aimed directly at Jiaqi, causing her to collapse. Chang Mo stood rooted to the spot as Jiaqi's body swayed and fell forward. In the silent air, she fell, seemingly having lost her life under the gunfire. His face stiffened, his eyes filled with pain as he looked at Jiaqi's fallen body. Jia Li urgently urged from beside him, hey, react a little. Otherwise, you really would be cold-blooded. Hearing her words, he immediately knelt before Jiaqi's body, thinking to himself, another person dead. How many does this make now? To the point where this feels like a matter of course. Chang Mo quickly regained his composure and realized, no blood, not dead. Is this a tranquilizer dart? Jia Li saw his reaction and burst out laughing. The act was pretty good, just the reaction was a bit slow. Chang Mo sincerely took the lesson, sorry, I will be more careful next time. On the other side, Jiaqi had been placed on a stretcher. Zhou Yang instructed, sorry for the trouble. This is an unidentified emotional form with unstable emotions. Confiscate at high danger level. The two nurses acknowledged, understood. Chang Mo heard this and asked curiously, high danger level, so what will happen to her? Zhou Yang flashed a bright smile and explained, it just means we have to be a bit more careful during monitoring. I hope I did not scare you just now. You looked very calm. How about I evaluate you real quick? It is just a few questions. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the test had officially begun, his gaze sharp and assessing. She immediately opened the file, asking about Chang Mo-an voluntarily coming to the hospital for a checkup, a rare case, and wanting to know what reason drove him to seek out a psychiatric hospital. He did not hide anything, honestly revealing all his abilities, starting from seeing things others could not see like the wrappings on heads and monsters, then gaining power others did not possess. Chang Mo silently calculated, wanting to join the government meant he couldn't hide, showing his value was necessary, and whatever risks arose, he would have to bear them himself. He raised his hand toward Zhou Yang, casually asking if she could see what was lying in his palm, for he thought it was just an illusion and wanted to test it. Hearing this, she pretended to be intrigued and turned away, saying she needed to report this matter to her superiors immediately. The moment she turned, Zhou Yang gave a crisp order through her radio for the gunners to prepare to fire. Chang Mo became wary, his sharp gaze sensing the killing intent approaching from behind. Before he could react, a bullet slammed straight into his back with a loud bang. Chang Mo collapsed to the floor, offering no resistance whatsoever. Zhou Yang tiredly complained that she had encountered too many incidents today and needed to rest. She praised Old Li for his excellent shooting, hitting the mark every time. Old Li accepted the praise, laughing heartily, saying everyone had worked hard, then curiously asked Zhou Yang why they ended up having to dispose of that person too. He seemed like an ordinary man. Zhou Yang analyzed seriously that it was precisely that ordinary appearance which was the most terrifying thing. She had carefully reviewed the surveillance footage of him entering the hospital. He concealed himself well, but his unconscious movements did not escape her eyes. Zhou Yang frowned in affirmation. He was definitely talking to someone no one else could see, a classic sign of a schizophrenic. The current personality was gentle, but the latent personality could be extremely dangerous. She stared at the motionless body on the floor, continuing, his emotional strength was of a type never seen before. Emotional monsters did not appear when he used his power, meaning he had excellent control over his emotions. A schizophrenic adeptly using a mysterious power posed a higher danger level than that girl, and needed to be subdued immediately. Zhou Yang waved her hand, ordering her subordinates to call for people to carry him away. At that moment, the unconscious Chang Mo suddenly sprang up without any warning sign. Zhou Yang stared blankly at him, who was looking up at her. The air seemed to thicken with tension. She stumbled back, falling to a seated position, crying out in confusion, why was he unharmed? Old Li shouted loudly at the soldiers, the target is active again, the target is active again. His urgent voice echoed through the corridor, signaling a level 1 alert for the entire area. A series of hurried footsteps pounded against the floor, creating a chaotic sound. All the guns in the high positions immediately lowered, aiming directly at Chang Mo. Jia Li whispered from behind, her voice a bit helpless, saying she was just about to advise him not to stand up so quickly. Chang Mo bit his lip hard, his gaze firm as he made a decision, since things had come to this. He raised both hands high, wearing an expression of surrender, and yelled, "Don't shoot, I surrender." Zhou Yang saw Chang Mo's sincere attitude, her eyes wide in disbelief, not understanding what was happening. The soldiers up above also had their mouths agape in astonishment at this unexpected action. No gunshots rang out. Instead, there was the heavy dragging sound of a metal chain on the floor. Zhou Yang looked with satisfaction at the knot on Chang Mo's wrist, sighing that this time there should definitely be no problems. She smiled as she introduced the suppression chain, clarifying that this chain could control all kinds of special powers. Now he was just an ordinary person, poor him. Chang Mo curiously observed the chain, silently wondering, could this thing really suppress all emotional power? But he wore a puzzled look, feeling carefully, then muttered to himself, why was a plentiful source of power continuously pouring into his body from this chain? Jia Li understood his confusion, speaking up to explain, strange isn't it? Why can you absorb energy from this chain? She whispered softly into Chang Mo's ear, amused by his surprise, saying that the metal used to make the chain was contaminated with rational emotions, which is why it could restrain other types of power. For others it was a suppressant, but for him, it was a precious tonic. The scene shifted to another location at the Donghai City Emotion Management Headquarters. Wei Yin respectfully reported over the phone, saying that the lady he needed to find, Miss Tong, had appeared, and he was in hospital number 2, being a patient of the hospital. The person speaking was Director Wei Yin. Hui Hui on the other end of the line smirked and asked, wasn't hospital number 2 under his jurisdiction? Wei Yin hurriedly flattered her, saying he would go get the person immediately. The call between the two ended shortly after. Hui Hui happily stared at her phone screen, muttering that Chang Mo looked rather refined, and his skin seemed not bad either. She turned her gaze towards the bound figure, a look of anticipation in her eyes, saying that before taking his power, she could still have some fun. She really wanted to see that refined face twist with pain and despair. The scene shifted to the intensive care unit, with a nurse's voice encouraging Jiaqi to endure, not to give up. She lost patience, sitting up abruptly, shaking her head and crying out that she couldn't take it anymore. She really wanted to know how handsome guys with abs showered. It was so hard to suppress her emotions. Xiao Lin, standing nearby, fearfully clutching the syringe in her hand, called out to Zhou Yang, signaling that the situation was bad. She needed to take her medicine immediately. Xiao Lin was a nurse at psychiatric hospital number 2. Zhou Yang disagreed with Xiao Lin, believing that patients should first try to control their emotions with their own willpower. Jiaqi was still driven by the emotional monster, screaming that she couldn't restrain herself. She just wanted to look at beautiful people. What was wrong with liking to look at handsome guys? Zhou Yang finally compromised and ordered Xiao Lin to use the medication. Xiao Lin acted immediately, muttering her acknowledgement. But her hurried steps caused the vial to accidentally slip from her hand. Zhou Yang shouted in frustration, scolding Xiao Lin for ruining things at a critical moment. If Jiaqi lost control, could she take responsibility? Xiao Lin cowered and bowed her head in apology, while Jiaqi continued screaming uncontrollably. At that moment, a hand gently reached out and touched Jiaqi's emotional monster, startling everyone. Qing Jie used a gentle voice to soothe the monster, telling it that if it lost control and became a monster, it would never be able to see anything again. Yan Bei, seeing this, panicked and reminded Qing Jie she was too reckless. She was the head nurse of Section B, but Qing Jie firmly replied that she trusted Jiaqi. Jiaqi's emotional monster, under Qing Jie's soothing, began to waver violently. Shortly after, it suddenly disappeared, leaving a Jiaqi who returned to normal. Qing Ji bent down, gently praising her for doing very well. Everything was clear now, and the surrounding nurses all breathed a sigh of relief. After things stabilized, Qing Ji picked up the medical report and read it to Jiaqi. The patient had the ability to see people from afar, first onset after meeting a handsome man, classified as emotional type 7, with a currently low danger assessment. Chang Mo burst out laughing, asking helplessly if her parents sent her to a psychiatric hospital just because she liked looking at handsome guys. Jiaqi shyly rubbed her head and explained. Qing Ji continued announcing Chang Mo's file. He could see things ordinary people couldn't, possessed abnormal strength, suspected of schizophrenia, but he himself didn't admit it. She noted hesitantly, the ability to condense ice and emit blue flames, temporarily classified as emotional type 7, medium danger level, needs continued observation. Qing Ji bent down to Chang Mo's eye level, softly reassuring him that his emotions were very stable. Don't worry too much. I believe you will be discharged soon, but until we figure out your abilities, that chain will have to stay on you. She then carried the report board to the third bed. The patient named Chen Ju. No bad behavior, no abnormal reactions. Aside from the abnormal blood test results, he looked no different from a normal person. Ching Ji was about to retort when Chen Ju suddenly made a strange sound. No, there is a difference from normal people. Normal people would not have. She sighed and quickly wrote the report into the medical record, temporarily classifying him as emotional entity type unknown number 6, danger level temporarily assessed as low. This is truly a headache. Chang Mo curiously looked at him wondering, could this be an emotional entity with an IQ problem, or is stupidity also considered an emotion? Jia Qi on the other side suddenly shouted joyfully, I am not a mentally ill person, I am a person with superpowers. Moreover, my superpower is watching handsome guys bathe. Is this heaven? Qing Ji quickly spoke up to reassure her. Little Jia Qi, do not be complacent. To put it seriously, in theory all emotional entities are mental patients. It is just that some can control it, and some cannot. Qing Ji raised the book in her hand and added, in addition, according to Article 4 of the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act, the country of Great Xia has established the Emotional Entity Management Bureau to manage all emotional entities within its territory. Our hospital is an agency directly under the Emotional Entity Management Bureau specializing in treating emotional entities, ensuring you do not harm society. Chang Mo stupidly asked again, emotional entities also have to be managed by the state. She then seriously nodded and firmly confirmed, of course, so you must take treatment seriously if you go out and cause trouble violating the laws of Great Xia. Qing Ji lowered her head and announced to the 3 patients in the room with a frighteningly threatening tone, at that time, the Donghai City Emotional Entity Management Bureau will directly come to arrest you, and they are not as kind as us. You will be lucky to keep your lives. At that time, I will not be able to protect you either. Understood. Her face quickly returned to a gentle expression. All right, if anyone is interested in the emotional entity management laws, just ask the nurse for a copy. Zhou Yang suddenly ran in and shouted urgently, Dr. Liu, something bad happened. Please come quickly. Qing Ji calmly reassured her. What happened? Do not panic. I am coming right away. After they left, the ward was left with only the sound of Jia Qi's laughter echoing everywhere. Chang Mo silently sank into thought. So the official organization of Great Xia that she wanted me to join is this Emotional Entity Management Bureau of Great Xia. Right, Jia Li quickly nodded to reinforce the information he received. That is right, wonderful. They even have the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act. Chang Mo stared intently at each regulation written in the book. Article 7 of the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act. The Emotional Entity Management Bureau has the right to manage all emotional entities. The Emotional Entity Management Bureau directly manages the corresponding treatment agencies, violence handling agencies, and judicial agencies responsible for the specific work related to emotional entities in Great Xia, ensuring all emotional entities in Great Xia comply with national laws, and also arresting, interrogating, and trying emotional entities that violate the law. He suddenly had a big question. I am thinking about a problem. If it is really as this Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act writes, emotional entities are not allowed to violate the laws of Great Xia, then how can Liu Jia still freely remain outside the law? She heard this and laughed slowly, saying with admiration, on the surface they must be fair and just, of course, but behind the scenes there are certainly all sorts of secret dealings. Liu Jia's freedom outside the law clearly involves the high ranks of the Emotional Entity Management Bureau. The depth of this matter is unknown to anyone. Chang Mo immediately caught a bigger loophole. How do you know Liu Jia killed my mother? Jia Li did not hesitate and honestly answered. In the police station records, the police had long suspected Liu Jia, but later the case was transferred to a secret department so the investigation was not continued. That secret department is of course the Great Xia Emotional Entity Management Bureau. Chang Mo's face suddenly stiffened and he stammered, wait, Liu Jia's backing is the high ranks in the Emotional Entity Management Bureau, and this hospital is a base directly under the Emotional Entity Management Bureau. He suddenly realized the danger inside. So are we not doomed here? Jia Li naively answered, right? Chang Mo angrily shouted, you were the one who told me to come here. She still spoke happily and slowly. I do not remember the specific reason very well because before I met you, my memories were constantly being lost. I only remember that even though there were risks, I decided to take a gamble and let you come here. Jia Li seriously shrugged and said, anyway, we are already here. Now we have no choice but to focus on absorbing the power of this chain. As for other things, just trust in myself before I lost my memory. Scene transitioned to another place. The cup of coffee in Qing Ji's hand was pushed toward Wei Yin. She respectfully bowed her head in greeting before him. Bureau Chief, please have some. Wei Yin slowly lifted the coffee cup and took a small sip. He suddenly went mad and threw the coffee cup hard to the ground, shattering it. Qing Ji immediately trembled and stammered, Bureau Chief, what is the matter? He spoke with an unpleasant tone and emphasized, what is the matter? A stack of documents from Wei Yin's hand was thrown straight at her body with an angry voice. What is the matter? Do you not know yourself? Look for yourself. He shouted, unable to contain his anger. Look carefully at what you have done. Damn it. Outside, Zhou Yang, who was eavesdropping, gritted her teeth and muttered with annoyance. Is he not just a bureau chief? Does he have to scold people like that every time he comes? Little Lin beside her also dazedly wondered, why is it like this? Is the director going to ignore it? Zhou Yang with a helpless expression explained quietly, the director cannot cannot manage him either. In terms of position, he is even the director's superior. Our hospital's operating funds all have to be allocated by them. The director has no way. I do not want to see him anymore. Now it is always Dr. Lu who receives him. She worriedly added while Qingji inside was trembling with fear. That man still has some respect for the director, but with Dr. Lu he never shows any kindness. Dr. Lu trembles with fear every time she sees him. Wei Yin stood up angrily and emphasized each word. Last night, this man committed a murder on the ship Emperor of the Sea. This morning he escaped into your hospital, and unexpectedly your hospital even went through the admission procedures for him. He kept shouting with harsh curses. Do you not know what power stands behind the ship Emperor of the Sea? Do you not know he is a killer? This is already a diplomatic incident, do you not know? Wei Yin suddenly fell silent and let out a tired sigh. He darkened his face and ordered Qingji, who was kneeling, now immediately hand the person over to me, otherwise do not blame me for being rude. Wei Yin raised his head proudly and confidently thought to himself, dealing with her was as easy as turning his hand, but this time he surely scared her to death, so much that she could not even tremble anymore. Suddenly a drop of fresh blood dripped onto his shoulder. Wei Yin quickly touched the bloodstain and wondered what it was. Nothing strange. Is it an illusion? Suddenly fresh blood flowed in streams straight up his body. Just as Wei Yin regained his senses, the blood disappeared in his horror. It disappeared. Is this an illusion? Wei Yin panicked and wondered, what on earth is this? Before he could finish thinking, the fresh blood appeared again. The surroundings of the room turned bright red as if carrying the aura of death. The floor began to be soaked in bright red blood under his horrified gaze. Qingji no longer wore a look of fear but forcefully stood up straight. She closed her eyes tightly and said mockingly, do you really think I am afraid of you? No, I am indeed also afraid. Qingji raised her face and looked straight at Wei Yin with a challenging expression. I am afraid that I will not be able to control myself and kill someone. Wei Yin fearfully kept stepping backward. He gritted his teeth in disbelief and thought, is this emotional power? Clearly I am in the office, yet she is like standing in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What kind of emotional power is this? The image of Qingji from the past with gentleness suddenly appeared in his mind. Dr. Qingji, I had only met her in work meetings, calm and kind, always smiling and well-educated. She should have been a very easy person to deal with, and it was precisely for that reason I deliberately came to find her. Wei Yin's gaze swept over the current Qingji again, and he thought with doubt, the person standing in front of me, is it really her? He gritted his teeth in fear with his whole body tense. Right at that moment, the office door suddenly swung open, and the blood in the office had returned to normal. Min Shu walked in with a cane and said with a smile, Bureau Chief Ku, arriving a day without informing me beforehand, she is the director of the second mental hospital of Donghai City, Yi Min Shu. The atmosphere in the room became eerily silent. Wei Yin glanced around in shock and thought, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood has disappeared. Min Shu continued with her hoarse voice, Bureau Chief Ku, you have come about Chang Mo, right? She quickly continued without giving him a chance to retort. The colleague in charge of background investigation told me that the man Chang Mo killed, Liu Jia, was an emotional entity who helped our great Sha's nationality several years ago. Liu Jia is not protected by our country's laws. Moreover, the place of the incident was on international waters, right on the ship Emperor of the Sea. Chang Mo first did not cause damage to national property, second did not harm our country's citizens, therefore he has not violated the Emotional Entity Confidential Management Act at all. Wei Yin tried to maintain a calm demeanor while explaining the situation, but the pressure from the Sea Emperor vessel was immense, and he knew full well who was behind them. His superiors demanded he provide them with an explanation today. The cane in her hand suddenly struck the floor with force. Min Thu said coldly, are you talking about the Song family? They truly are a nation without integrity. Matters internal to Daxia should not require deference to their whims. Her sharp words made Wei Yin clench his teeth in panic. She reiterated, what about you? Back then, Liu Jia was a suspect. How did he manage to change his nationality and then openly run rampant in the East Sea? Are you blind? Min Thu slowly issued a threat. Do I need to report this to your superiors? Immediately after, Wei Yin, frightened, hurriedly fled from her sight, muttering as he went, Director, please take your time. Min Thu's face showed clear contempt as she murmured, that little brat dares to bring up such nonsense with me. It was then that Qingji broke into a joyful smile, running over to hug her and flatter her. The director is still the most formidable. Min Thu sternly tapped her on the head with her cane as a reminder, control your emotions. Do you want to lose control? Qingji sullenly whispered, it has been so many years, I need to breathe a little. Besides, I feel my mood has been much more stable lately. She didn't let up and loudly admonished Qingji, this is the most critical moment for you. You must control your emotions. Absolutely no carelessness. Left with no choice, she obediently nodded, I know. Qingji gasped in astonishment. So a world-class battle truly broke out on the Sea Emperor then? The entire polluted East Sea was stirred up by it? Was the world-class person Chang Mo? Perhaps his target was that ship from the very beginning. Min Thu pondered for a moment, then analyzed carefully. I don't know the specifics either, but according to the records, Chang Mo is not world-class. He has lived in East CC City since childhood, has annual health checks, and was still a normal person at the last examination, so it cannot be him. She suddenly made a sharp assertion. Then what stands behind him must be a world-class emotion entity. Qingji grew even more curious. If that's the case, what does that emotion entity want? Just to save Chang Mo, it dared to start a major war with the Sea Emperor? And if he has such powerful backing, why come to the Second Institute? Suddenly, she made a wild guess. Could the next target of that emotion entity be our Second Institute? The cane in Minthu's hand came down on her head once more. She sat down in front of the flower bed, angered. Look at the state of the flowers you've grown, hiding them in the corner like that, thinking I wouldn't notice? Qingji grumbled, Director, we're having a serious conversation. She simply closed her eyes to reassure her, don't worry, that world-class emotion entity is not at the Second Institute. If it were within this area, I would have detected it. On the other hand, Qingji lost patience, that Chang Mo definitely has ill intentions, we should have just handed him over earlier. Her hand gently lifted a withered branch as she slowly spoke, child, emotion entities are like plants. Some grow strong and healthy without external influence, but others need someone to support them, otherwise they cannot stand firm. Minthu continued with a sympathetic tone, the child is very pitiful, losing his parents early, having to work from a young age, and just as he made some progress, he was hunted by emotion entities. Oh, and that Liu Jia, he is the prime suspect in the murder of his mother. Her gaze turned distant as she analyzed quietly, it can't be such a coincidence. It's clearly been arranged. Many secret organizations or cults pick suitable people, especially those bearing great grudges like Chang Mo, helping them take revenge to buy their loyalty. Minthu let go of the plant pot and asserted with certainty, Chang Mo likely came to the Second Institute with some mission. But since he is a citizen of Daxia, we cannot abandon him. If he strays, we must guide him back. Scene shift to the East Sea City Emotion Entity Management Bureau. Wei Yin sat fuming in front of his computer screen, yelling, damn it, who the hell is she? The Bureau's internal network must have her file, let's see. His eyes suddenly widened when he saw the information on the screen. Wei Yin gnashed his teeth in anger. What is this? I don't have enough clearance. His phone screen lit up, the caller ID showing Miss Song. Wei Yin reported with a respectful demeanor, Miss Song, this matter will take more time to resolve. Don't say that, I can do it. I will definitely cooperate. The call was quickly disconnected. He slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Damn it. Scene shift to another location. Zhao Yan and Hui Hui were leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea. She suddenly smiled and made a request. Mr. Zhao, we will be troubling your other allied cult organization from now on. The higher-ups said that woman there is an eyesore, so we might as well speed up the plan and just raise the Second Institute to the ground. Hui Hui added expectantly, Chang Mo, we can just bring him back while we're at it. Zhao Yan's face contorted as he nodded, no problem. Scene shift, the next evening, Sector B of East Sea City No. 2 Psychiatric Hospital. In the hospital room, Chang Mo was focused on absorbing power from the suppression chains. Jia Li beside him exclaimed with satisfaction, not bad, your rational emotion power has increased significantly. Keep this up and soon you'll need the law. Hearing this, he questioned law? She quickly explained, the growth of each emotion entity requires different conditions. Absorbing and controlling power all have systematic methods. Otherwise, you'll lose control. The growth protocol designed for this special type of emotion entity is called the law. Jia Li thought for a moment and continued, you borrowed my power before to temporarily reach world class, but that wasn't power you could truly hold. To truly master powerful strength, you must follow the law, digest it step by step, and grow slowly. As she finished speaking, Chang Mo's neck suddenly made a sound as scales began to grow. His rational emotion power had accumulated too quickly. Without the law of reason, he would soon lose control. The air suddenly fell into silence. Chang Mo muttered in confusion, lose control. The law of rational emotion power, don't you know? Jia Li shook her head and waved her hand. I don't remember anymore, losing control. The law of rational emotion power, don't you know? I can't remember, those memories are gone. He tried to recall and then continued, when I borrowed your power before, I remember using anger to maintain the state. So, could I do the same thing again? She quickly replied, that's right, the most basic law of a rational emotion entity is to continuously experience other emotions at high intensity. But the anger you accumulated over the years is now depleted, and nothing particularly special has happened recently to cause an emotional stir, so that method won't work right now. Let's just rest for today. Just then, Zhou Yang's voice came from nearby, it's so late, why aren't you asleep? Xiao Jiaqi keeps kicking off the blanket. Chang Mo quickly nodded, couldn't sleep, so I'm just sitting for a while. He suddenly asked curiously, Sister Zhou, why haven't I seen the doctor today? She paused what she was doing and looked at him. The doctor was called to a meeting today, no idea what it's about, but he hasn't come back yet. He just remembered something and quickly asked as Zhou Yang's back was about to walk away, oh right, Sister Zhou, you're a normal person, how can you see emotion power? Zhou Yang didn't explain, just gave a cryptic smile. Just a few things happened in the past, but it's all over now. You should work hard too, difficulties will pass. Jia Li crossed her arms watching her leave, muttering to herself, behind that calm facade, who knows how much misfortune she's endured. She slowly added, in this world, seeing in itself is a kind of power. This kind of power, if it isn't based on status, like when you borrowed my power to see the truth of the world, then it requires both experience and luck. Missing even one piece isn't possible. After your mother's incident, you got lucky and caught a glimpse of a corner of the truth. Jia Li's tone carried a rare hint of emotion. So, if a normal person can see emotion power, it's highly likely that ability comes with misfortune. At the same time, if one sees too much without possessing status, that in itself is a form of misfortune. Chang Mo pressed his lips together and silently watched Zhou Yang's lonely figure. Suddenly, she turned around and held out an item to him. "Oh right, I looked at your file, this is for you." Chang Mo looked at the gift confused. "A necklace? Why are you giving me this?" Zhou Yang walked closer and said, "It's not just a necklace. Look here, try pressing it." Chang Mo's eyes widened as he pressed the button. She held up the necklace with a faint glow and said happily, "Actually, it's a little lamp. It's small, but I hope it can light up the darkness around you." A flicker of relief passed through him along with a helpless sigh. He silently thanked Sister Zhou. She stepped out the door and asked Xiaolin if the patient in room 12 had taken their medicine yet. Xiaolin promptly replied that they had. Jia Li playfully leaned in to tease Chang Mo, asking if he was touched by the nurse's care for him. He looked up at her, wondering what that meant. Jia Li sighed helplessly and said he was truly the embodiment of rational emotion, but living like that was very easy to lose control. Jai Qi suddenly screamed loudly and bolted upright from the bed. Seeing this, Chang Mo spoke up to ask if she was all right. Her sweat poured out like a stream, but she still managed to reassure him that it was just a nightmare. The screaming continued to echo from somewhere again. Xiaolin sighed tiredly and complained, "What was it now? Why couldn't anyone in the hospital stay asleep?" Just as she finished speaking, she was suddenly pushed backwards by a strong force accompanied by a loud explosion. Chang Mo's eyes widened in horror at the sudden situation. Jia Qi was also stunned, her mouth agape from the surprise. Xiaolin on the other side was busy chatting with the people behind her. She fell to the ground in pain, her arm falling down with her. Chang Mo couldn't believe it, wondering what on earth was happening. A terrifying thought surfaced that frightened him. It was as if the entire room had just been erased by someone. Xiaolin stared at the arm that had pushed her down, stammering as she called out for Sister Zhou. Tears welled up in her eyes, and unable to control her emotions, she called out her sister's name once more. In Xiaolin's mind, the image of the moment just now appeared clearer than ever. Zhou Yang had pushed her out of the danger zone at the cost of her own arm. Xiaolin cried out in pain and disbelief, "Sister Zhou." Before her eyes now stood the patient named Han Liang. He stepped out from the rubble amidst a loud, terrifying laugh. Immediately, the entity from Han Liang's body burst forth violently. Jia Li quickly reminded Chang Mo that this was an out-of-control happy emotion entity. It could decompose all matter, and he himself was the one who caused the explosion. Chang Mo's mouth hung open in shock at that terrifying power. Another explosion sounded violently. Dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. Everyone was frightened and holding their heads. As the flames just died down, the scene before Chang Mo gradually became clear. The hospital corridor was filled with patients in a state of loss of control, wandering everywhere. Xiaolin screamed in fear that the patients were out of control. She needed to call the security team immediately. Chang Mo immediately touched her to reassure her. His voice turned terrifying as he said he was afraid the security team couldn't protect them anymore with the gunfire and this abnormal loss of control situation at the second hospital. Chang Mo's assertion made Xiaolin's face stiffen. She repeated his words, "We're under attack." She slumped to the ground in despair, not knowing why it had come to this and where the director was. Xiaolin cried out helplessly in vain, searching for the director. Jia Li crossed her arms and remarked that she couldn't see that director. Following her gaze, the director's entity was fighting with all its might, extremely busy. A fiery red orb suddenly appeared in the air. The orb grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky of the hospital. Suddenly, it plunged straight into the city wall of the building with a terrifying impact force. Ninthu looked up at the high sky, recognizing it as the resentment thorn entity of hatred, and immediately asked if they were the Black Lotus cult. Zhao Yan spoke with sharp eyes, saying that the Black Lotus cult had been hidden for over 10 years, but she still remembered. He was the new cult leader in Donghai City, here today to take her life and level the second hospital. She coldly emanated killing intent, replying that his tone was too arrogant. In Ninthu's hands appeared vicious ropes, saying she would bind his emotion monster within the mind realm. Black energy emanated from her body. She declared she would use her true form to decide the victor. Ninthu's new form was revealed. She said that was the opponent's biggest mistake. The scene returned to the patient's ward. Chang Mo communicated through thought, asking Jia Li if the director was fighting a world-class enemy, and if their destructive power would level the second hospital and implicate them. Yi Li glanced at him and reassured him that both sides were intentionally concentrating their power into the mind realm to fight, so it wouldn't affect them, but currently he had no power at all, so he had to fend for himself. If he died, everyone would die with him. Beside him, Xiaolin spoke in a trembling, worried voice, not understanding why the director still hadn't come to save everyone. Seeing her attitude, Jia Qi became frightened and quickly advised her to stay calm and think of a way to calm the patients down. Xiaolin fell into a state of panic, screaming how she could stay calm when their emotional power would tear them to pieces. Finally, she knelt to the ground, uttering desperate words that they were all going to die. Chang Mo looked at the scene, only able to frown and sigh helplessly. Then he forcefully used his hands to snap the chains that were binding him. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground with determination. A giant hand slowly reached out in the silence. Chang Mo forcefully pressed the other person's head down. That person fell to the ground in front of everyone. Jia Qi's mouth hung open in shock at the scene just now. Shaolin stood there dumbfounded, not yet having closed her mouth. The atmosphere froze with awkwardness. He turned his head and urged the two not to stand there anymore, to leave immediately. Shaolin looked at Chang Mo with confusion and asked what he had just done, while Jiaqi marveled and praised him for being truly skilled. He looked back, calmly replying that he had only calmed them down, nothing major. She widened her eyes in astonishment, saying his emotional power could make someone losing control become calm, truly unbelievable. Jia Li leaned in to analyze that the joyful emotional entity could decompose all matter, posing a threat to him, so prioritizing taking down that man first was very clever. Chang Mo wondered if being able to decompose everything meant he was invincible. She replied that emotional power was not matter, he could completely block his attacks. Right then a sphere flew over, she shouted sternly, "Chang Mo, be careful." A violent explosion rang out, sending the whole group flying. Jia Qi panically called his name, while Shaolin was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. A figure suddenly appeared and frantically attacked them. The entire hallway at this moment was falling into greater chaos. The patients who had lost control charged into wild brawls. The melee was dizzying, no one could control the situation anymore. Right then a sphere flew over, one person opened their mouth wide, intending to swallow it whole. Fireballs continuously shot out, covering the entire space. Chang Mo looked up high, witnessing each sphere hurtling towards him. At that very moment, a massive explosion occurred. From it, a hand reached out and gripped a person's face tightly. That man stood high above, his cold eyes looking down below. The one who had been ferociously attacking finally fell before him. Chang Mo turned back to look at everyone, asking in a clear voice if they were all right. Jia Qi exclaimed with admiration, and Shaolin was in awe because he had not only subdued emotions but his defensive ability was also terrifying. Just what kind of emotional entity was he? Suddenly he sensed something was wrong. A black, viscous liquid dripped from the ceiling right next to Jia Qi. A patient who was frantically venting emotions approached. His eyes were vacant, his hands rubbing wildly over his face. She noticed and immediately shouted a warning that it was a sorrow emotional monster, one that could make everything sink. He usually did not move. As long as they did not provoke him, they would be fine. Jia Li also reminded him that his resistance to sadness was not high. Do not get that black liquid on him. Maybe he was infected by Hao Donghai but was still weak. Nothing to worry about. Hurry up and go. At the same time, Jia Qi unexpectedly stepped down from the hospital bed. She praised him for being truly calm and said it was lucky he was there. Chang Mo casually replied that he was actually very worried but no one noticed. She laughed with amusement, asking how he could still be in the mood to joke. He seriously said he was not joking. Suddenly Jia Qi remembered something. That's right, Chenju had not come out yet. He glanced towards the rubble upon hearing that. Afterwards, Chang Mo's voice lowered, saying it was likely hard to survive. Shaolin could not hold back her tears, sobbing that everything was fine just a moment ago. Why did Sister Chu and Chenju have to leave like this so suddenly? Jia Qi immediately rushed over and grabbed her shoulders, saying in a stern voice to calm down. Surviving was the most important thing now. With Chang Mo here, everything would be fine. At that moment, Chenju suddenly stepped out from a hidden corner, calmly saying with a friend like him, they were sure to survive. Jia Qi was startled and asked where he had come from. He smiled wryly, saying he had slipped off the bed and curled up in the corner listening to the explosions. Now stop talking, let's run. The four of them then ran headlong outside together. Suddenly Chang Mo turned back to ask Shaolin if she had Dr. Lu's number. She stammered that she did. Shaolin called anxiously but to no avail. There was no signal. She cried out in disbelief. How could this be? His eyes sharpened. He deduced there might be signal jamming devices. The gunshots had also ceased completely. The security team had probably been dealt with long ago. At that moment Jia Qi stopped, panting heavily and saying running was too tiring. She could not take it anymore. Shaolin also nodded, wanting to rest for a bit, then asked why the other two were not tired. Chang Mo glanced at Jia Li, thinking that lately he had been exercising heavily without getting out of breath, or maybe it was because he had become an emotional entity. Jia Li obediently analyzed that each type would have different changes. The power of dissociation helped increase body control, so his physical stamina was noticeably better. Chang Mo turned to Chenju and asked how he felt. Chenju calmly said it was probably due to his naturally good physique or the influence of his emotional power. Jia Qi wiped the sweat from her forehead, guessing the gunshots might have leaked out to the examination area. Maybe someone had called the police, or perhaps they should find a place to hide first. She wiped her sweat with her hand, recounting that at night the whole hospital was almost empty. Only Area B had people because everyone trusted the director. She asserted they had to go find the director. He used a steady voice to analyze that finding the director was useless. If he had not come after so long, he must have been blocked. Hospital number 2 was already remote and was now an isolated island. The enemy had prepared meticulously, so they had to find a way to escape first. Chenju naively wondered that the entire Area B only had one director as an emotional entity, which was truly dangerous. Shaolin retorted that the doctors and head nurse were also also very skilled, it was just that the doctor was not present today. Right then she suddenly remembered, that's right, the head nurse, she would definitely protect them. Chang Mo's expression darkened upon hearing this. He asked again if she was the one who rarely appeared, then asked how powerful the doctor and she were. Behind them, another patient who had lost control appeared. He merely extended a single hand, enough to block the attack. That man fell again, right in front of Chang Mo. In that moment, Xiaolin suddenly recognized the person. She hurriedly ran to the side, softly calling out, "Sister." Tears streamed down her cheeks. She trembled, crying out in pain that she was no longer breathing. Jiaqi also stood frozen before the scene. Chenju's eyes were wide open, stunned into silence. As for Chang Mo, he fell into a long silence. After a moment, he lowered his head in deep thought, wondering how the enemy had managed to make so many patients lose control all at once like this. Xiaolin replied helplessly, "I have no idea either. They all took their medication on time." She calmly explained that this batch of medication was like the chains that had once bound him, all designed to suppress emotions, so it was difficult for the patients to suddenly lose control on their own. Chang Mo was startled, quickly realizing the key point lay in the timing of the medication. Perhaps the drugs had been tampered with, and because the administration times were the same, the outbreaks occurred simultaneously. Xiaolin turned back, her voice full of certainty, saying the medication had been inspected very strictly. Moreover, to make different emotional types lose control, a specific remedy would be needed for each type. Jiaqi listened in confusion. What did she mean by a specific remedy? Her gaze dropped as she explained that they would need to administer anger-inducing drugs to the anger type and joy-inducing drugs to the joy type. Only then would they lose control due to the surging power. Xiaolin recalled the procedure. The medication was sorted and labeled by the head nurse before being given to the nurses of each ward to distribute to the patients. The enemy could not infiltrate that process. Mid-sentence, she suddenly paused, her eyes widening in shock. Her voice trembled violently. No way. Could it be the head nurse? The man behind her spoke coldly, saying that seemed to be the only explanation left. The head nurse was the traitor. Chang Mo analyzed that she had colluded with outsiders, distributing medication that caused the patients to lose control and fall ill all at once. His voice echoed down the hallway. This also explained why the three of them were still safe. Because they were emotional types that had never been recorded, she had no way to act against them. Let's go. We need to be wary of the head nurse now. Outside, the clear sky was adorned with twinkling stars. The group rushed forward quickly, the emergency exit already in sight. Ahead of them was the flickering light of faith and hope. Suddenly, the footsteps of everyone came to a halt. Above their heads, a figure dressed as a nurse was hovering in midair. Her face exuded a terrifying aura, her eyes lifeless and vacant. Jiaqi was frightened, thinking this was the head nurse, but how could she fly? Could it be that she wanted to attack them? Xiaolin gritted her teeth, her gaze full of resentment. She shouted, questioning the head nurse as to why she had betrayed the institute, why she had caused Sister Chu and Mai to die, and whether those things meant nothing to her. She asked in rapid succession, demanding that the head nurse answer her. Suddenly, Jiaqi noticed something strange. She did not seem to be flying on her own, but was being suspended by something attached to her body. Chang Mo, who had been silent, finally spoke up, saying that everyone had not noticed it. The head nurse was not flying, but was being pierced by blood-red thorns and hung suspended in midair. The head nurse's entire body was covered in glowing red threads of blood. Finally, he concluded that she had died a long time ago. Xiaolin was stunned, unable to believe it. She thought to herself that she must have been silenced. Suddenly, Chang Mo saw a hand floating in the void. He instinctively froze, a sense of shock rising in his heart. Countless figures fell from the sky to the ground. The entire space was enveloped in a gloomy, mysterious red. Chang Mo was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. A mysterious voice rang out, saying that Chang Mo had finally appeared. Immediately, red threads appeared, surrounding him in an empty, cold room. His eyes were full of vigilance as drops of red liquid splattered everywhere. His eyes held a hint of caution. He glanced to the side and silently assessed the current situation. In the depths of Chang Mo's eyes, a figure gradually appeared, catching him by surprise. Immediately after, he swung his hand back, creating a surge of power that swept rapidly through the space. That surge of power gathered into a large mass in the middle of the room. Next, a dark, evil power appeared, surrounding the mass of energy. At this moment, Elder Liu smiled smugly, commenting that this guy was nothing special. He only knew how to panic and use his abilities recklessly when attacked suddenly, which was truly disappointing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he noticed something behind him. In the sky, streams of blue light appeared, emanating from the source of that power. Just a few seconds later, a puzzled voice echoed in the empty room, saying that the man had disappeared. Elder Liu lowered his head, put his hands in his pockets, and smiled, realizing that he had used the fire as a trick to distract and escape. Quick reaction, but he bared his teeth in a triumphant sneer and declared that he could not escape. Outside a building in the dead of night, men were hanging in midair. In a corner, Chang Mo and a group of people were pressed against the wall, panting heavily from exhaustion. Shaolin leaned against the wall, looking at him with confusion, asking why he had suddenly pulled everyone back here. Upon hearing this, he suddenly noticed something. At the same time, Jiaqi spoke up, saying she had seen sharp red thorns on Changmo's body. Shaolin was surprised she couldn't see anything, but Changmo only reassured her that he was fine. Jia Li smirked, turning to compliment Jiaqi for being able to see the sharp thorns, perhaps due to her special emotional ability. As for Shaolin, she had almost seen nothing. She turned to look at Chenju, commenting that it was strange that even she couldn't understand what state he was in. Changmo quietly looked inside through the glass window, silently judging that he should deal with the immediate matter first. He couldn't see where these sharp thorns had come from at all. His hand clenched, shattering the sharp thorns, but his train of thought didn't stop. He wondered why they disappeared completely when he pulled them out. On the door next to him, a red branch with sharp thorns was blocking the entrance. What was more worrying was that he didn't know when Zone B had become surrounded by blood-red thorn bushes. Chang Mo placed his hand on the window glass, carefully observing the inside. He gradually raised his hand a little higher to try to probe the situation. Shaolin saw Chang Mo's action and leaned in, quietly asking what he was doing. He told himself that perhaps he was overthinking things. But just a second later, Chang Mo's hand was filled with the sharp thorns from the branch from before. He crouched down, holding his arm while Jiaqi worriedly asked if he was okay. Chang Mo silently pulled out each thorn, silently noting that he really couldn't stand near these thorns. Otherwise, after a while, the body would be covered in blood-red thorns. This time, it was even more serious than before. He wondered what this thing was. Jia Li, standing nearby, suddenly replied that she remembered it seemed to be the emotional power of resentment, but she wasn't sure of the specifics because she had amnesia. Hearing this, Chang Mo's face became helpless, not knowing what to say. She continued to mutter that he should not believe her, then said to forget it, since now was not the time to talk about that. Jia Qi looked at him for a moment and wondered why Chang Mo wasn't saying anything. Xiao Lin, standing beside her, said that the report noted he was suspected of having schizophrenia and wondered if his condition had flared up again. Chang Mo's response surprised both girls. He calmly analyzed that the massive blood-red thorn bushes surrounding Zone B were the power of the emotion of resentment. As long as the thorns saw you for about 5 or 6 seconds, your body would be covered in sharp thorns until you died, and he had just experienced this exact scene. Suddenly, a look of fear appeared in her eyes. Xiao Lin was stunned as she suddenly remembered an important piece of information, realizing that they were from the Black Lotus sect. The other three were surprised and asked in unison what the Black Lotus sect was. She tremblingly recounted that within the institute there were internal documents about the factions of emotion users. The Black Lotus sect was a cult that, over 10 years ago, had destroyed Donghai City and caused emotion users of sorrow to lose control. They are all resentment emotion users, and their power manifests as blood-red thorn bushes. After hearing this, a look of contemplation crossed Changmo's eyes, thinking that it was they who caused Donghai to be dyed black. Jia Li ran her hand through her hair, saying that the Black Lotus sect and the resentment emotion users seemed to have some important connection that she couldn't remember. Her amnesia was truly troublesome. Suddenly, sharp thorns flew in from nowhere and embedded themselves firmly into Changmo's body. He was stunned for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening. He questioned himself, saying that the thorns hadn't seen him, so why was he the only one hit from the start? From afar, another sharp thorn continued to fly straight ahead. Jia Li's eyes were now vacant, staring intently at the thing flying towards her. A round mass with a strange form was rushing rapidly forward. She pointed in one direction and shouted a loud warning. I had already seen it. It was that direction. Chang Mo reached his hand forward, beginning to channel his power, summoning flames. The power engulfed an entire area, nearly obscuring a faintly visible red object. Just as he stopped, Chang Mo looked up and asked if he had seemingly burned something, wondering what it was. Jia Li coldly explained that it might be an eye condensed from the enemy's emotional power. Its stealth was so high that he could barely see it. The enemy could also see him through this eye, and Chang Mo's body was now covered in glowing red spikes. He kept using magic to burn that object, but Jia Li's voice continued to instruct that there were more on the other side. Dust filled the room. Teshu Lam ducked to avoid it while shouting at Chang Mo, asking why he kept burning things like that. She paused as she gradually realized something was wrong. Could it be that even he was losing control? Someone reminded Tiu Lam to look at Chang Mo. The spikes on his body were increasing. He was being attacked. Despite the increasing number of spikes appearing on his body, he stubbornly continued using fire to counterattack that object. Chang Mo's entire body began to dodge in midair. Suddenly, a section of the wall cracked and broke, and his whole body shot through the air. His figure at this moment was gradually being drawn into a black vortex. Elsewhere, Elder Liu calmly observed and commented, surprised that this person could see my eyes of resentment, but unfortunately, my eyes are many. A look of excitement appeared in his eyes. He declared that this was the power of resentment. He could struggle, resist, flee, but in the end, there would only be one result. The spikes on Chang Mo's body grew more numerous, and to Elder Liu at this moment, this was like being tied up and waiting for capture. At this point, he was gradually collapsing, his whole body kneeling down, unable to hold on any longer. Then his entire body slammed hard onto the ground, causing the people around to panic and rush over, shouting his name, Chang Mo. In the dark night, men hung suspended in midair, and inside the room, everyone seemed to have fallen, all sinking into silence. Chang Mo was now sprawled on the ground with spikes embedded deep into his body. Jiaqi lowered her head, sobbing, and asked who it was who was attacking them. She looked up to the sky and screamed, "Who is it?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, Jiaqi looked up at the sky and stared intently. Her face was dazed as she stammered, "I see them, so many." Before everyone's bewildered expressions, she continued to speak, "So many red eyes." Those red eyes were constantly flying around, silently watching their group. Looking around the whole room, those eyes were everywhere. Not only that, from outside the room, there were always many eyes staring inside through the window frame. Jiaqi tears had stopped falling, but her eyes were still glazed over. She leaned back against the corner of the wall, holding her head and screaming in fear. Seeing this, Tialam called out in panic and made a judgment. "Jiaqi, are you okay? Could it be that you're also getting sick?" Her eyes widened in confusion. "Why is it like this? Chang Mo is the same. Jiaqi is the same. There's nothing at all, right? You're just getting sick, seeing hallucinations. Definitely that. It must be that." Jia Li remained calm, standing by with a smile, and spoke up, not expecting Jiaqi to have seen those eyes, but it's of no use, everything is over. On this side, Chang Mo had slowly opened his eyes, and thoughts began to surface in his mind. These spikes are truly miraculous. Apart from me, they have no effect on anything else. The floor, the clothes all have no interaction with these spikes. If I didn't truly feel the pain and couldn't move, I would have really thought it was a hallucination. I really can't take it anymore. Do you have any other way? Jia Li floated, her feet kicking the ground as she honestly replied, "That's it. I'm not lying to you. My power ran out at sea." Chang Mo glanced at her, noticing something unusual, but she didn't seem worried at all. "If I die, wouldn't it affect you?" Jia Li closed her eyes tightly, a gentle smile on her lips as she retorted, "No, if you die, I die too, but worrying doesn't help." She placed Chang Mo's head on her lap, reassuring him that no matter what his final outcome was, she would always be by his side. But just a second later, his face was pressed hard against the floor again. Suddenly, Chang Mo gave an order that took everyone by surprise. "Jiaqi, Sister Tiolam, Chenju, everyone, go now." Ignoring the spikes still attached to his body, he continued to analyze. "I guessed from the start that the enemy's target was me. The spikes on my body are no longer growing. The enemy doesn't intend to kill me, just to incapacitate me. They want to capture me alive." Everyone snapped back to their senses, ready to wait for Chang Mo's arrangements. As long as you don't hinder him, escaping might grant you survival. Jiaqi's eyes widened as she realized that indeed, from the start, only Chang Mo had grown spikes, but she hesitated because she had to run away on her own. As soon as Tialam heard this, she repeated the phrase again, "Run away on your own." Those words kept repeating in her head without stopping, right? I have to run away on my own. Then suddenly, Tiolam held her head and screamed loudly, "I can't. Who can save us?" Jiaqi took in all of Tiolam's actions, calling softly, "Sister Tiolam." On the contrary, Chenju stood up straight and took a few steps forward, drawing all of her attention to him. He helped Chang Mo to his feet, trying to drag them both out step by step. Jiaqi asked in surprise, "Chenju, what are you doing?" He replied as he walked, taking Chang Mo away. She fearfully warned them both, "Don't. The surroundings are full of those eyes now. Those eyes have seen us. At any moment they can make spikes grow on our bodies. It's just that the enemy's target is Chang Mo, so we're fine. If we take Chang Mo away, the enemy's next target will be us." In the middle of the room, Jiaqi collapsed weakly and replied, "We can't escape anymore." Chenju just looked over with a dull expression. Then he both reassured and urged, "Be optimistic. You won't know if it works unless you try." All the actions at this moment were being drawn into a black vortex. Elder Liu, annoyed that things weren't going as planned, began to curse. "These people who get in the way are so hateful. Unfortunately, the sect leader ordered me to try not to kill these patients and nurses, just seal off Zone B, create chaos, and finally wait for the sect leader to kill the director, then lead Chang Mo to retreat." Suddenly, he pressed his lips together in silence, saying nothing more. Immediately after, Elder Liu burst into delighted laughter with glowing eyes. "Decision made. Just kill these 3 people. It should be fine, right?" He silently observed everything and then spoke smugly, saying it was their fault for trying to oppose him. Suddenly, everything turned upside down. Where Elder Liu stood, there was only a pitch-black void left. He was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. Elder Liu gritted his teeth, wondering what was happening. The red eyes used for surveillance had been completely destroyed. Back in the night sky, clear and quiet without a single cloud, Jiaqi and her teammates were fleeing outside while looking back at the places they had just passed. Their surroundings were now covered in thick smoke and dust and fiercely burning flames. From an observation point, a voice noted that the patient had lost control. Surely they were still inside the room. Jiaqi shouted to the group that the red eyes had disappeared because they were destroyed by the patient's power from earlier. Under her guidance, the whole group ran straight in one direction. "This way, hurry up and run." Lying on Chenju's back, Chang Mo asked Xiaolin about the chains that were previously used to bind him. Xiaolin answered while running. They were on the second floor. He decided to go there and she led the way. Jia Li, flying behind Chang Mo, spoke up in praise. "That's a good idea. Absorbing the rational power from the iron chains, you will recover and be able to move." Jiaqi halted mid-run, her eyes widening in alert because she detected something unusual. She quickly ran ahead to guide the way. "There are red eyes ahead at the left turn. We go right." As the group ran ahead, Two pairs of red eyes were already chasing closely behind them. Jia Li, flying along, kept marveling. Jia Qi is really good. Her vision can penetrate obstacles. Truly an emotional power with eyes as its symbol. But right after the praise, a new incident occurred that made Jia Qi's eyes widen as she cried out, "We're doomed." She warned the group, "Red eyes have appeared both ahead and behind. We have no way out. The eyes behind are getting closer, and those ahead are tightening their encirclement." Jia Qi's face was now pale from extreme fear. Xiaolin nearby was equally worried. She raised her hand intending to shield the front. Chen Ju, who was carrying Chang Mo, could only stare wide-eyed, not knowing how to deal with it. Suddenly, from both sides, two fierce streams of fire erupted, sweeping away the red eyes in an instant. While black smoke still hung in the air, Xiaolin clenched her hands and stammered, asking what had just happened. Jia Qi quickly explained that the patient's attack had coincidentally destroyed those red eyes. Chen Ju spoke up joyfully, "See, you have to be optimistic. Every time I think like this, things turn out fine." Right after that statement, everyone simultaneously turned to look at him. Then a reminder slipped out. "Chen Ju, could your emotional power be luck?" The night sky was pitch black, making it hard to see anything. Several figures were still hovering around the area searching. The eye checked a corner of a ruined room, only to see Liu Jia's emotion monster report, "No one here." It checked another corner, only to find some old broken tables and chairs, still not finding what it sought, so it had to report, "Nothing here." It continued out to the hallway to check but still couldn't find anything. Everywhere was completely empty. Elder Liu trembled with anger. Damn these troublesome patients. Where on earth have they hidden themselves? The hallway remained silent. Nothing unusual in sight. But right directly below the scanning eye were four people. Chang Mo, Chen Ju, Jia Qi, and Xiaolin holding their breath. That eerie eye continued to move from the wall down to the floor. Xiaolin whispered very softly into the ear of the person beside her, "It's amazing. This eye can't see us." Jia Qi smiled faintly. But before they could celebrate, the eye suddenly turned back, startling all four of them. The nurse whimpered in fear, hopelessly pleading with those around her, "We're doomed. It's about to see us. Think of something quick." But at that moment, an object flew past in front of them, surprising everyone. Liu Jia's emotion monster roared in their direction, but a rock suddenly fell and hit its head, causing it intense pain with no time to dodge. The monster tumbled to the ground, leaving the four people utterly bewildered. Xiaolin led the group towards the door and said, "All right, ahead is the equipment room." But as soon as she touched the door, she unexpectedly discovered something terrible. She turned back, trembling, and told everyone, "Oh no, I didn't bring the key." But the wall surrounding the door began to make cracking and breaking sounds. The door collapsed, making all four of them jump back in shock. Four blank faces couldn't comprehend why the door had fallen at that exact moment. Outside, the mystical night with sparkling stars created an eerily quiet atmosphere. Chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around Chang Mo's wrists, the look behind his glasses unreadable. His eyes were tightly shut, enigmatic, his brows furrowed deeply. A second later, his eyes slightly opened, deep and fathomless. His face suddenly turned strangely cold, his gaze emitting a faint, hazy blue light. Jia Li, standing beside him, praised, "Not bad. After enduring the torment of hatred power, now you can absorb more rational power." But strangely, only he could see this mysterious girl. Xiaolin, still not understanding anything, marveled, "It's amazing. You can absorb power from iron chains. What kind of emotional power is this?" He answered succinctly, "I'm not sure myself." Jia Qi asked, "What do we do next?" He answered, "Let me think for a moment." He glanced at Jia Li, starting to calculate, "If I kill the one who ambushed us, will the thorns outside disappear?" She answered immediately, "Yes." He asked again, "Then how far is the distance between me and him?" She closed her eyes and gently explained that the distance between him and the attacker was quite significant. This person, though not yet reaching world level, is still not someone he could match. The whole world divides emotional body power into 6 levels. A power scale had been established. Those patients were level 1. Liu Jia reached level 2. The glasses-wearing man on the boat earlier was level 3. As for this attacker, he was almost touching level 4. World level is level 6. She explained his position. Actually, he hadn't even reached level 2. He managed to take down Liu Jia thanks to his extremely strong resistance to wrath. Outside, those terrifying vines began to coil around everything. But there is good news based on what I see. The vines surrounding this Zone B are his emotion monster, containing an immense amount of power. The attacker has poured about 95% of his strength into it. The image of a pitiful person lying in a pool of blood appeared. In other words, his physical human body is extremely weak right now. If you strike suddenly, maybe you really can take him down. Suddenly, Chang Mo became dazed, which made Jia Li extremely puzzled. She looked at him and asked, "What? Your face is full of doubt. You do not trust my judgment?" He pondered for a moment, then replied, "That is right, because there is one thing I have never understood. Do you remember you said the director is confronting a world-class enemy, which means you can sense the director's condition, correct?" Jia Li confirmed. "That is right. Why do you ask?" He explained that because her rank was high, she could sense things he could not, and that was true. The memories of the previous battle made him wonder, a person with such a high rank like her, why had she not detected the out-of-control patient and the attack of the blood-colored thorns? That should have been very simple for her. Therefore, Chang Mo directly asked Jia Li, "Can I truly trust your judgment?" She merely smiled faintly, a smile full of hidden meaning. Jia Li remarked. You are indeed perceptive. Remember I said in the world of emotions, seeing is an important ability. She continued to explain, usually, the higher the rank, the deeper the understanding of the essence, the more one sees. Sensing, actually, is also a form of seeing. She closed her eyes and said, but in some special cases, the higher the rank, the less one sees. For example, when the view is obscured. Seeing that he was still puzzled, she had to say, let me give you an example. She used a metaphor. Dinosaurs are much stronger than insects, but they will never notice the bug under the leaf at their feet. Applying this to the hospital incident, she explained, the matter of the out-of-control patient or the hatred emotion is too trivial for me. If it does not appear right before my eyes, I cannot know their state. But the director is different. Because he is at the world level, I can hardly ignore him. She returned to the natural example. Like the sound of rustling trees, roars, or scents, all of these help dinosaurs judge the state of their kin around them. Returning to the present, she said, of course, world-level entities can use techniques to sense even the smallest things within a certain range. Before, the director used this technique to protect the Second Institute. Jia Li looked at him intently. But the current me, my power is almost completely lost and I have lost many memories, so I cannot do it. Do you understand? He nodded. Ah, I see. I thought you had some ulterior motive to deceive me. Hearing this, she laughed happily. Relax. I have seen with my own eyes the hatred emotion blocking the sick ward. Although I do not remember his abilities clearly, just by looking I can guess his level. On this side, Lam did not understand why he stood still for so long, thinking to himself, indeed Changmo's mind has problems. Suddenly he spoke up. I have thought it over. We must kill the hatred emotion that attacked us. The group was panicked. The three of them gaped and asked in unison, we are going to kill someone? With a determined gaze, he affirmed, that is right. Only by killing him can we escape. I will make the move then. Lam shouted, oh my god, Changmo's nerves really are messed up. He continued to speak to Jiaiqi. Can you use your emotional power to find where he is hiding? She quickly agreed. Let me try. Jiaiqi closed her eyes, concentrating on locating the one who had ambushed them. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, staring straight ahead as if she had the answer. She pointed out loudly, I see him. He is in the surveillance room. Indeed, a figure in a black robe was panting heavily there. He cursed angrily. Damn it! Where the hell did they run off to? I have searched everywhere but cannot find them. Just as he finished speaking, Changmo unexpectedly passed through the wall, appearing right behind him, catching him off guard. Old Master Liu was extremely terrified, his mouth agape, unable to speak. As for Changmo, he stood there, his gaze cold and sharp, staring intently at his target. Blood suddenly splattered. Taking advantage of him still being dazed, he drove his sharp, power-enhanced hand straight through his shoulder, causing blood to flow. The enemy gritted his teeth, thinking, since when did this kid? He observed the wound just inflicted, quietly assessing. He dodged, missed the heart, he will not die. From his body, thorny vines red as blood immediately sprouted. The surrounding space was shrouded in a thick haze of dust after the clash. Suddenly, Old Master Liu disappeared, leaving only a few bizarre vines stretching out towards him. He looked at the scene before him, thinking, transforming into vines to escape, he can even do that? The blood vines quickly clung to the edge of the door, slithering away as fast as the wind. Reaching a position he deemed safe, he lowered his head, one hand clutching his recent wound. Old Master Liu gritted his teeth in hatred. Brat, I don't know how you found my location, but I don't need to risk my life against you. Just let me lay eyes on you, and I'll have my ways to torment you. A bizarre eye helped him track him. What's the use of running now? I won't let you escape this time. He was running at full speed when suddenly sharp thorns sprouted all over his body. His body trembled slightly, looking at the strange cluster of thorns growing out with a confused expression. His footsteps suddenly stopped. That bizarre eye persistently followed his every move. Seeing this, he laughed savagely. What's the use of running now? I won't spare you this time. But the strange, glowing red eye clung tightly to him, not letting go. Meanwhile, he ran while enduring the sharp thorns that grew more and more numerous. Not giving up, the eye, blazing red like a fireball, continued to dart rapidly along the corridor. As for Chang Mo, he kept running, enduring the sharp thorns pricking him all over. He quickly activated his power, and those thorns immediately disappeared without a trace. With a crash, he smashed through the wall right behind Old Master Liu, causing him to turn around in a panic. He gritted his teeth, thinking nervously, didn't notice it before, the brat is charging straight towards the room I'm in. He raised his fist towards him and shouted in challenge, you really think I'm afraid of you? The sharp thorns that had just vanished suddenly reappeared, something even he did not expect. The mass of thorns quickly bound together, hoisting Chang Mo up high, suspending him several meters above the ground. A large thorn suddenly grew out of his mouth, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Old Master Liu saw this and remarked, I must say you are quite tough, being attacked by thorns so many times and still able to move. However, he shifted his body slightly, and a long whip made of sharp thorns appeared in his hand. He said loudly, this is the end of the road. Old Master Liu swung the whip repeatedly at him, shouting as he whipped, enjoy the power of hatred. Looking at Chang Mo curling up to endure the blows, he sneered, once struck by this whip, your pain will continuously stack, and your injuries will keep multiplying. His anger grew more and more uncontrollable. It would have been better if you had submitted obediently, but now I must make you taste some suffering. Don't worry, you won't die, but you will suffer 100 times more than death. Outside, the night remained silent as if nothing had happened. But inside, Chang Mo was being tortured mercilessly, blood staining his entire body in an extremely tragic scene. Ha Jia, the elder of the Liu faction, finally stopped, and rightly so, after taking that many hits. A giant thorn sprouted from his mouth, with thousands of small barbs covering his body, leaving him riddled with wounds. Jia Li leaned in and whispered, how pitiful. The opponent had probably only used less than a tenth of his power. But she suddenly cut in softly, however. She saw through his weakness, discovering that he was wrapped in chains all over, and whenever he got hurt, he would draw power from the chains to heal himself. Quite scheming indeed. Seeing him stir slightly, she continued, after those rounds of beating, his body had grown accustomed to this level of hatred-based power, so counterattack. As soon as she finished speaking, the sharp thorns on his body shattered one by one, and Chang Mo's gaze turned sharp. He spread his arms wide, an invisible pressure breaking the thorn restraints holding him, leaving Elder Liu speechless and frozen. He never expected things to go this far, grinding his teeth in frustration. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing in on his opponent, ready to unleash a decisive blow. His gaze locked straight ahead, his hand transforming into a sharp object that shot toward the target. The old man panicked, unable to react in time, just standing there to take the hit. The pressure from his strike nearly turned the surrounding space upside down. He closed in head-on against Elder Liu's thorn whip, the two soaring into the air, unleashing a flurry of techniques. His enhanced fist slammed directly into the old man's thorn-wrapped fist. After a moment, the old man worriedly wondered, how could this guy's emotional power show no sign of weakening? Even with thorns piercing his entire body, he could still fight back, the old man's attack effectiveness steadily decreasing as if his defense was rising. The old man ground his teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. Elder Liu flew up, determined to take this brat's life, thinking, whatever your emotional power is, I don't need to face you head-on. He manipulated the thorns to surround him and calculated, every direction is mine now, you can't stop me. Just suffer the torture until you die. But suddenly, the thorns were blocked by a surge of Chang Mo's power. That collision quickly gave rise to a stream of pitch-black water. Then it exploded, shooting out sparks and blinding light. The sharp thorns seemed to touch a protective barrier and instantly shattered. He kept striking toward the surrounding Elder Liu, while simultaneously sending him flying backward in a miserable tumble. The old man thought black water, fire, and decomposition are the emotional powers of the patients, attacking all at once, perfectly cutting off my retreat, a coincidence too hard to believe. The image of Han Liang flashed through his mind. No, they aren't out of control. There are no emotion monsters on their heads. What is going on here? Chang Mo ignored those thoughts and decisively slashed across the opponent's throat. A small round object flew off, rolling across the cold tiled floor. Han Liang stood nearby, looking at the headless corpse with excitement, blood splattering wildly, debris piled in chaos. Han Liang raised both hands to the sky with a beaming smile. We did it. Another patient looked terrified. We've killed someone. But Han Liang remained unshaken, truly admirable. Jia Qi shouted excitedly through the radio, you guys actually took down the boss, Chang Mo. How did you come up with that plan? Waken the patients to help out. Chang Mo simply replied, at that time, Chen Ju at the supply room happened to see the radio equipment. The image of Chen Ju sitting and staring at a cardboard box in the supply room flashed through his mind. Jia Qi knelt on the ground, listening intently to the sound from the radio. Her contribution was the greatest. Thanks to her using her sight ability to direct us, we succeeded. She blushed and laughed it off. You flatter me. Zhao Li bent down to examine the fallen body. You guys got lucky. This one never withdrew his power even in death. Otherwise rushing in would have meant certain death. Guess that's dying without using his final move. Chang Mo, what do we do next? Chang Mo leaned against the wall, his tone indifferent. The thorny brambles outside are starting to disappear. Let's regroup and get out of here. The danger isn't over yet. The director is surely still fighting the enemy, and who knows what's still out there. Jia Qi was excited. There are still enemies. Then what do we do? Chang Mo continued, recalling the image of a frantic Shaolin clutching a phone. The second hospital's communication signal had been jammed, so no calls could get through earlier. Chang Mo outlined the next plan for everyone. We need to get out of the jam zone first. He reminded them to find a way to contact Qing Jie, then call Dr. Lu. The enemy striking while Dr. Lu is away is surely no coincidence. So, only when Dr. Lu returns can we break the deadlock. Jia Qi nodded in agreement. We'll head down right now. As everyone was about to leave the room, a voice rang out. Damn it. Chang Mo's expression shifted, glancing toward the source of the voice. A sinister, terrifying aura began to emanate from the corpse, spreading outward. This is all your fault, you damn bastards. A blood-red energy started leaking out of the building again. How dare you treat me like this? The words grew more resentful. A bunch of lowly ants, daring to treat me like this. Elder Liu's face was twisted with fury and hatred. Even in death, I won't let you go. He was completely bound by red threads, his entire body seemingly transforming into those very threads. The red threads covered in thorns slowly moved toward Chang Mo's group. They lunged rapidly to attack, everyone scattering in chaos, screams filling the room. Run, is this a nightmare? We're done for, we're finished, shut up. Chang Mo couldn't help but wonder, didn't he die already? Why can he still attack? Jia Li beside him remained calm. If I remember right, he's definitely dead. This might be the ability of a hatred emotion entity. Now he's gathered all his power, we can't match him. Right at the nearby corner, Jiaqi's group had just managed to run down. They stopped dead for a second. The red thorn threads were still charging in to attack. Everyone was in an uproar. Don't just stand there. Run. What's going on? Didn't we kill him? No time to explain. Just run. So the three of them merged back into the crowd, following the momentum and running headlong. One man had finally lost all patience, his face contorted. His entire body burst into flames as he madly charged toward Elder Liu. Enough, you won't let go, will you? A massive blaze erupted from his body, and he roared, "You really think I'm afraid of you?" Everyone stared at him in utter terror. Run, big brother, please don't. The red thorn threads latched onto him, blood bursting out and splattering everywhere. Another patient was pale-faced, his eyes frantic and speechless, unable to believe things had come to this. He sat slumped in his friend's blood, holding his head in his hands in despair. But Elder Liu still had no intention of stopping. He continued to charge forward, attacking everyone. Jiaqi ran while looking back with worry, urging everyone to run quickly, unable to care for anyone else anymore. Xiaolin lagged behind, panting heavily, her voice breaking, unable to run any further. Jiaqi turned back to encourage her. "Sister Xiaolin, hang in there." Jia Li watched Xiaolin's figure. A few red thorn vines were already clinging close behind her. She knew time could not be wasted. She had to keep the nurse's phone, for it was their only hope of survival. Xiaolin felt her legs go weak, as if they were about to give way. She stumbled to the ground, and Jiaqi ahead of her froze and turned back. The massive red thorn vines were still viciously chasing close behind. Jiaqi turned back in a panic, crying out, "Sister Xiaolin." Jia Li told Chang Mo that if Xiaolin died, they wouldn't get the phone. He had to act fast. Chang Mo rushed forward quickly, and Jiaqi behind him also called his name loudly. Xiaolin stared in shock at the vines slowly encircling her, her mouth stammering in fear. She didn't want to die. Her eyes widened in terror, her voice pleading in vain, "Chang Mo, save me." Chenju looked at Chang Mo worriedly, reminding him that he couldn't save her. Chenju's voice echoed as a reminder, "Don't sacrifice another life in vain." In the depths of Xiaolin's eyes, the image of Chang Mo reaching out for her appeared. A flood of her daily memories suddenly resurfaced. A clear tear welled up at the corner of her eye. The images of Chenju, Chang Mo, Xin Liang, and even Jiaqi flashed through her mind one by one. Chang Mo's arm reached out into the air as if touching something. He still threw himself forward with all his might. His jaw was clenched tight, his face showing clear strain. Xiaolin held the phone out towards him, her face calmer now. "Chang Mo, take the phone quickly." She struggled to continue, telling him not to worry about her, to call the doctor back for help, his eyes wide with shock. Chang Mo's arm reached out towards Xiaolin, and she also strained to push the phone towards him. Their hands were slowly drawing closer to each other. Suddenly, Chang Mo grabbed her wrist tightly. He pulled Xiaolin towards him with force, then flung her behind him. The red thorn vines arrived just at that moment. Xiaolin called his name in alarm. Chang Mo turned back and shouted for everyone to go. He would use his power to hold off the vines, telling them to contact the doctor quickly. Everyone stared at him in shock, but he yelled again, "Go." Xiaolin and the others had no choice but to run on, leaving Chang Mo alone behind them. The thorn vines began to encircle him. Jia Li stood with her arms crossed behind him, her tone reproachful. Being a hero to save a beauty could end up killing both. Chang Mo raised a hand to his forehead, admitting he had been rash. Jia Li smirked, her voice softening. "Humans have both reason and emotion. A little explosion now and then is good, then try to absorb the full power of the vines." Chang Mo turned back to look at her with doubtful eyes, wondering if he might lose control. She smiled gently, replying, "How would you know without trying?" Chang Mo stretched both arms out in front of him, his face turning serious. "Fine." He closed his eyes lightly, focusing intensely, concentrating his entire mind. A pitch-black sphere surrounded by a soft blue glow appeared amidst the thousands of thorn vines. The vines began to disappear one by one. Not far away, two dark figures had been watching the entire scene. Yanbei leaned against a tree, marveling at Chang Mo's terrifying power. Anna simply put her hands in her pockets, replying nonchalantly, "Only those involved would know." Yanbei still wore his mask, looking towards the building, insisting that the situation had changed, asking her to act now. Yanbei was worried. The Lord's side was not done yet. If something unexpected happened, all their efforts would be wasted. Anna calmly retorted, the agreement was only to deal with the world-level threat behind Chang Mo. She didn't care about anything else. Yanbei was somewhat angry, suggesting she use her power to seal off the area. Anna showed off the cigarette in her mouth, refusing outright. She only worked according to the contract, which left Yanbei at a loss. A flame flickered at the tip of the cigarette. Anna softly reassured him, there's no need to be so anxious. She continued to explain, they were guarding the exit to Area B. Every time they controlled one of them, they couldn't escape. In the night sky, the full moon shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the scene. Below, Xiaolin's group was still running fast, with Chenju leading the way. Jia Qi ran behind, panting and worried. It was too dark. She didn't know if they could get out. Chenju replied, they couldn't use the main gate. What if there were enemies? Their only chance was to run into the mountains. Chenju turned to look at Xin Liang, who was smiling, and said his emotional power could dissolve anything. They just needed to bore a small hole behind to escape. Jia Qi turned to ask Xiaolin, who was holding the phone, if there was a signal yet. Xiaolin shook her head. Xiaolin shook her head. Still no bars. Suddenly, A bright smile spread across her face. There's a signal now. Everyone was filled with hope. But the joy was short-lived. The person on the other end said the phone was turned off, dashing everyone's hopes. Xiao Lin's face turned pale, stuttering in fear for Chang Mo. Chen Ju quickly snapped his fingers, encouraging everyone to try calling again. Things would work out eventually. Xiao Lin looked at Chen Ju with wide, surprised eyes, a new flicker of hope rising in her heart. After that, the young man brightened up considerably, loudly saying that was right. With Chen Ju here, luck would surely be on their side. The red thorny vines were still clinging to the rooftop of the building. The stones continued to slam heavily against them. The battle was unfolding with extreme ferocity. The building shook violently. Patients fled in panic. The red vines lashed hard against the walls, causing bricks and stones to fall incessantly. Elder Liu was utterly enraged. He could only curse, damn it. The thorny vines twisted together to form larger masses, smashing wildly all around. The black sphere carrying Chang Mo's cold blue light stood its ground resolutely. Chang Mo kept a cold expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Beams of blue light shot towards Elder Liu like rockets. He was terrified, his eyes bulging, his face full of fear. He severed the thorny vines into two pieces. The thorny vines began to gradually fall away. He raised one hand forward, pouring all his strength into that arm. Chang Mo clenched his teeth, his other hand gripping his right arm tightly to transfer the force. Suddenly, small cracks appeared on the chains on his body. Jia Li shouted in alarm. No, even if he had absorbed the power from the chains or resisted the hatred, their strength was still a notch below his. A direct confrontation could not be won. Chang Mo did not look at her. His voice remained calm as he asked, then what should be done? Jia Li looked at Chang Mo and quickly replied, there is still one way to try, which is to use the power of rational emotion to affect his spirit, just like he did with those patients. Jia Li's voice continued, saying that Elder Liu had actually died long ago, merely holding on with the power of hatred. Once his spirit regained rationality, his entire strength would likely collapse. Chang Mo's blue lights surrounded him like a charm, all converging on the central position. At that moment, launch a decisive strike to bring him back to his senses. Chang Mo charged at the monster, ignoring the myriad of red thorny tentacles. It extended as if to take his life. Despite the spiritual energy protecting him, Chang Mo was still struck by the red tentacles and wounded. Elder Liu had completely lost his reason by now, transformed into a ferocious monster. He unleashed tens of thousands of blood-red thorny vines, sharp as blades, cutting into Chang Mo's flesh. Perhaps seeing him still stubbornly charging forward infuriated him greatly. The massive red vines, having missed their target, curled back around, as if trying to seize Chang Mo's small frame. Countless vines intertwined densely, enveloping his body. They wanted to drown him beneath them. His figure was no longer visible. Perhaps he had been swallowed by those vines. Seeing his plan succeed, Elder Liu laughed with immense satisfaction, his face showing clear contentment and mania. But suddenly, from within the mass of sharp vines, a hand shot out straight towards his face, startling Elder Liu. It was Chang Mo's hand. He grabbed the man's head, ignoring the panic clearly etched on his face. Then Chang Mo channeled his spiritual energy through the man's head, causing some of the ferocity in Elder Liu's eyes to fade. Thanks to his spiritual energy, Elder Liu's gaze gradually became gentler, clearer, and some of the hatred subsided. When the hatred completely dissipated, Elder Liu returned to his true appearance, a kind face with shimmering eyes full of astonishment. In that vast space, the red vines were gone, and so was the uncontrolled look Elder Liu had shown earlier. Elder Liu looked at the flowing spiritual energy around him, thinking it had been a long time since he felt this way, no longer controlled by hatred, able to perceive himself. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his gaze became dazed, looking forward. Then, a layer of tears welled up in Elder Liu's eyes as if he was moved by something. Elder Liu laughed and cried at the same time, sincerely saying, so this is how it is, so it was like this all along, heaven never abandoned us. The red vines still surrounded him, but they were no longer a threat. Elder Liu spoke to Chang Mo, saying, I'm sorry. I have caused you to be injured. This expression from Elder Liu stunned Chang Mo for a moment. The red vines surrounding him gradually dispersed and then burst apart. They were now like headless snakes, only able to float in the air. Freed from the vine's control, Chang Mo's floating body seemed not yet adapted. He then fell and landed safely, meaning there was no need to worry about him getting hurt. Chang Mo kept a somber expression, his thoughts unreadable at this moment. He sat up and asked Jia Li, who was floating beside him, has the hatred died? Jia Li smiled and replied, yes. Chang Mo recalled Elder Liu's expression at that time, pondering, but his last words were very strange. Suddenly, Jia Li pointed at a red mass floating not far away. She told Chang Mo, look over there. That red mass had grown countless sharp thorns on its body and had a very bizarre shape. Seeing this, Chang Mo asked, what is this? Jia Li explained that it was his hatred emotion core. Chang Mo asked back upon hearing this, an emotion core. She began to explain, have you forgotten, at the moment Liu Jia killed your overseer, it was actually to swallow this hatred emotion core. So when you killed Liu Jia and the man with glasses, you actually had this thing too, but just didn't have time to collect it. All his emotional power is concentrated here. Unfortunately, You don't have a hatred emotion body. If you did, letting your rational emotion monster devour this thing would greatly increase its power, and you could also borrow more strength from your own emotion monster. Changmo nodded. I see. Strange. Why can't my power dissipate like this? Changmo's words caught Jia Li's attention. Then, suddenly thinking of something, she became panicked, her eyes revealing clear turmoil. She suddenly cried out, "This is bad. You're about to lose control." Changmo remained calm and asked back, seemingly unaware of the severity of the problem. Suddenly, large, hard, and heavy blocks of ice grew from one half of his face. At that moment, he seemed to understand Jia Li's words, so he asked her, "If I lose control, what do I do?" Jia Li, seeing this, felt a bit awkward and replied, "First of all, you can't stay too calm. Whether it's fear, anger, joy, or grief, try to recall the moments that once moved you." Changmo then repeated the words fear, anger, joy, and grief with a blank expression. He remained still in place, his voice devoid of any emotion, and asked, "What is that?" Hearing that question, Jia Li thought worriedly, he has completely lost control. Jia Li looked at Changmo, calculating something in her mind. She thought if he still remembered the rules, there might still be hope, but now this part of her memory was empty, and she couldn't stop his loss of control. In the midst of danger, Jia Li did not panic. She calmly sighed. "Forget it, let's take a gamble. Having someone to talk to these past few days hasn't been so bad. Changmo, it looks like this is as far as we go." Jia Li stood across from Changmo, the two silent with their own thoughts, not knowing if they would understand each other's hearts or choose to let go. Suddenly, a strange fragrance spread through the air, silently seeping into everything. Jia Li sensed the scent, and when she recognized it, she was utterly astonished. She looked toward the red chaotic mass in the distance, from which emanated energy fluctuations that attracted her. It was still there, quietly radiating a special power, standing still yet incredibly captivating. Gazing at it made Jia Li's heart skip a few beats. Jia Li thought in shock, how could this be? Could she be sensing it wrong? No, it couldn't be wrong. Even if it was just a trace, it was undeniably true. She stared at the thorny, chaotic mass, her heart in turmoil. Is that my power? She suddenly turned to look at Changmo and said, "Changmo, cheer up, we're saved. Do you see that blue power over there? That's my power. If I touch it, I can regain a part of my memories, and maybe I can find a way to save you." Hearing this, Changmo mechanically stepped forward, walking slowly toward the red chaotic mass with the small thorns. Jia Li watched, wondering why this emotional entity of hatred carried a bit of her power. With each step Changmo took, her doubts grew stronger. Could her past be connected to the Black Lotus sect? Jia Li nervously followed Changmo's every move, thinking that no matter what, an answer would soon come. As Changmo's hand slowly reached out to touch the chaos, the thoughts in Jia Li's mind almost clarified her past. The chaotic mass swayed as if inviting him, and Changmo hesitated for a long while, making Jia Li think, what is going on? When Changmo finally touched it, a blinding flash of light erupted. Then it blazed fiercely, spreading to everything around them. And like an explosion of light, it shrouded everything. Changmo and Jia Li were completely stunned by the scene before them. Perhaps they had stepped into Jia Li's memories. Ahead stood a majestic hall with countless followers below, chanting, "Long live the sect master." Standing above was a single figure, yet radiating immense authority. That person was Jia Li. She said to the followers, "I founded the Black Lotus sect to save everyone, but this is not enough. To restore reason to this world, we still need to do one thing." She cast her deep blue gaze down at the followers and continued, "That is to destroy the city of Donghai." Changmo looked at the scene before him, the grand hall, the multitude of followers, and Jia Li standing above, likely the sect master. A bewildered expression crossed Changmo's face as he thought, what does this mean? Was Jia Li the founder of the Black Lotus sect? He suddenly remembered what Sister Shaolin had said, that over 10 years ago, they wanted to destroy the city of Donghai, which caused the grief emotional entity to lose control, turning Donghai black. At that moment, Changmo looked at Jia Li and saw that she was equally shocked. He thought, so, 10 years ago, the one who wanted to destroy Donghai was Jia Li. She was the one who caused the depression emotional entity to lose control and turn into Black Donghai. The more he thought, the more questions arose in Changmo's mind. Who is she really? What is she trying to do? Suddenly, small drops of water appeared in the space, tiny yet incredibly conspicuous, shattering Jia Li's memories into pieces. He then returned to reality, just as he was about to touch the chaos again. Changmo looked around, sighing inwardly, "We're back." At this moment, he was in immense pain. Sharp ice crystals had grown all over his body. His muscles were rigid, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Jia Li looked at Changmo and said, "Don't worry, I've remembered some things, and I've also remembered how to save you." Jia Li held the chaos in her hand, her eyes full of confidence. "Come on, eat this. You don't need much, just take a bite, and you'll be saved." Then she gave a smile that held a hint of sweetness mixed with concern, yet also carried a shadow of darkness. The writhing chaos in her hand seemed to beckon Changmo to partake. Jia Li stood there, holding the chaos, facing Changmo, who looked like a hedgehog covered in ice crystals. Changmo looked at it, his expression thoughtful, and he remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, Suddenly, he sighed and let out a soft chuckle as if accepting his fate. He opened his mouth and said to Jia Li, "Come here. It's a pity I can't move. Please feed me a bit." Jia Li listened in silence, noticing a hint of struggle in his expression. Then she approached, bringing the piece of chaos to Chang Mo's mouth. The essence from that chaos slowly flowed down his throat. Suddenly sensing something, his eyes shot wide open, his pupils constricting to their limit. Chang Mo, who was lying flat, suddenly jolted up, but with the crystals still all over him, standing was quite difficult. Red streaks began to appear on his body, faint at first, then becoming very distinct, running along his entire form. Suddenly, Chang Mo let out a painful scream, the red lines burst out, and the crystals on his body began to crack. Then the red streaks burst out violently, causing Chang Mo immense pain. His entire skin was covered in red spikes, added to the ice crystals, making him look no different from a porcupine. Both his hands and feet were subjected to extreme agony. Every muscle on his face was also invaded by the red spikes, but at the same time, the ice crystals gradually melted and detached from his face. Jia Li stood to the side observing, silent, unable to help and speaking not a single word. Amid the peril, Jia Li still smiled faintly, the light obscuring half her face, making her expression unclear. Chang Mo looked over, and seeing her like that, he inwardly frowned. Suddenly, he was struck by intense pain as the red arrows shot out all at once. But the pain lasted only a moment. He suddenly felt light and airy, strangely graceful. Below, Jia Li stood silently watching. Chang Mo fell to the ground right beside where she stood. After the fierce battle, Chang Mo gasped for breath, but his body no longer felt any pain. Jia Li slowly approached Chang Mo. She gently reached out, supporting his head, and slowly lifted him up. She placed his head on her lap and whispered, "Thank you for trusting me." Chang Mo replied reluctantly, "Stop being so talkative. I had no choice but to believe." Hearing this, Jia Li said softly, "Emotion has overpowered reason. Rest for a while. There is no need to run anymore." Chang Mo was still astonished to learn that Jia Li was the sect master of the Black Lotus sect. He said, "I never thought that after all this chaos, you were the founder, but a founder like you has been missing for years. How can you still command them?" Jia Li recalled past events, saying it might not be possible. After the defeat in East Sea City, the Black Lotus sect showed signs of internal division. The one who descended this time was Zhao Yan, the one who opposed her the most back then. She also warned Chang Mo that falling into his hands would lead to a bad end. Chang Mo heard this and said, "Then why haven't you run away yet?" Jia Li replied, "No need to run anymore." She continued, "Because we can no longer escape." Not far from there, a haggard Zhao Yan was approaching where Chang Mo lay. He said coldly, "It's over." Night fell over the ruined hospital, which had been pierced by countless glowing red spikes. There, a white-haired man was pinned to the spot by the sharp spikes, looking utterly agonized. It was the director. He swore, "Damn it, come back here." The scene shifted to another corner, where someone was observing the director from a distance with binoculars. It was Yanbei. She watched and said to Anna beside her, "Sect Master Zhao is too arrogant. The director isn't dead yet, and he's already gone to capture Chang Mo. In this operation, the director was the main target. If he isn't dead, what do we do?" Anna replied, "You don't understand the power of vengeful emotion. She fought for so long that her body has accumulated a massive amount of that power." Anna continued, "For now, she can rely on her agitated emotions to prolong her life, but the moment she lets her guard down, that power will vanish and backfire on her. Even if Sect Master Zhao doesn't act, she will die on her own. No one can change this fate." Yanbei nodded upon hearing this, "So that's how it is." Anna, with a seductive air and a sharp gaze, continued, "It's just that Sect Master Zhao seems a bit hasty." Suddenly she asked, "He seems very interested in Chang Mo." On the ground lay countless bodies of patients and nurses. Anna said to Yanbei, "Forget it, let's clean up and go back." In East Sea City, at the office for managing human emotions. Inside, an important meeting was taking place, but the morale of the people there seemed low. Qingji sighed in boredom. How much longer will this meeting drag on? The meeting continued in a dry, tense atmosphere. Qingji secretly took out her phone to do something else. "What time is it? This meeting is so boring. Maybe I'll do something else. No, I must go touch the fish now." Wei Yin immediately shouted a warning. "Dr. Liu, this is a confidential meeting. Using your phone is not allowed." Being scolded in front of everyone, she slammed the table, angry, and said, "Damn it, you think I don't dare to do anything to you just because there are people here?" Wei Yin continued to reprimand, "Be patient. We are all on the side of emotion. Can't you be patient?" Suddenly, Qingji stood up abruptly in the middle of the meeting. She walked out quickly, causing Wei Yin to ask in a panic, "Dr. Liu, where are you going?" Qingji casually replied, "Can't I go to the restroom, or do you plan to follow me all the way there?" Wei Yin saw her arrogant attitude and was angry but had to swallow it down. At this moment in the restroom, Qingji was admiring her fish. She sighed wearily, "Honestly, if this continues, I'm going to lose control." Suddenly, Qingji's phone vibrated. She wondered, "Shaolin, what does he want at this hour?" She quickly answered, "Hello." Whatever was said on the other end made Qingji's eyes widen in shock. She ran out in a hurry, shouting, "You said the second hospital was attacked, all the guards were killed, and the director was taken away." Qingji opened the window and looked outside. The second hospital is in that direction. She saw a sight that made her freeze in shock. Outside, strange, grotesque patches of black appeared in the sky, spreading from a distant side. It was the hospital building. A massive, pitch-black monster was surrounding the hospital. Qingji immediately recognized it, the director's emotion monster is still here, so there probably isn't a big problem. Suddenly, she froze as she realized something. Wait, that is. Seeing the bright red spikes on the monster's body, Qingji worried. That's vengeful emotional energy. The director is about to reach his limit. She became angry, a red glint flashing in her eyes, and shouted, "Damn it!" A sudden, violent crash occurred in a corner of the building. Wei Yin was startled, not knowing what was happening, as an explosion echoed through the building. He looked around and panicked. This is bad. Wei Yin hurriedly ran to the location of the explosion. Before his eyes was a wall with a large hole blown in it. Yanbei reported fearfully, the women's restroom just exploded. Wei Yin looked into the distance, where something strange had appeared. Outside the city, a streak of red light was flying across the sky. It was heading straight for some target, darting forward with a whoosh. At this moment, at the Tianqi Entertainment headquarters in East Sea City, seeing the red thing outside, a man wondered, who is this, using such flashy energy? The man calmly puffed on his cigar and judged, that direction seems to be towards the second hospital. Is this declaring war on the second hospital? Not good, there's something wrong with that hospital. Looking at that terrifying giant monster, everyone recognized it as the emotional embodiment of the hatred that H Union Church had poured onto hospital number. At this moment, at the international branch of Langtriu in Onghachui City, an old man stood curiously looking towards the monster, an emotion he had never seen before. The strange occurrences in Onghachui were indeed not few. That red mass was still flying across the sky, but the people below were still unaware. A well-dressed couple had just stepped out of their car when the man suddenly collapsed, causing the woman to panic. What's wrong with you? Some people were scared, holding their heads and hiding in corners. At that time, a strange girl stood right at the riverbank observing that red mass. This girl's expression did not change, she only slightly smirked. It was now a clear, cool night. Tilam nervously pressed her phone, wondering if the doctor would arrive in time. Chenju reassured her, "Don't worry, it will definitely be all right." Jiaqi also added, "I hope so." Tilam hesitated and asked, "Hey, Jiaqi, can't you see what you want to see? Try to see how Chang Mo's situation is." Jiaqi suddenly understood. "Right, let me try." She began to circulate her inner energy to activate her eye power. Before Jiaqi's eyes appeared an image of Chang Mo being grabbed by the collar by Zhao Yan, causing her to shout loudly, "Oh no, Chang Mo is about to be taken away." Suddenly, her vision turned bright red. Blood flowed down from Jiaqi's eyes in streams. She screamed in pain, clutching her face. Tiulam asked worriedly, "Jiaqi, what's wrong with you?" Jiaqi cried out, "My eyes hurt so much." Suddenly, above their heads, the sky turned a deep red as if blood were falling. The area of Chang Mo and Zhao Yan was exactly the same. The entire region was engulfed by that strange rain of blood. Zhao Yan glanced around, seeming to realize something. This is. Then a figure rushed in, separating him and Chang Mo. It turned out Qingji had appeared, truly a beauty saving the hero. A powerful slash from Qingji sent Zhao Yan's head flying. He stared in shock at her spinning sword dance. Wasn't she that doctor? Truly formidable. Seeing Qingji charging towards the tentacles, Zhao Yan said to himself, time to retreat. The tentacles began to move, planning to escape. But how could Qingji allow it to have its way? She moved like lightning, unleashing a series of slashes that sent several tentacles falling to the ground. Countless swords from Qingji pierced through the tentacles. The tentacles wriggled for a while. Then suddenly, they touched an invisible wall. Zhao Yan sensed something was wrong. This space felt like some kind of barrier. Qingji also realized his intention. She stomped her foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then Qingji rushed forward, passing through the tentacles aimed at her. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in fear. At this moment, she looked like a miniature heroine lost among the giant tentacles. But Qingji did not waver, her face still bearing a look of determination to fight. She soared into the air, unleashing a circular slash. The tentacles trying to pierce through the invisible wall were slashed to pieces. Zhao Yan's face showed clear worry. Then the tentacles shot straight up into the sky through a newly opened space. Zhao Yan thought to himself, I succeeded. Shortly after, he had escaped the barrier and was about to flee. But how could Qingji let that happen? Zhao Yan worriedly panicked. This barrier is recovering at this rate. I won't be able to get through. He then used his trick of the Heishu Lai San. Aren't you going to go check on your own director? Suddenly, Qingji stopped. She gritted her teeth tightly, full of hesitation. Zhao Yan's plan had succeeded. Qingji no longer pursued him but turned and left. She quickly helped Chang Mo down to a safe place. Then Qingji immediately flew straight to the hospital. Upon arriving, she saw the director severely injured. Seeing Mepthun Thu, Qingji quickly exclaimed, please be patient. Shortly after, she had brought her safely outside. Then Qingji brought both of them up to the hospital's rooftop. She laid Mepthun Thu down on the ground. Qingji tried to make a call but failed and said angrily, damn it, why are those people from the management bureau so slow? Mepthun Thu spoke weakly. Little Qingji, stop wasting your energy, I am too old now. She continued calmly, but now I feel much calmer. Indeed, only when one is about to die does one truly break free from the control of emotions. Qingji could only stare at the turtle, furious and helpless, not knowing what to do. She screamed in utter rage, vowing to kill him and all the Black Lotus sect members behind him. Chang Mo and Jia Li were shocked to see a crimson killing aura radiating from Qingji. The red killing aura spread wider and wider, enveloping the entire area outside. Little Lin wondered as he saw the patients clutching their heads and convulsing. Anna and Chris were stunned from a distance. The killing aura was truly terrifying, affecting even this far away. Qingji sobbed uncontrollably while repeating unconsciously, "Must kill them all." Suddenly, Minshu's hand gently reached up to stroke her cheek. She advised her calmly, "Restrain your emotions. Do not waste my efforts. Come here quickly." Minshu did not forget to instruct, "If anything happens to me, Changmo will be in your care." Qingji still held a faint hope. The director will be fine. She sighed bitterly. She is just a child after all. Minshu trembled as she continued, "Little Qingji, the road ahead." She left her final words, "You must walk forward on your own." As soon as she finished speaking, Minshu breathed her last. Qingji's eyes widened, tears streaming down like rain. She stared at the person who had raised her for so long, now gone forever. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the sky. "Director!" The space fell into a suffocating silence after the battle. Everyone, deeply moved, ran over to hug Qingji and sobbed uncontrollably. On the other side, many people lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The high-rise building was severely damaged by the giant tentacles. Dai witnessed this scene, dazed, his face frozen. Inside the building, many people also fainted from the tentacle attacks. Yenbak's eyes rolled back white, lying sprawled on the ground, motionless. Qingji still stood there, her gaze fixed on her. Her hands trembled weakly. A horrifying night had passed, leaving behind heavy losses of both lives and property. After the storm, the sun shone again at the #1 mental hospital in Donghai City. Qingji instructed the patients, "Everyone go rest now, especially you Changmo, injured yet still trying to help. Do not worry, this is the city center, it is very safe." Everyone answered in unison, "Okay." Chenju waved goodbye to his two friends, "I am going to sleep too." Changmo nodded in response. Only he and Han Liang were left standing there, not knowing what to do next. Changmo turned to ask him, "What is wrong?" Han Liang scratched his head and said, "Ah right, I am Lu Han Liang. I heard you can help emotions escape from a state of losing control. You are a suppressor, right?" Chang Mo modestly replied, "Somewhat." Han Liang earnestly pleaded, "Then help me, please." So he reluctantly placed his hand on Han Liang's head and began to cast the spell. After that, Chang Mo said, "All done." Han Liang's eyes went wide, standing frozen in place. His face was dazed as if he had just experienced something earth-shattering. Han Liang suddenly clutched his head, tearing at his hair and crying violently. He collapsed to the floor, letting out a mournful wail. Chang Mo nervously stepped forward to ask, "Are you okay?" Han Liang stammered through his tears, "Sister Chu, He screamed even more violently, "I killed Sister Chu." Chang Mo recalled that time. He had been unable to control his emotions and released his entity. He quickly knelt down to comfort him. "You did not mean to. She is gone now. Crying will not help." But Han Liang remained in extreme torment. "Do not console me. I deserve to die." He confessed through tears, "Actually, I always had a crush on Sister Chu. Last night I planned to confess, but I never expected I would be such a beast. She was so good to me yet I killed her." Han Liang felt even guiltier, moreover. "Until just now I still did not feel sad. I even smiled. How could I have smiled?" He collapsed to his knees and shouted, "Chang Mo, tell me, am I still human? Or should I just die?" Chang Mo thought to himself, "Actually, I do not see anything wrong, but..." Then he took out a necklace and held it in front of Han Liang. "This is what Sister Chu asked me to give you. She also left a message." Chang Mo recalled Sister Chu's words. She said she hoped this little light bulb could illuminate the darkness around you. Looking at Chang Mo's current demeanor, it was exactly like Sister Chu's gentle and kind nature from before. Han Liang stood there in shock. Then he took the necklace, clutching it tightly in his hand as if it were a precious treasure. He held it to his chest and sobbed, "Chang Mo, thank you." The next morning, the hospital was still there. Chang Mo read the small note in his hand, lost in thought. In front of him was Han Liang, who had sought death because he could not bear the guilt. He left a note with his final words, "I am starting to smile again. I am sorry. I cannot forgive myself for killing Sister Chu and still feeling happy." Seeing this, Chang Mo said coldly, "Did it have to come to this?" Jia Li, more perceptive, explained, "For most people, only death can free them from the control of emotions." Then she looked at him, "Chang Mo, do you not realize you are the same?" At this moment, the scene shifted to another area. Amid the mountains and forests, a mysterious girl was communicating through an earpiece, telling the person on the other end that she was about to enter the city center, thanking everyone for their help, saying the feeling of freedom was wonderful, and that it was a pity Chang Mo did not return with her, but Anna was handling things behind them. This woman was the former head nurse of Donghai City's #2 mental hospital named Yan Bei. She removed her mask, instructed that the plan continue as scheduled, and said that since she was no longer the head nurse, she did not need to be so constrained. At that moment, at a manor belonging to the Song family in Donghai City, Hui Hui spoke to Zhao Yan, thanking the sect master for his efforts, and assured that once everything was finished, they would definitely keep their promise. Zhao Yan sat in deep thought, thinking to himself that indeed, Jia Li was still alive. At the same time, in Yenqing, at the headquarters of the Central Emotion Management Bureau of the Great Xia Nation. In courtroom #1, the judge announced the charges against Tran Lak for illegally using emotional power in Tan Keeling City, causing severe injuries to 17 people, damaging infrastructure, and sentencing him to life imprisonment. The judge banged his gavel, declaring the verdict effective immediately. Tran Lak, the branch director of Thien Company, angrily stood up to protest, claiming he did not act intentionally, that he was a national-level emotion entity, and threatened to appeal. The judge remained calm and replied that the Central Bureau's ruling was final, and ordered him to be taken away. Only then did Tranlac begin to feel true fear, not understanding what was happening. Enraged, his emotion entity erupted with a violent roar. But immediately after, another much larger emotion entity appeared. Tranlac stood frozen, sensing that something was wrong. It was the emotion entity of the Central Bureau, and the judge sternly warned that resistance would result in immediate execution. Hearing this, Tranlac's face turned pale with fear. In the end, he cowardly allowed the guards to take him to prison. The female prosecutor admired the judge's authority, and he responded that this was the highest authority body. Even a national-level entity must be punished if guilty. The female prosecutor asked when they should report to Elder Z, and the judge said Elder Z was in a meeting, so they had to wait. The female prosecutor suddenly understood, and the judge nodded in confirmation. She recounted that the Supreme Emotional Power Council met once a week to decide the fate of all emotion entities. At this moment, in the roundtable meeting room, officials were discussing the incident in Donghai City, which had such a huge impact that it forced a change of topic, and they argued over how to handle the 3 patients involved in the number. One person proposed awarding bronze medals and emotional supplies to the 3 individuals for their meritorious service in the case. Tu Min suggested bringing them into the Donghai Management Bureau for training. Jia Quan remained neutral and had no opinion. Don So-en also agreed with Jia Quan. Goi Thas Tru Trial sat thoughtfully, then asked Loi Chialiu for any opinions. Loi Chialiu remained silent, not yet giving an answer. Suddenly, he laughed out loud during the serious meeting. Tu Min curiously asked what had made him laugh. Loi Chialiu laughed heartily, his voice sarcastic, saying they only sat at their desks, did not understand practical matters, and asked permission to present more specific information. He analyzed each person. Chen Ju had luck-based abilities, Jia Qi could view intelligent scenes, and Chang Mo's power was related to restrictive chains. Tu Min realized they were all talented individuals and suggested bringing them straight into the Central Research Institute to maximize their potential. Loi Qi seemed annoyed, demanding that he first tell them about their backgrounds. Jia Qi came from an ordinary family. He continued, Chen Ju was not from Great Xia, having suddenly appeared in Donghai, and Chang Mo had a background connected to the world level, even something never seen before. Loi Chiailiu recounted that Chang Mo entered hospital number 2, and the hospital was attacked just 2 days later, believing that was no coincidence, and that the merit of saving patients was insignificant compared to the murder of the director. Tu Min hesitantly asked Loi Chiailiu for his opinion. Loi Chi slammed the table decisively, saying that was exactly it. He suspected Chang Mo was a spy for the Black Lotus cult, trying to infiltrate the management bureau, and proposed arresting him immediately. The scene shifted to Donghai City's number 1 mental hospital. Chang Mo asked Jia Li if she had remembered the reason for founding the Black Lotus cult and destroying the city, but she only ran a hand through her hair indifferently, saying she remembered nothing. Chang Mo recalled the scene of Dian Bok interrogating him about Jia Li's whereabouts. He joked that Jia Li must miss her very much, and she laughed, saying he was scared. Chang Mo then asked if that cultist had already recognized her power back then. Jia Li recounted that over a decade ago, he was just a child driven by emotions of hatred, standing on the brink of losing control, never expecting him to come to this state now. Chang Mo looked at her with a distrustful gaze. Jia Li quickly reassured him that they were on the same side, while Chang Mo thought that associating with bad people made it easy to be betrayed. He suspected her motives, but Jia Li firmly insisted that he had no need to worry. Jia Li quickly changed the subject, saying she had just remembered an important issue. Jia Li spoke seriously, asking if they should flee right now to save their lives. The next scene, at hospital number 2. Chang Mo sat on the hospital bed, while Jia Li suggested thinking of a way to escape this place. Chang Mo seemed surprised by her suggestion. Jia Li reminded him that they had originally come to the hospital thanks to the former director's help. She believed that with his condition, the old director would surely have done everything to ensure his safety. But now that the director had passed away, no one was trustworthy, and the government was not guaranteed to treat them well, so they had to escape first. Chang Mo pondered the old woman who had protected him with all her heart, wondering if she was truly that good. He voiced his concern that if they did not defect to the Great Xia government, where could they possibly go? Jia Li thought for a moment, then proposed returning to the Black Lotus cult, saying that even though Zhao Yan was the current sectmaster, there were still many people loyal to her. Chang Mo thought to himself, indeed, it was not worth listening to at all. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room door. He left the bed and walked over to open the door. Before him stood Qingji. Chang Mo called her doctor, and she smiled and asked about his condition. A moment later, Qingji stepped fully into the hospital room. As she poured warm water, she spoke up, I really did not expect. At first I thought you were only average, but it turns out you saved so many people this time. On behalf of the second hospital, I would like to thank you. Chang Mo replied, you are too kind, doctor. I did not expect to be able to do such a thing myself either. After pouring the hot water, Qingji suddenly pulled her hand back. Oh right. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Qingji asked about the incident on the Imperial Sea Emperor's ship and the world-level entity behind him. Hearing the question, Chang Mo's face immediately stiffened. Before he could react, Qingji grabbed him tightly by the neck. She slowly lifted Chang Mo up, gritting her teeth and asking, so, you think no one would know? You underestimate the intelligence network of Daxia too much, tell me now. Where is the world-level being behind you? Her eyes at this moment became different, bloodshot, and ferocious. Chang Mo gritted his teeth, feeling breathless, trying to hold on to her wrist. In his mind, he asked Jia Li, what should I do? Can I confess about you? She immediately refused. No, absolutely not. Just make an excuse that you do not know. Chang Mo still wondered, what is the harm in confessing? Clearly I am innocent. Jia Li explained seriously, Chang Mo, if you die, I die too. Do not forget that I was the leader of a cult that wanted to destroy Donghai City. If they find out about my existence, do you think they will spare you? Hearing that, Chang Mo fell silent in thought. Back to the present, he was still being held tightly by the neck by Qingji. Chang Mo had found an excuse. He spoke up, doctor. He pretended not to understand, wondering what a world-level entity was. In an instant, Qingji's eyes returned to normal, widening in surprise. But then quickly turned red again, this time even more furious. She decisively pushed him down, pulled out a sword and stabbed it hard into Chang Mo's shoulder, still pretending, are you? Qingji loudly recounted the entire incident after he killed Liu Jia and fought the world-level entity on the Imperial Sea Emperor. There were quite a few emotional entities on the ship. Did you think you could hide it from everyone? Qingji's patience was wearing thin. She growled, tell me now, where's the world-level being behind you? In his mind, Jia Li encouraged him, hang in there, she is probably just threatening you right now. Chang Mo calmed down and replied, do not worry, I know. He spoke up about the Imperial Sea Emperor. I have always thought it was just a dream. When I woke up, I found myself on the beach, then I came to the second hospital. Before he could finish, Qingji quickly pulled the sword out and stabbed it into the other shoulder, shouting, you are lying. She was not easily fooled, she continued, from the beach to the second hospital. Did you walk here? That is over 30 kilometers, and no camera in all of Donghai City captured you. What exactly are you hiding from? Chang Mo stayed calm, replying that he did not know. At that time he lost his mind completely. There was only a voice guiding him on which direction to go. Qingji's face twisted in disappointment. She spoke again, do you know, on the very day you were admitted, the Emotion Management Bureau came demanding we hand you over. Qingji recounted that it was the director who tried her best to keep him. She did not want him to go down the wrong path, causing Chang Mo to open his eyes wide in shock. She began to summon a weapon. The director protected the wrong person. You are an infiltrator for Helion sect. You helped them attack the second hospital and killed the director. You deserve to die. Qingji tightened her grip on the scythe, raising it high, preparing to strike down. She decided to bring the scythe down. Chang Mo quickly rolled out of the way of the attack. He sprang up and stepped back, thinking to himself that she really wanted to kill him. Completely controlled by emotions, Jia Li warned anxiously, be careful. This doctor is very strong, stronger than any opponent you have faced before. You must help her regain her senses. After thinking for a moment, Chang Mo decided to take a gamble, use flames to blind her, and then take the opportunity to get close, to bring reason back into her head. At that very moment, he raised his hand to cast a spell. But for some reason, he could not summon any energy. No flame was released. Before Chang Mo's eyes, he saw a few drops of strange liquid. What is this? Is it jelly? At that moment, Qingji swung her scythe and charged at him. He widened his eyes, standing still, watching the scythe speeding towards him. Chang Mo leaned back, those drops of liquid floating in midair. The scythe quickly reached his position, dragging along a stream of liquid resembling blood that splattered out. Beneath him, a puddle of red liquid spread across the floor. Qingji was panting, gradually regaining her composure. She did not strike Chang Mo, but instead embedded the scythe hard into the floor. The dark energy within Qingji slowly dissipated. She knelt down over him while Chang Mo had already used his ability to drive away that malevolent energy. As Qingji's reason gradually returned, the strange puddle of liquid also slowly shrank, until it disappeared completely. Sweat still lingered on Qingji's face. What did you do to me? Chang Mo observed her, calmly explaining that he had helped her regain her reason. Qingji's face began to contort. She suddenly burst into loud tears, catching Chang Mo completely off guard. Qingji wiped her tears while stammering, I am sorry. I could not control my emotions. I truly did not want to kill you. I have failed the director's expectations. Chang lay there, slowly sinking into silence. After a moment, Qingji started a conversation with him. The higher-ups had argued for a long time about how to handle him. Some suspected he was a spy and wanted to detain him for questioning. Others thought it best to observe him further. In the end, the head of the Central Management Bureau gave her the authority to decide. Chang Mo, now carefully bandaged, asked whether the highest leader had decided to protect someone as ordinary as him, and for what reason. Qingji pushed up her glasses, guessing it might be because of his connection to her. In short, all final decisions were in her hands. She told him that before the director passed away, she had been instructed to take good care of him. Because she suspected he was a spy, she wanted to test him, but she never expected to nearly get him killed. Recalling the incident, Qingji began to cry again, feeling guilty toward the director. Changmo remained calm, reassuring her that as long as the doctor was safe, that was what mattered. Qingji felt relieved and thanked him. Her decision had been submitted to the higher-ups. The result would come soon, but she wanted to share more news. She was about to be transferred to the pursuit team of the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau to investigate the attack on the second hospital. He, Jiaqi, and Chenju would all be joining this team. She placed her hand on his shoulder. The mole was still hidden in the shadows. Changmo, we will work together to drag out the one behind this and seek justice for those who have passed. At this moment, in another house, a person stepped into the room where two others were already waiting inside. The man who just arrived, named Assassin, tossed a file folder onto the table and announced, "There is work to do soon." Chen Jun was holding a phone in the corner, paying no attention as he continued his task. He replied curtly, "This is a crucial moment." The assassin paused and asked, "What is this about?" Before them was Professor Wang, tied up in an awkward position. Chen Jun said he was nurturing him. He naturally knew that, but he asked what kind of stimulation it would be this time. The assassin grinned. This time they used laxatives. The old man is about to lose control. A university professor reduced to this state. Professor Wang struggled and screamed to be released. Chen Jun was live streaming this scene online. Viewers were commenting with delight, "Look, he is about to lose it. Professor Wang in this state is so exciting." He added another remark, "Your students have recognized you. Congratulations." Professor Wang became even more frantic, screaming to be let go. The assassin flashed a sinister smile. "Cannot hold it in anymore. Your students will know soon enough. Not just your students, but your friends, your family, everyone who knows you will find out." Professor Wang trembled and begged to be released. Chen Jun showed no mercy. A professor having to perform an act of excretion on camera, what would outsiders think? He added with amusement, truly shameless. Professor Wang gritted his teeth and endured, but in the end he had to concede, "I really cannot hold it in anymore." The comment section erupted. "The floodgates have opened. What a spectacular spray." Just after filming that scene, Chen Jun ended the live stream, much to the viewers' annoyance. They shouted, "Why cut it off halfway? We were about to get to the good part." He announced, "The job is done." Immediately after, a mass of liquid enveloped Professor Wang's head, as if it were shedding its skin. The liquid tightened its grip more and more, ending his life. After dealing with the target, Chen Jun ordered, "Continue." The assassin replied curtly, "Fine." He pushed the file folder with photos of 3 people forward. "The targets are these 3. Ideally capture them alive, but if absolutely necessary, elimination is acceptable. However, you must bring back their emotion cores." Chen Jun glanced at it, somewhat curious. "They are just street-level figures." The assassin added, "The one with glasses is suspected to be city-level. And there are 2 world-level beings reportedly protecting him." Chen Jun was slightly taken aback. 2 world-level escorts, that is excessive, and you want me to capture him alive? The assassin emphasized that the client had a significant background, and this job was one that no one else could handle except him. He pondered for a while. After thinking it over, he tossed the file down. "Forget it. A challenge proves one's caliber. The first psychiatric hospital of Donghai City is not far from here. You will soon see their cores." Returning to the second hospital. After the conversation, Qingji stood up. "I will go find Jiaqi and Chenju to explain the situation. I will come back to see you later." The door slammed shut, leaving only Chang Mo in the room. He sat on the bed, Jia Li quietly standing beside him. Chang Mo raised his hand, recalling the liquid mass. "Why exactly has my power become like this?" The liquid curled around his arm, unable to project flames, unable to crystallize, soft like jelly. Jia Li moved closer to observe, finding it strange. Becoming soft is normal, but why can it not harden? After a moment of thought, she suddenly understood. So it is this period. Doing this can also make it soft. Chang Mo wondered what she was talking about. Jia Li asked back. He shook his head and continued. Jia Li smiled and explained. "Simply put, you are hungry." He repeated in confusion, "Hungry." She chuckled. Emotional entities also need to eat. If they do not eat enough, how can they stay hard? Chang Mo was silent for a moment. He wondered why she had a hint of high-grade pheromone scent. Jia Li quickly replied, "No, I do not." She began to explain. Emotional entities constantly expend energy even without fighting, just as humans need to eat every day. The stronger they are, the more energy they consume, just as a strong person eats more. For him, the suppression chains of the second hospital were a source of energy. The final battle caused him to nearly lose control because of absorbing rationality energy. But in the end, he stabilized and completed the level-up process, becoming a stronger entity. The energy consumed each day increased accordingly. Chang Mo asked, "Just by eating enough, absorbing energy from the chains, the power will return to normal?" Jia Li replied, "Easier said than done. The solution is not that simple." She continued her analysis. Rationality energy is scarce in this era, and his appetite is now many times greater than before. Previously, a chain could last him 2 months. Now it might only last 3 weeks. If he endures prolonged hunger, at best he weakens, at worst he loses control, gradually losing his sense of self, and eventually dissipating like her. Jia Li smiled brightly. "Chang Mo, have you forgotten? I ended up like this precisely because I could not find enough energy." Chang Mo sat there, lost in thought. He wondered, if you could not find enough energy, how could I possibly find it? Jia Li added, my appetite was larger, but you at least retain your memories. Chang Mo thought to himself, never thought leveling up an emotional entity would be such a hassle. This world is truly hard to live in. Jia Li continued, if you are not strong, danger surrounds you, and you cannot protect yourself. If you become stronger, you lack energy, gradually exhaust yourself, and die anyway. It is truly a dilemma, but the urgent matter now is to recover your strength. Suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared in the room. Chang Mo was startled and took notice. The girl slowly stepped out from the shadows. Chang Mo sensed the cold aura, quickly grabbed his spear, inwardly blaming Jia Li for not waking him up. Even so, the appearance of this girl still caught him off guard. She knelt down on one knee, lowered her head, and closed her eyes, showing submission. Then she spoke in a respectful tone. Young master, I have come to escort you. Her words stunned him for a moment. Chang Mo had no idea what was happening. He asked back in confusion, and she nodded to confirm his question. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the girl pointed at him, then frantically searched herself, stammering a few words but finding nothing, growing more anxious as she checked again. As a result, she tripped and fell right there under Chang Mo's puzzled gaze. Then she slowly sat up. After a hard search, she presented a cute heart-shaped box, saying, Young master, this is a small welcome gift, cookies I made myself. I hope you like them. He said nothing and accepted the gift. Jia Li was equally surprised. Chang Mo set the gift aside and asked, What do you mean by young master? The girl replied, It means becoming the leader of our sect. Before Elder Liu passed away, he conveyed your message to everyone. That short, bald, hateful man. He said you are the hope to end the hatred, the savior we have been waiting for. So I came to find you on behalf of everyone. Chang Mo thought to himself, so that old man had indeed noticed Jia Li's ability back then. But how did he send the information? Could it be a special ability of the hatred? Jia Li laughed happily. He must have sensed you are my successor. Seems I still have some followers. He asked, the people you mentioned, how many are there? The girl recalled and replied, there are 4 of us left after receiving Elder Liu's message. Chang Mo was puzzled. Only 4 of you support me as the leader of the Black Lotus sect? She smiled lightly without hiding anything. The 4 of us have control over many followers. He asked again, many or few? What percentage? The girl calculated and replied, about 30%. Chang Mo asked further, not that many, right? What about the remaining 70%? Zhao Yan, the current leader, knows what you are doing. He won't let it slide, right? Hearing this, she lowered her head. He added, besides, how do I know you aren't sent by the leader to deal with me? At that moment, they both fell silent. Until the girl spoke with tears streaming down her face. I have done so much, taken such great risks to come here. I even brought homemade cookies. Do you know how long it took me to make them? She said with a sad expression, and you still don't trust me? Seeing her suddenly turn negative, Chang Mo let out a confused sound. Suddenly, her eyes turned red. She raised her weapon and lunged forward, shouting, Die! Both Chang Mo and Jia Li gritted their teeth, thinking, this is it. Her weapon was only inches away from him. Chang Mo hastily summoned the jelly-like liquid and launched it forward. The tip of the weapon was now only a few millimeters from his eyes. Fortunately, Chang Mo's skill took effect on her in time. The liquid touched the girl's head. She quickly regained her composure, panting heavily and slowly retreating. The weapon in her hand gradually vanished. Her eyes suddenly became strangely glistening. The girl, both relieved and moved, hugged Chang Mo tightly. She sobbed, it has been so long since I felt this way. No more hatred, no more resentment. Elder Liu was right. You truly are the one we have been waiting for, our savior. Chang Mo couldn't believe it. This was the second time today. Jia Li also felt relieved. They had almost capsized in the gutter. In the hallway, Qingji was cheerfully leading a group of people. Let's go. Let's head back to find Chang Mo. Back in Chang Mo's room, the girl still held him tightly and said, Young master, we are sincere in seeking you out. I know Leader Zhao wants to deal with you. He wants to use you to find the predecessor. Rest assured, we will definitely stand by your side. She added, you are still weak now, and gaining strength requires many resources. Many things you cannot do personally, we can help. The Black Lotus Sect's intelligence network has been established for years with its own web. I beg you, please lead us. Jia Li happily agreed. She is right. Relying only on yourself cannot make you a strong one. Agree to her. Chang Mo thought it over. If he had a faction of power serving him, things would be much more convenient. Moreover, he could ask them to handle Jia Li's matter. But the image of a crazed Qingji appeared in his mind. If the doctor found out he was mingling with the Black Lotus sect members, then, as he was thinking, Chang Mo suddenly remembered something. He thought to himself, no, the doctor is about to return. I need to get her out of here quickly. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Qingji had already brought her group near the room. Chang Mo grabbed the girl's shoulder, about to say, you first. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. She lowered her head, seriously offering up a crystal. Chang Mo was stunned. The moment he saw this thing, every cell in his body seemed to crave it. It was a blue crystal, the source of rational emotions. The girl expressed, young master, you are severely malnourished. We have ample reserves. All you need to do is become our leader, and all these resources will be yours. But Jia Li quickly noticed something wrong and shouted, Watch out! Chang Mo was pushed aside by the girl. Behind him, Chen Jun had appeared with a weapon. The girl had taken the blow for him. Chang Mo quickly turned around, wondering if there were any other assassins. Just as Chen Jun attacked, she had managed to rush over and rescue him. His blade unintentionally pierced through her body, blood splattering onto the girl's face. Chen Jun was extremely frustrated when his attack missed the target. He thought to himself, here he was with his strength not yet recovered, and he had to run into this kind of predicament. Fortunately, Jia Li shouted out in time, reminding Chang Mo to be careful. Dr. Lu was about to arrive. Chang Mo immediately yelled without hesitation, "Dr. Lu, save us!" That shout startled both of them, freezing them in place. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Ji and a few others quickly made their way over. A blazing fury was burning within her eyes. Seeing that, Chang Mo immediately turned to her and ordered, "Go!" Seeing Qing Ji's dumbfounded face, he could only repeat himself, "This is an order." At that very moment, Chen Jun seized the opportunity and controlled a mass of tentacles to launch an attack at Chang Mo. His blade was as fast as lightning, pressing right up against Chang Mo's face. But before he could even rejoice, Chen Jun had to face Qing Ji's wrath. A single slash from her completely destroyed the wall panel behind him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared completely from Qing Ji's sight. She couldn't help but think in confusion, that man, is he gone already? Chang Mo couldn't see him either, so he turned to ask Jia Li, "What's going on?" Jia Li replied, "I'm looking." Within moments, she discovered a formidable truth. His stealth level is very high, might be a special emotional body type. I can't see clearly either. Even so, Jia Li still tried to rewind what had just happened. After a moment, she suddenly looked to the side and shouted, "He's heading towards the area where Jia Qi and Chen Ju are." Meanwhile, Jia Qi on this side still asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Chen Ju also shook his head helplessly. No idea. At some unknown point, Chen Jun had appeared behind them with a gleaming knife in his hand. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind, kill these two kids first. But right at that instant, he accidentally slipped. Because they were holding hands, both of them fell to the ground, unintentionally dodging a fatal blow. He thought the two had eyes in the back of their heads and was startled in panic. Back in the present, Qing Ji was sprinting towards them, carrying her scythe. Seeing that, Chen Jun was shocked by her terrifying speed. In the end, he could only play the escape card and instantly vanished. This scene infuriated Qing Ji, but she was helpless. He disappeared again. As for Jia Qi, she asked with confusion, "Sister Lu, what do you want to do?" Unable to predict Chen Jun's path, Qing Ji could only carefully warn, "Be careful, there's someone who wants to kill everyone." Jia Qi was a bit scared and asked, "Really or fake, sister?" Qing Ji's eyes now held only endless fury. "Damn it, I don't know where the enemy is or how high his stealth level is. Or should I release the emotional monsters hiding in this area?" But the two were already under her protection, so she felt somewhat reassured. No, doing that would push these kids right into the attack range of the emotional monsters. Things were getting worse because this could stimulate them. Before, they'd already experienced this once. To have to suffer through it again in such a short time, the consequences would be irreversible. And things got even worse when she suddenly remembered, this is a hospital in the city center. There are too many ordinary people. I must suppress my power to avoid causing casualties. At the same time, Chang Mo asked Jia Li worriedly, "Can you see him?" She answered helplessly, "It's very difficult. I'm trying my best." While they were busy talking, Chen Jun had silently appeared behind the boy. He looked down with a confident demeanor. "With you lot, you want to see me?" Chen Jun's mind immediately formed a plan. Take this guy down in front of them, then leave with the body. At that very moment, Jia Qi accidentally spotted him and shouted, "Sister Qing Ji, there's someone stuck on the wall over there. How strange." Hearing this, Chen Jun was so shocked his eyes went wide and his mouth gaped open. Before he could react, Qing Ji was already charging over with her scythe. Luckily, Chen Jun managed to leap back to dodge the attack. Immediately after, her scythe swung, creating a lethal slash. But when the smoke cleared, there was no sign of him anywhere. Jia Qi witnessed the scene and screamed in panic, "I can't see him. Is he dead?" On the other side, Qing Ji thought for a moment and then replied, "Probably not. This place is no longer safe. We need to leave quickly." But that still couldn't reassure Jia Qi. That was so scary. He's not going to hide anymore, is he? Qing Ji couldn't be sure either. "I don't know. That's why little Jia Qi needs to stay vigilant about everything around you. Only you can see him." At that same moment, Chang Mo was standing in a corner, lost in thought. His hands suddenly clenched tightly. At some unknown point, he had come to hold a strange blue stone. On it were simply a series of numbers and a note, "My phone number. Make sure to contact me." The one who had just clashed with Chang Mo's group was Chen Jun, a Class A wanted criminal of the Sha Kingdom with charges of murder, illegal imprisonment, torture, kidnapping, and illegal use of emotional power. He had many aliases. He wasn't just one person, but had actually disguised himself as many, a spirit summoner, Mr. Smoke, the Whole. One of his more straightforward names was, however, the most notable title had to be the #1 assassin of the Sha Kingdom. In the past, similar incidents had occurred. He openly killed and kidnapped many officials and businessmen. Some cases happened in locked rooms with countless bodyguards outside, yet the person inside would still vanish without a trace. Despite the government's many efforts, they were still unable to corner Chen Jun. The East Sea City Emotional Management Bureau had once mobilized its entire pursuit team under the command of a world-class leader, but the results were still not favorable. But Qingji still didn't think much of Chen Jun. He's just a city-level emotional body. Jiaqi listened but still didn't understand. Sister Qingji, is a city level very powerful? She didn't answer directly but began to explain. Emotional bodies are currently classified into 6 levels. First is the lowest rank. Level 1 is the street level, which is the current tier of Jiaqi and Chenju. Right after that came Changmo's position, followed by the county level rank, which matched his current level. And he even rose to a higher position. Third was the city level rank, which was Chen Jun's level, the #1 assassin of Great Xia. That position was not too high but not ordinary either. Above it were province level, national level, and world level ranks. In other words, Chen Jun, despite being 3 major levels weaker, could still escape from a world level opponent safely. It was then that Jiaqi realized the person she had just faced had a far from simple identity. The one who ambushed us was truly formidable. So what kind of emotion type entity was he exactly? But unfortunately, even Qingji did not know this matter. No one knew what kind of emotion type entity he was. In fact, for such a unique emotion type entity, the type and energy effects were their biggest secret. Still, she understood very clearly that Chen Jun was extremely dangerous. However, we speculated that the effect of his emotional power might be teleportation and invisibility. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what he had done. Even Jia Li, who had been listening all along, spoke up. The #1 assassin of Great Xia country had some real skills, which startled him. She knew the type of his emotion type entity but did not actually know the details. Not knowing made it hard to believe that a city-level creature could escape from a world-level one. This matter was actually hard to explain because a world-level entity only needed to release its own emotion-type monster. Then within the coverage area, everything became clear, yet he still managed to escape. Perhaps only abilities like teleportation could explain it. Those words made Chang Mo start to panic. Teleportation and invisibility. This #1 assassin of Great Xia country was truly cunning. While lost in thought, Qingji said again, being targeted by such an emotion-type entity was truly troublesome. The opponent's targets seemed to include not only Chang Mo, even little Jiaqi and Chen Ju were targets, so he absolutely must not leave her side. The conversation just now kept making his mind imagine terrifying scenarios. Sister Qingji, if he really had the ability to teleport instantly and suddenly appeared, slit my throat and disappeared, what would you do? Perhaps he was somewhere watching us and waiting for a chance to act. Those words made Jiaqi tremble with fear. No way, Chang Mo, do not doubt Sister Qingji's abilities. Yet Qingji even said, actually Chang Mo was not wrong. Up to this moment, nothing was certain. I truly cannot guarantee your safety 100%, but I have always stayed vigilant. Yet they managed to lift Qingji's spirits to the utmost. If he dared to lay a finger on them, he would pay with his life. Hearing that, they froze in fear. Fortunately, Chen Ju was sensible and comforted them, saying not to worry. Jiaqi's power was precisely what countered him. She could still see him. Jiaqi suddenly remembered when the assassin struck earlier, Chen Ju tripped and caused her to fall as well, but luckily both of them were unharmed. But there were still many concerns. Chen Ju's optimistic emotional power was miraculous, but she was only a street-level emotional entity. She could not always turn danger into safety if they only placed all their hopes on luck. That statement made Jiaqi panic. Who knows if next time she might lose her head, she thought to herself, is that so? In just a moment, they had exited the basement. In the car were still those 4 people, but this time they were filled with determination. Because now they had ventured out into the vast world instead of staying cooped up in the hospital. The 2 of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, Gu Li on the opposite side spoke up casually. Captain Lu, say a few words. Welcome Captain Lu to direct our work. After those words, everyone clapped in unison in response. Qingji felt a bit embarrassed and replied, thank you everyone, I am a new member and not yet familiar with the situation here, but I did come here with a mission. As you all know, the second hospital was attacked. I am here to investigate the case. I hope everyone will cooperate to bring the culprit to justice. Hearing those words, he became angry and shouted, this case is truly outrageous. Those cult followers dare to attack a state institution. They must be punished. Captain Lu, just give the order. We will investigate immediately, and we will certainly punish them according to the law. This made her feel uncomfortable. How to put it? The current situation was too unexpected. If she directly said she had to investigate Director Ku, there would certainly be problems. Moreover, there might be people among them who were Director Ku's men, but no matter what, she needed to see their reactions first. After thinking for a moment, Qingji found the appropriate way to say it. Alright, currently we have a breakthrough. Chen Jun is a top assassin of the Daxian nation. He targeted Chang Mo, Jiaqi, and Chen Ju. I suspect this matter is definitely related to the incident at the second hospital. She did all this to protect everyone everyone because they had rendered meritorious service during the incident at the second hospital, and to some extent had interfered with the enemy's mission. Therefore, it was highly likely that Chen Jun was hired by the Black Lotus sect to assassinate the three of them. We need to capture Chen Jun, then through him find the Black Lotus sect behind this. The more Qingji thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She even exposed Wei Yin and the people behind him. But after a while, the atmosphere fell into silence, making everyone feel awkward. Suddenly, Li Jian pondered for a moment before speaking up. He walked straight to the door separating the two sides, yet Li Jian left right before their eyes without saying a word, making Gu Li blush. Captain Lu, don't take it personally. Deputy Captain Li is just a bit busy. I'm sure there's no problem with you. As he was just starting his story, someone suddenly called. We should have dealt with Chen Jun a long time ago. The wanted order was issued years ago. The leader said to do as instructed. Hello, what did you just say? Captain, I'm sorry. I have a call. Wei Ren witnessed that scene and shouted, Gu Li, what are you pretending for? You are a master of flattery, but when it comes to real combat you want to run away first, making Gu Li startled. Run away what? Is Gu Li someone who is afraid of fighting? Those words made him even more furious. Keep pretending. It is people like you who have turned this case into a dead end. If this continues, the entire pursuit team will rot from within. Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, Shi Jian had to speak up. It's not that serious. Everyone calm down. Like this it's very easy to lose control. Su Yan also laughed, looking at you guys being so agitated every day. How interesting. No, I can't be this happy. Just then Fan Shi spoke up to take the case. Captain, please give this mission to me. I'm not like Gu Li, I guarantee I will complete it. But he accidentally enraged Gu Li. You coward, dare to say that? Clearly a street-level emotional entity still pretending to be a city-level one. The more he spoke, the more flaws he exposed. The paperwork that Lao Shi asked her about last time, you haven't done it all month. In the end, Lao Shi had to do it himself. She was so angry she turned around and blamed Gu Li. Lao Gu, why did you expose me? I just wanted to make a good impression on the new captain. Wei Ren was so indignant he shouted, the Emotional Management Bureau is going to collapse. It's all because you people don't do your duties, making Fan Shi sad. Wei Ren, why are you dragging me into this? Su Yan still casually said, not good, this is too funny. Captain, I'm afraid I'll lose control. Anyway, it's almost time. I'm clocking out early. Shi Jian, upon hearing that, also got bored and left. Captain, I'm going back to work. Let me know when there are results. The four of them were left dizzy by this scene. Just a moment later, the sky had turned dark. Gu Li and Wei Ren still couldn't stop arguing. That's human nature. Do you understand human nature? Don't make excuses. Just because things have always been that way doesn't mean it's right. The two refused to give in to each other. I think you don't know anything. I think you're the one who doesn't know anything. Meanwhile, the favorite show just ended, making Jiaqi a bit annoyed. How could this happen? Hurry up with the next episode. Chang Mo, upon hearing that, calmly started a new episode for her to watch. This reaction made Jiaqi startled and asked back, Chang Mo, why don't you show any emotion? Don't you want to know what happens next? Of course the answer was yes, making her admire him. You're so calm. At the same time, on the other side, Fan Shi had just finished work, so he was very happy. The new boss is great. Every day at work should be like this. Shi Jian replied, you're usually like this anyway. They were busy chatting away, not paying attention to the other side. But you are also completely powerless right now. Earlier, at Qingji's office, she was so angry she turned around. I've been played for a fool. The breaking news was broadcasting. Donghai City is one of the most important metropolises of the Daxia nation in dealing with the increasingly severe emotional disasters, handling criminal emotional entities that dare to continuously challenge the public. Through that, everyone could see a detailed plan. We have decided to expand the pursuit team from one initial team to 3 teams, recruiting more law-abiding emotional entities to participate and contribute to the stability of Donghai City. Those words were all caught by their eyes. We also hope everyone will cooperate fully, stabilize the situation, and ensure security in Donghai City. The more Qingji thought, the more tired she felt. This morning, Wei Yin had divided the original pursuit team into 3 groups. All the talented people were assigned to teams 2 and 3, while the most useless ones were thrown to her. No wonder a pursuit team didn't even have a national-level emotional entity. Because this operation was not simply just the 4 of them. Who knows if there were people of Kuei Yin inside? Perhaps all of them were Kuei Wei Yin's people, precisely wanting to hold us back. Trapped in that train of thought, these people were originally just the trash of the pursuit team. It seems the strength of the pursuit team is much stronger than I imagined, but are they really all Wei Yin's people? It feels more like I myself can't be trusted. Right after that, Qingji announced some bad news. Looking at the current situation, we won't be able to catch Chen Jun in a short time. Before he is caught, you all must not leave the Emotional Management Bureau or your lives will be in danger, making Jia Qi dejected, so we can't go anywhere. Fortunately, daily living was still quite well provisioned. Don't worry, the building of this management bureau has everything. Your living arrangements won't be a problem. Many people in the bureau even use this place as their home, saving on rent. But no matter what, he still felt a bit worried. So is it safe to just not go outside? The captain can't always protect us, right? Fortunately, Chang Mo then received a satisfactory answer. In the Emotional Management Bureau, there is also another world-level strongman. This world-level expert absolutely cannot be Kuei Wei Yin's man. That's why this place is almost safe for everyone to stay. This entire management bureau is always covered by his emotional monster. Even if Chen Jun sneaks in for a surprise attack, at most he can only take down 1 person. then he'll be buried with you all. He won't do something like that. Saying that, she didn't forget to scold them. So your most important task now is to strengthen your emotional power, especially the three of you who are undiscovered emotional entities. You can increase your strength, which is extremely important for capturing Chen Jun. Qingji was trying to analyze the current situation. Jiaqi, you can see information. Who knows, after strengthening your power, you might be able to see where Chen Jun is hiding. Besides that, there's also Chen Ju's ability. Chen Ju, if your power is strengthened, who knows, you might run into Chen Jun as soon as you step out the door. But Jiaqi still didn't understand anything, so how do we strengthen it? Seeing that, Qingji immediately explained, you and Chen Ju are only level 1 now, corresponding to street level. After you can control your emotions, you can slowly try to release emotional reactions, and your emotional power will naturally increase. And when it came to Chang Mo, he was the most troublesome. You're more complicated. Your stages already have daily consumption. Every day you need to recharge corresponding emotional resources, otherwise your emotional power risks diminishing. Because Qingji had read his file from the second hospital incident, I read Xiaolin's report. You can absorb power from the suppression chains, therefore the suppression chains are in fact your corresponding emotional resources. Qingji was still trying to cover for him, but he was forced to remind her that this report had been marked as top secret. Even Wei Yin did not have the right to see it. His superiors and he both believed that his emotional ability had to be kept hidden, not letting the outside world know that he could absorb power from the suppression chains, because that could reveal the true extent of his strength. So she had to devise another plan, and he would request the suppression chains for him under the pretext of preventing a loss of control. But getting it was not easy. The suppression chains were very precious. Using it to stabilize an emotional body of his level was a luxury, so Wei Yin might not approve his request for that chain. At this point, Chang Mo somewhat understood, so this was how it was. Suddenly he thought of something else. He was indeed hungry. The rationality crystal from the girl belonging to the hatred emotional body was not enough for him to eat. But Chang Mo set that thought aside and turned to ask Jia Li, what do I need to do now? Like Jia Qi and everyone else, just relax and go with the corresponding emotion? Because she was still very difficult to understand. Hey, what do you want to do? Why do you keep asking others? Chang Mo remained silent, which made Jia Li feel bored as well. Of course, it was because she belonged to their organization, so he was not at ease, afraid she would harm him. At this moment, Qingji spoke up to bring him back to reality. Chang Mo, you have reached level 2. The risk of losing control is starting to increase, and now there is no energy source for you to absorb. You should find your own rule. Jia Qi was surprised and asked what a rule was. She explained that it was a way for the emotional body to stabilize its own state. Hearing that, she launched into a long explanation. The higher the rank of an emotional body, the easier its emotions become uncontrolled. Therefore, one must adhere to certain principles or repetitive daily actions. Only then can the emotional state be stabilized, and that is called a rule. But this was often very difficult to do because the actions required by the rule often contradicted natural emotions. For example, if one belonged to a happiness emotional body, one had to find ways to make oneself sorrowful. As for which specific action was effective and suitable, he had to discover it himself. Thinking about this, the three of them fell into silence again. While sitting, Jiaqi suddenly cried out, so that's it, what are we going to do this time? It turned out she had been stimulated by the show. Hurry up and watch the next episode. Chang Mo also gradually understood. Watching suspenseful shows like this could help increase Jiaqi's emotional power. After a while of observing, Jiaqi couldn't help but shout in fear, so many energy. But Qingji calmly explained to her, are you talking about the things on everyone's heads? In the current world, people without energy are actually very rare. Almost everyone is infected by the emotion virus. The people in the hospital are a bit better, but the others can hardly avoid it. While in the car, Qingji recounted a story from the past. Our hospital used to visit and give out medicine. Even if the tumor could shrink with many medicines, it would grow back after a while. Hearing that, Jiaqi immediately asked the question she had wondered about for a long time. So do lumps grow on the heads of transformed emotional bodies like us? Fortunately, the answer was almost always no. But in reality, nothing is absolutely certain. If one wallows in a single emotion for too long and gets infected by the corresponding emotion virus, there is still a chance of growing that energy lump. But from what he knew, it would never create a second emotion monster. After hearing these words, Chang Mo gradually understood. So that was why his own energy lump was that big back then, but he still didn't transform. According to Qingji, in this era, stabilizing the people's mental state was a difficult problem for the government. So they tried every means to prevent that. The government cooperated with many companies through short videos, games, novels, and films, as well as social media platforms to keep the public psychology stable. Even though everyone was more or less infected with the emotion virus, as long as there were enough other emotions to act as a counterbalance, the energy lump would not be dangerous. However, this plan still had loopholes. Many emotional body criminals deliberately spread their own virus, causing ordinary people to lose control and turn into emotion monsters. This made Jiaqi feel surprised. Why? According to Qingji's understanding, it was all for food. This stemmed from their evolution process. An emotional body wanted to get stronger, so it had to absorb the corresponding energy. They spread the virus, causing others to get infected and become emotion monsters, then hunted and absorbed that energy source to increase their power. Remembering something, Qingji suddenly added, this is something Chang Mo has personally experienced. Not only on the surface, but also underground, the emotional bodies there almost had to mature through this path. Even the #1 assassin of the Great Xia country, Chen Jun, grew up this way. If he is not caught, I'm afraid people will be harmed every day. This is the most reasonable explanation for our hospital admitting patients with emotional disorders after transformation. On one hand, to prevent them from losing control and harming society. On the other hand, to avoid them pursuing power and becoming murderers. She looked ahead and said, ahead is the tunnel. Meanwhile, Chen Ju was still dazed and confused. Sister Qingji, where are we going? Qingji answered immediately, the East Sea City Emotional Body Management Bureau. Suddenly realizing something, Chang Mo quickly moved to her side. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Sister Qingji, I want to know on the day hospital number 2 was attacked, who called you to the meeting? Mentioning that, her eyes turned red with anger. It was the director of the East Sea City Emotional Body Management Bureau. These words stunned everyone in the car. Seeing everyone's reaction, Qingji gradually understood. I guess everyone can guess it. That's right, that director very likely colluded with the Black Lotus sect. I even suspect that the #1 assassin of the Great Xia country was also hired by him. Hearing that, Jaichi was extremely panicked. Oh my god, aren't we going to the Emotional Body Management Bureau just to deliver ourselves to death? Deliver ourselves to death? But instead of being afraid, Qingji seemed interested. Well then, we'll have to see if they have the guts for that. That scene made Chang Mo a bit scared. No way, doctor, are you letting your emotions take over again? The more he thought, the more he felt this matter was not simple. She is a world-level emotional body, while the 3 of them are much lower, and his power hasn't recovered yet. While sitting, Chang Mo was suddenly attracted by a howling sound. Right after that, Fan Chi ran over and pointed to the opposite side, suddenly warning, what happened? Look over there. Through the blurry glass, he saw a chaotic cluster of emotions flying in the air. At this moment, he understood what it was, but she had already cut him off. That is an emotion accident. From somewhere, Fan Chi pulled out a pair of binoculars and said, you will probably see it with these. Then the 2 of them observed that thing together. As soon as he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. Those creatures in front were flying in swarms towards them. Right behind Chang Mo, a surge of murderous intent suddenly rose. In a flash, they all rushed forward together with a war cry, attack. Then they smashed through the glass windows and leaped out to fight. That scene made him freeze, while Fan Chi was already used to it and found nothing strange. Outside, all 3 of them dove downward. Then they all took a running start and jumped forward together. 3 figures, fast as lightning, charged towards the swarm that had just appeared. Still curious, Chang Mo turned to ask what they were doing, and the answer was that their KPI had arrived. Fan Chi took one look and understood immediately. This is a swarm of locusts infected with jealousy emotion, a level 1 accident, the exact kind of free achievement. Now she finally had time to talk seriously with him. Don't think the team leader doesn't care, so you think they are negligent. Actually, everyone is a veteran player. The tasks are too hard, so no one is interested. As for the Chen Jun case, although the achievement is tempting, he is hard to catch. Everyone was busy hunting for emotional resources, which left Chang Mo stunned, so that was the case. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, what about Miss Su? I remember she has also reached the provincial level, so wouldn't her resource needs be even greater? I notice she seems quite idle, leaving work right on time. Fan Chi explained easily, Miss Su is a rich person, here to experience life. She doesn't lack resources. The deputy captain risked life and limb to get that rank, while Miss Su was born at the finish line. The rest of us have to work hard like horses. After saying that, she seemed tired. All right, I'm gonna sleep. Chang Mo also nodded, then I'll go to sleep too. Before long, they had been there until the second day. After finishing their tasks, the guards finally had free time to chat. This month's performance was stable, but Gu Li still seemed to want more. He wondered if the locust plague could happen a few more times. However, Shi Jian was already fed up, saying he'd take a shower first before working, and everyone agreed. Suddenly, Chang Mo appeared and spoke up, asking, Seniors, you've been fighting all night without sleep. Don't you need to rest? This caught the group off guard, and they simply replied, Sleep? Why would we need to sleep? At that moment, Su Yuan also arrived at the workplace and conveniently explained, Little Chang Mo, good morning. Didn't you know? They are emotion-type pollen bodies. They can go a whole week without sleeping. Hearing this, he partly understood. So they're relentless pursuers who never rest, huh? Just then, Fan Chi appeared and confirmed. Exactly, they're natural-born bull-cow sacred bodies. This startled him. Sister Fan, you're up this early too? But she only replied, Gotta clock in first, then get some more sleep. Meanwhile, in a separate development, Wei Yin sat bored, observing the situation through his computer screen. He recalled what happened last night, his heart growing more and more annoyed and irritated. Because of that matter, Wei Yin had to rack his brains. He questioned, Miss Tong, the Black Lotus sect attack on hospital number 2 was your doing, right? Yet Hui Hui nonchalantly admitted, That's right, I did it. The admission infuriated him, and he couldn't hold back his shout. Are you insane? Colluding with the Black Lotus sect, attacking hospital number 2, killing the director, driving everyone away. Are you trying to rebel or what? However, she was calm enough to reverse and comfort Wei Yin. Director, don't get angry so quickly. Have a cup of tea first, then we'll talk. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and bitter he felt inside. Wei Yin could no longer stay calm. He knocked over the teacup and yelled, Tea? The Central Emotion Management Bureau won't let you off the hook for this. According to him, this matter was indeed extremely troublesome. She, the Tong family, and the Black Lotus sect would all be implicated. It was at this moment that Hui Hui spoke up to correct him. Director, you're quite right, but there's one thing you've missed. It turned out she wasn't worried about that at all because she already had another pawn to die in her place. The Central Emotion Emotion Management Bureau won't let you off the hook either. Don't forget Dr. Lu only met with misfortune because you called her to the meeting. You've become an accomplice now. Hearing that, Wei Yin quickly tried to clear his name. That meeting was about handling the emotion sickness in Donghai City. The emotion disasters have been severe lately, so what I did was completely reasonable and justified. This didn't escape her sharp eyes. You're reasonable, sure, but the Central only needs a justified suspicion. Also, haven't you heard? Qing Ji is about to be appointed as the captain of the pursuit team of the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau. You're not qualified to know her background, so guess who she's targeting this time? Things were even worse because Qing Ji wasn't acting alone. Oh right, she's also brought along 3 rare emotion-type bodies this time. Your affairs will likely be exposed soon. Those words directly shattered Wei Yin's last line of psychological defense. He wondered who in this entire country could possibly protect him now. With that thought, his hands clenched tightly as rage surged within him. In the end, Wei Yin had no choice but to humble himself before Hui Hui, bowing his head respectfully to seek a way out. He carefully bent down to pick up the shattered pieces of the teacup from the floor. To show his sincerity, he completely discarded his pride. Miss Tong, from now on, the Tong family's matters are my matters. Hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction. Captain Lu has just arrived and is still inexperienced. You know what to do next. If you hesitate, you'll die without a place to be buried. Afterwards, Wei Yin solemnly replied, I understand. Meanwhile, as he was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang. Wei Yin pressed the answer button, and a voice came through. Director, Dr. Lu has arrived. Hearing that, Wei Yin's expression immediately darkened. All the pent-up frustration in his heart finally had a chance to erupt. Yet when facing everyone, Wei Yin still wore a hypocritical smile. Dr. Lu, welcome. I never expected you to become our team captain. That's really something to be happy about. He shook hands with Qing Ji and praised her warmly. Our pursuit team is so fortunate to have such a powerful emotion-type body like you. This made her a little shy. Director, you flatter me. After a while, they went out to the courtyard to talk directly with Wei Yin. He admitted, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm not joking. He looked at everyone with a remorseful expression. Regarding the hospital number 2 incident, I truly apologize. Those unruly elements were too arrogant. Then he turned to Qing Ji. Dr. Lu, no, I should say Captain Lu. If you need anything from now on, just say the word. Our bureau will fully support you. Qing Ji could only force a response. Yes, yes. Suddenly Wei Yin turned to look at everyone and said, I've reviewed your files. Thank you for your hard work in the hospital number 2 case. He emphasized, being a member of the pursuit team of the Emotion Management Bureau is not easy. You must always remember your mission. Think of the people of Donghai City behind you. Learn from Captain Lu. The Bureau's future rests on you young people. Faced with that unexpected situation, Jia Qi was so flustered she could only stammer out a few incoherent words. Fortunately, Chang Mo reacted in time. He stood at attention and declared, Please rest assured, leader. We will follow your example, remember our mission, and do our best. Please watch our actions. Chenju, seeing this, followed suit. With you caring for the people, we are full of vigor. Point us in a direction and we'll strike there, guaranteed to complete the mission. On the other side, Qing Ji witnessed this scene and stood frozen, unable to say a word. As for Wei Yin, he was very pleased. Good. It seems Captain Lu's subordinates are all talented. He turned to his assistant. Little Zhang, go arrange the onboarding procedures for everyone. Then take Captain Lu to the pursuit team office. The assistant quickly replied, Yes, sir. He added, Everyone, I still have matters to attend to. Let's chat later. The group chorused, Director, go ahead with your work. This action left both Qing Jie and Jia Qi speechless. Soon enough, everyone left together, leaving only Wei Yin standing there. Only then did he remove his mask of deception, silently calculating. Chang Mo is someone Miss Tong wants, so no need to consider him. However, he didn't give up, just shifted his target. But this Chen Ju, maybe I can try to win him over. At this moment, the sky was warming up with gentle rays of sunshine, as if signaling a bright future awaiting them. Inside the elevator, Chang Mo suddenly spoke. Sister Qing Ji, I thought you'd expose Director Ku's true colors right there. She could only reply helplessly. I really wanted to, but I held it in. Qing Ji explained. Actually, everything I do has a reason. I know I can't lose control, she continued. Moreover, our goal isn't just Director Ku, but also the Black Lotus sect behind him. And who knows, maybe there's someone even further behind, she said firmly. I have to drag them all out to avenge the director. Suddenly, she changed the subject to the two of them. On the other hand, you two sure know how to talk. Jia Qi agreed. Right. Hearing those lines even stunned me. Chang Mo had to confess. I've worked before. What are a few lines like that? Chen Ju, however, stated his reason bluntly. Captain Lu, I'm your soldier. A strong general doesn't have weak soldiers under him, so how could I embarrass you? The three of them seemed completely stunned by that statement. After a moment, Jia Qi calmed down. That's too strong. How did you even come up with that? Even Chang Mo had to acknowledge. I should learn from this level of professionalism. Those words inadvertently pleased Qing Ji. She knew he said it on purpose, but it was still nice to hear. Meanwhile, at some secret stronghold, he looked at Chen Jun with a bored expression. I can't believe we failed again. Chen Jun still couldn't accept what had just happened. Right? The enemy had a little girl named Jia Qi who could see me during this mission. Because of that, he became even more curious about her. He suggested, can you ask that side to provide me with information on this girl? But just Jia Qi's information alone wasn't enough for Chen Jun. He added, I want info on her whole family. Then he emphasized, ask the Black Lotus sect if they know that girl with the two-bun hair tie, the cute-looking one. That girl is an emotion-type body of hatred. Without her, I would have completed the objective. At this moment, Qingji was talking with everyone about Wei Yin. Actually, Kuei Yin can't fully control the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau, so you don't need to worry too much. Chang Mo asked, why is that? She explained, because his emotion type grade isn't high. Especially with frontline combat teams like the Pursuit Team, no one truly respects him. Chang Mo asked further, Sister Qingji, which department does the Pursuit Team of the Emotion Management Bureau belong to? Qingji replied, it's a department under the Donghai City Emotion Management Bureau, specializing in investigating and arresting illegal emotion-type bodies. He guessed, so it's kind of like the Human Police Department. She confirmed, pretty much, but the Pursuit Team is actually much stronger than the police. She continued, the Pursuit Team can be considered the strongest military force in Donghai City in a real fight. She emphasized, not to mention an armored unit, even an Air Force fighter squadron couldn't withstand them. Jiachi exclaimed in surprise, they're that powerful? Chang Mo also wondered, Sister Qingji, I don't quite understand. Can emotion-type bodies even withstand missiles? Qingji replied, they actually can. She explained, the higher the grade of an emotion-type body, the lower the impact of physical damage. At your current stage, you can still be shot dead, but later on, not to mention missiles, even nuclear bombs wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Chang Mo couldn't help but be astonished. That exaggerated? So you'll reach world class later? Then even a nuclear bomb couldn't kill Dr. Liu, right? Jia Li suddenly appeared behind him and said, of course. At world class, only emotion power can destroy an emotional entity. Qingji continued sharing about the special feature of the Daxia Nation's Pursuit Team. Moreover, the Pursuit Team of Daxia Nation has another very special characteristic. She said, they can work tirelessly without sleep and even without eating or drinking, persistently chasing criminals until they are brought to justice. That's why they are also known as the Undying Pursuers. She led them to a large door and introduced, these are our professional colleagues. She introduced them to the new teammates, telling them to get acquainted. Inside, Fan Chi was still fast asleep. Thak Kian played with the bird in its cage. To Viachin cried while hugging a bag of snacks watching a movie. Guli calmly sipped his tea. The group filed into the room one by one. Everyone stood frozen, speechless. Chang Mo turned to Qingji and asked if this was what professional looked like. She forced a smile and replied that as long as no one lost control, it was already beyond professional. Outside, the sky was a clear blue with a few white clouds. Inside, everyone gathered around Qingji. Li Zhan introduced himself proactively, saying, Li Zhan, powder emotion type, former provincial deputy captain, hoping for guidance. Guli rubbed his hands with a sly grin and said, Guli, city-level excitement emotion type, requesting guidance. Greetings to Captain Liu and everyone else. To Vian wiped her tears and smiled in response. To Via, provincial-level joy emotion type, hoping for everyone's help. Another person spoke up, saying, city-level, please guide me well. Vishanan glanced over and introduced himself. Vishanan, powder emotion type, city level. Fan Chi also waved and greeted. Fan Chi, city level powder type, hoping to work together. After hearing this, Chang Mo quickly analyzed that Jia Li once said Elder Liu, who was close to level 4, was only equivalent to a city-level entity. Yet here, everyone was at the same level, with even 2 provincial-level people surpassing that. Jiachi marveled that they were impressive, saying their own team was only street-level, and Chang Mo had just reached district level. He turned to look at Qing Jie, who was still deep in thought beside him. Guli cheerfully spoke up, saying, Captain Liu, please say a few words. We welcome the captain's guidance. The whole room erupted in applause. Qing Jie laughed awkwardly and replied, thank you, everyone. I am new and still unclear on many things, but I truly came here with a mission. Everyone probably knows about the attack on Hospital Number 2, right? I am here to investigate that case, and I hope everyone will cooperate to bring the culprit to justice. Hearing this, one person eagerly said the matter was truly outrageous, that those cult members dared to attack a state agency and must be severely punished. Captain Liu, just give the order and we will immediately begin the investigation. Qing Ji felt flustered by the situation, unsure whether to tell the truth right away. She decided to observe more first, because revealing the investigation of Director Kook would certainly cause trouble. There might be his people here, so she had to be cautious. She spoke up, saying, we have made a breakthrough. Chen Jun, also known as the #1 assassin of the Great Shan Nation, has targeted Chang Mo, Jia Qi, and Chen Zhu. I suspect this is related to the hospital number. She explained that because of their contributions during the hospital incident, the 3 of them had thwarted the enemy's mission. There was a high chance Chen Jun was hired by the Black Lotus cult to assassinate them. They had to capture him to trace the organization behind it all. She frowned, thinking to herself that she even wanted to expose Kook Wei Yin and those behind him. The room fell into a long silence. Li Zhan seemed to be pondering something. Then he stood up and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, as if clearly showing his displeasure. Qing Ji did not know what to say. Guli saw this and quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Captain Liu, please don't be angry. Deputy Captain Li Jian is just busy with work. He definitely has no ill feelings towards you. He changed the subject, saying that Chen Jun, we have been dealing with him for a long time, wanted for years without capture. Commander, I will do as you say. Then he pretended to answer the phone, saying, hello, what? Then quickly made an excuse to leave, saying, Captain, sorry, I have an urgent call. I'll be going first. Vishanan immediately saw through this trick, saying, Gu Li, what are you pretending for? You are number one at flattery, but you retreat when trouble comes. Gu Li turned back to argue, retreat? You think I, Gu Li, am afraid of a fight? He refused to accept it, clenching his fists. Keep on pretending like this, and people like you will turn this case into a cold one. If this continues, the whole pursuit team will be wiped out. Dakin stepped in to mediate, saying, it's nothing serious, everyone calm down. The situation is getting hard to control. Tovian also chimed in, saying, everyone is so tense every day like this, it's really amusing. But oh well, I can't stay happy forever. Fan Shi took the opportunity to self-nominate, saying, Captain, assign this mission to me. I am not like Gu Li's type, I guarantee I will complete it well. Gu Li immediately retorted, you are so slow, what are you talking about? Just a street-level emotion type, yet you dare to act like a city-level powder type. He exposed Fan Shi's weakness, saying, the documents old Thatch asked for last month, you still have not submitted them. In the end, he had to do them himself. Fan Shi was furious at being exposed right in front of everyone. She pouted and said, old Gu, why did you have to expose me like that? I just wanted to make a good impression on the new captain. Vishan also chimed in, saying, I'm telling you, the Emotion Management Bureau being this chaotic is because everyone is not doing their duty. Fan Shi said in annoyance, Veshnan, why are you dragging me into this? Tovian felt tired and stood up, saying, I need to calm down, so I will head back first. Captain, I am afraid of losing emotional control. Time is running out, so I'll clock out early. Thakya also agreed, saying, Captain, I will go back to work first too. Let me know when there are results. Watching everyone leave one by one, the three remaining people could only look at each other, speechless. The sky gradually darkened. Gu Li stood next to Vichnan and said angrily, is this human nature? Do you even understand what human nature is? Vichnan calmly replied, don't make excuses. Things have always been this way, but that does not mean it is right. He continued, I think you do not understand anything. Gu Li still argued, I think you are the one who does not understand. Jiaqi slammed the keyboard in confusion, saying, how did it come to this? Quick, let's watch the next episode. Chang Mo moved the mouse and clicked. Jiaqi wondered, Chang Mo, how can you be so devoid of emotion? Don't you want to know what happens next? He calmly replied, I do. She could not help but sigh, you really are calm. Fan Shi stretched after a long day of work, saying, the new leader is great. This is what work should be like. Thakyan, sitting nearby, teased, you are always free anyway. She smiled at him, while Chang Mo remained focused on his work in front of the screen. He glanced at the computer screen for a moment. He recalled earlier, in Lo Qingji's office, she sat down on the chair and sighed, saying, I've been completely played. On the news, the anchor introduced the city of Onghechilai, one of the most important cities in the Great Xia Nation, in dealing with emotion disasters and handling criminal emotion entities. The person announced a decision, saying, we have decided to expand the pursuit team from 1 team to 3 teams. The anchor continued, we will recruit more law-abiding citizens to participate, contributing to the stability of Onghechilai City, and we hope everyone will cooperate in maintaining emotional security. Qingji rubbed her forehead in pain, saying, this morning, Wei Yin split the pursuit team into 3 groups. All the elites went to teams 2 and 3, while the most useless ones were given to me to handle. I told you so. Why does the pursuit team not even have a single national-level emotion entity? Qingji continued, there might be people of Wei Yin here. Maybe even this whole team is made up of his men, deliberately trying to obstruct us. Chang Mo thought to himself upon hearing this, so they are all useless people in the pursuit team. It seems the team's actual strength is stronger than I thought. But are they all Wei Yin's people? I feel they themselves are not even trustworthy. Qingji sat down on the chair and said in a low voice, we cannot catch Chen Jun right now. Before he is captured, you must not leave the Emotion Management Bureau, or your lives will be in danger. Jia Qi, upon hearing this, wondered, does that mean we can't go anywhere? Mentioning that, Qingji helplessly took off her glasses to comfort them, saying, don't worry, the Management Bureau building has everything you need. Daily life is not a problem. Many people even treat this place as home, saving on rent. Chang Mo suddenly asked, is it really safe in here? Captain, you cannot protect us forever either. She calmly replied, there is a world-level entity stationed in the Emotion Management Bureau. That person definitely cannot be on Wei Yin's side. Qingji quickly explained, the entire Management Bureau is always enveloped by his emotion beast. Even if Chen Jun sneaks in to attack, at best he could only harm one of you. He would be buried here himself, so he definitely would not be foolish enough to do that. So the top priority right now is to temper emotional power, especially for you 3. Since you are all undetected emotion-type users, strengthening your power will play a key role in capturing Chen Jun. Qingji turned to analyze each person's strengths. Jia Qi has the ability to see intelligence. Who knows, after upgrading, she might be able to see through where Chen Jun is hiding. Next, she turned to Chenju. If your power is improved, perhaps you could encounter Chenjun just by going outside. Hearing about getting stronger, Jaichi looked very curious. So how do we increase our power? Qingji then explained, currently she and Chenju are only at level 1, equivalent to the street level. Once you grasp your emotional foundation, slowly relax your emotions, and your power will naturally increase. Then she turned to talk about the kid Chang Mo being more complicated. His power decreases every day. He needs to absorb corresponding emotional resources, otherwise there's a risk of a severe drop. As for the incident at hospital number 2, I've read Xiao Lin's report. You can absorb energy from the suppression chains, so that thing is your corresponding emotional resource. But I must warn you, this report has been classified as top secret. Even Wei Yin doesn't have access rights. After senior management and I reviewed it, we unanimously agreed to conceal this ability of yours. We can't let the outside world know you can absorb power from the chains, lest they use that to speculate on your true abilities. So I'll have to come up with another reason to request the suppression chains for you, for example, as a precaution against losing control. However, she also wondered, suppression chains are very precious. Using one for a low-level emotion-type user like you to stabilize your condition is extremely extravagant, so Wei Yin might not agree. After hearing this, Chang Mo merely replied calmly, is that so? Suddenly he realized, come to think of it, he was indeed feeling hungry. The rationality crystals that hateful girl gave earlier weren't enough to fill his stomach. Chang Mo then spoke up to ask, so what should I do now? Relax my emotions like Jia Qi. Jia Li upon hearing this looked puzzled. You do whatever you want, why ask others? He thought to himself, of course because you're the cult leader, I don't feel safe, afraid you'll set a trap for me. Jia Li hearing this fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Qingji continued to explain, Chang Mo, you've reached level 2. The risk of losing control is increasing, with no emotional energy source to absorb. Now you need to find your own law. Jia Qi curiously asked, what is a law? She then replied, simply put, it's a way for emotion-type users to stabilize their own emotions. The higher the level of an emotion-type user, the easier their emotions are to lose control, so they must adhere to certain behavioral principles, or rather, they must repeat special actions daily to keep their emotions stable. That is the law. She seriously explained, the things the law requires often completely contradict your own emotions. For example, if you're a joy-type user, you must learn to make yourself sorrowful, but as for what exactly to do and how to be effective, you have to figure that out yourself. After hearing what needed to be heard, all three of them returned to the office. Jiachi watched the movie and wondered, I see, but what should we do next now? She urged impatiently, hurry up, play the next episode. Seeing that, he thought to himself, watching suspenseful movies like this really does help Jiachi enhance her emotional power. The group continued watching movies, each person watching a different one. Chang Mo turned to ask Chen Ju, do you think this is working for you? He quickly replied, not sure, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He turned to ask Jia Li, does watching this movie count as a law for rationality? She quickly answered, of course, anything that triggers irrational emotions in you helps control rationality. He still had doubts. The problem is how to handle the daily absorption of rationality resources. Those crystals that hateful girl gave probably only last for 2 days. Chang Mo thought, how about calling her to bring more rationality crystals? But he realized this was too risky. He couldn't go down to the floor to receive goods like picking up a delivery. If he got exposed for being involved with the Black Lotus cult or was ambushed by Chen Jun, it would be over. Helpless, Chang Mo turned to ask Jia Li, is there any other way to get rationality resources? She shook her head. Rationality is declining, rationality resources are extremely rare, and besides, if I had a way to get them in bulk, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. With no other choice, he had to think that he still needed to trust that doctor. While talking, Chang Mo suddenly looked ahead as if a thought had just struck him. Looking at the colleagues in front of him, all of them were emotion-type users with higher levels than his. Their daily absorption was large. They must have abundant emotional resource sources. He could ask them for advice. Chang Mo noticed they were very leisurely, not even needing to work. They surely had a stable resource acquisition channel. Maybe he could learn something from them. After a long tiring day, night fell, and the space became quiet. Chenju quickly got into bed and fell into a sound sleep, while Jiachi slept with her mouth open, drooling continuously. In contrast to the two of them, the office light was still on. Gu Li and Wei Ren were arguing fiercely, neither willing to give in. Seeing that, Chang Mo curiously asked, why are you two still arguing? Fan Shi sitting nearby explained, because they are excitement-type users, so they aren't afraid of losing control. Fan Shi turned and smiled at Shi Jian. Just let this experienced excitement-type user answer him. Upon hearing this, he took a sip of tea and smiled. For excitement-type users, the most important thing is to keep a calm mood. That way you can work efficiently. Chang Mo suddenly interjected with a question. It's this late. Aren't you two asleep yet? She smiled and replied, you don't know, those two are battle-type users. The later it gets, the more energetic they become. Fan Shi leaned on the table and laughed, and I'm a procrastination-type user. I procrastinate on everything, even going to sleep. Chang Mo took the opportunity to ask directly, I want to ask you two seniors, how do you find emotional resources to absorb daily? Fan Shi excitedly stood up, you've asked the right person, I have a lot of experience with this. He quickly replied while taking notes, then that's great. Fan Shi smiled brightly, saying it was too easy, then don't level up to level 2 anymore. That way you won't have to worry about absorbing energy every day. Hearing that, Chang Mo froze, not knowing how to react to that suggestion. She continued enthusiastically, you see, I stay at street level. Every day I just relax my emotions and live stably. No worries, be lazy, ignore everything. If you don't finish today, leave it for tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. She stretched and stood up, feeling there was nothing better than this life. Shi Jian interjected from the side. She's different. Procrastination-type users are rare. Rare things are precious. Moreover, in the team she's an effective assistant, so she's always needed, but common emotion-type users like us don't have it so easy. Chang Mo said, your level is high. Surely your daily resource absorption is also larger. He nodded in confirmation. Shi Jian stated, actually the Management Bureau distributes emotional resources monthly. That amount is decent, covering about 70% of daily needs. Saying that, he winked mysteriously. The remaining part must be exchanged for merits. Hearing this good news, Chang Mo quickly took notes and asked further, exchange for merits, is that like performance in a company? Shi Jian nodded. Exactly. He then asked, so do we have work performance? Everyone seems pretty idle? Mid-conversation, all three of them suddenly seemed to sense something and immediately fell silent. Chang Mo asked seriously, is there a warning? Fan Shi quickly pointed, look over there. He followed her pointing finger, his gaze settling on a cluster of red creatures standing out against the night sky. Chang Mo said softly, what is that? She replied, that's an emotional disaster. Fan Shi handed him the binoculars, saying, here, you'll probably see more clearly. She and he both raised the binoculars to their eyes, trying to see the distance more clearly. His eyes watched intently, not daring to look away even for a second. The creatures brought a whole swarm with them, showing no signs of leaving. Chang Mo paused, sensing something unusual behind him. Gu Li, Wei Ren, and Shi Jian were clenching their fists, their eyes full of anger. They all let out a loud shout and immediately launched their attack. The three of them rushed out, shattering the glass pane into pieces. Fan Shi calmly narrowed her eyes with a smile, while Chang Mo looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. All three seemed hypnotized by something, their eyes bloodshot as they charged forward in a frenzy. They flew swiftly toward the swarm of locusts that had gathered. Chang Mo and Fan Shi remained where they were, quietly observing. Brother Nug stopped and asked what they were doing. She smiled and replied that those people were here to claim the credit. Fan Shi gently explained that this swarm of locusts was infected with envy, a level 1 emotional calamity, and it counted as free credit. She continued that no one liked the captain's mission because it was too difficult, and it was nearly impossible to catch Chen Jun no matter how high one's achievements were. On the other hand, everyone fought over free missions like this to earn emotional resources. He nodded slightly, realizing that was the case. Chang Mo then asked about Miss Tu, noting she seemed quite relaxed despite reaching the provincial level. Fan Shi explained that she was wealthy and only came to experience life, so she had no shortage of resources. She smiled bitterly, saying some people were born in Rome, while the rest of us were just beasts of burden, having to risk our lives just to get where we are now. She tiredly said that was enough for now, and she needed to sleep. He agreed in response, and the two of them rested together. The next morning, at a skyscraper, Wei Ren, drenched in locust blood, said that this month's credit was decent enough. Gu Li tiredly wished for a few more locust plagues. Shi Jian reminded him to take a shower before continuing to work. Chang Mo hesitantly asked if they had fought all night without needing sleep. Gu Li was surprised, wondering why they would need to sleep. Tu Yuan walked in, cheerfully greeting them good morning, explaining that their excited emotional bodies allowed them to stay awake for an entire week without feeling tired. He asked again if they were people who fought and never slept. Fan Shi replied that was exactly right, they were born as sacred cow bodies. Seeing that she was up early, she honestly said she was going to clock in and then head back to sleep. The next day in the office, a voice spoke up saying that Dr. Liu, regarding the exchange of materials based on credit, Chang Mo had just joined the team so his credit was still 0. Wei Yin loudly objected, saying the suppression chain was too precious and could not be given to someone without merit. Qing Ji immediately responded, saying Chang Mo had already earned merit since joining the management bureau. She continued to defend him, recounting the incident at Hospital Number 2 when senior members of the Round Table Association had acknowledged his achievement and awarded him a bronze medal. He was still dissatisfied, questioning how he could have earned that medal, and with his current level, wasn't it a waste to use the suppression chain? Wei Yin grew more intense, saying, Captain Liu, I promise to support you when you face difficulties, but this matter does not include shielding someone and wasting resources. Qing Ji could not take it anymore, and irritably asked him what nonsense he was talking about. She turned around and left, refusing to continue the argument, but he stubbornly insisted that even if she was world-class, she could not disregard the discipline of the pursuit team. Wei Yin left in a huff, saying he had things to do and would not continue the conversation. Fan Shi quietly commented that their new captain was truly world-class. Tu Yuan marveled at the massive resources required, then joked that Chang Mo was like a kept boy being pampered by Captain Liu. Both of them burst out laughing, teasing the image of a female boss doting on her pet dog. Shi Jian reminded them to lower their voices a bit. Wei Ren deliberately spoke loudly, complaining that the management bureau was rotten to its very core. Chang Mo suddenly stood up from his chair, and the entire room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. He turned around and walked away, not wanting to hear anymore. Wei Ren continued to mock, saying running away was not a solution, and if he wanted something, he had to work for it himself. and relying on a woman was no way for a man to behave. Someone felt he had gone too far and reminded him that doing so would get him reported to Captain Liu. He loudly declared that he was just speaking the truth and was not afraid of anything. Jiaqi looked at Chang Mo with eyes full of sympathy. She turned to ask Chen Ju if they should say a few words to Chang Mo, since the others did not really understand him. He nodded slightly in agreement. He told her to take him to talk with Chang Mo. Jiaqi hesitantly confessed that she was scared and did not know how to start. Jiaqi sank into deep thought, pondering the action she was about to take. She clenched her fists, determined to at least be able to comfort Chang Mo a little. As soon as she made the decision, she dashed off. Jiaqi called out Chang Mo's name loudly. She approached and patted his shoulder. Her eyes widened in shock, because he suddenly collapsed onto the cold floor. Jiaqi panicked and asked Chang Mo what was wrong. He weakly replied that he was just hungry, asking her to help him back to his room. Chang Mo sat resting on the bed, his eyes deep in thought. Jiaqi hesitantly asked if this was the condition when the emotional body did not have enough resources to replenish itself. He smiled to reassure her that it was fine. He would recover after resting for a while. He sincerely thanked her, Jiaqi. She blushed and let out a relieved sigh, saying it was good as long as he was okay. Jiaqi shyly took her leave, hurriedly bidding him farewell. Chang Mo asked in confusion why her face was so red. Jia Li mysteriously replied that no one could know. He fell into thought, racking his brain but still could not figure out the reason. Chang Mo, feeling tired, lay down sprawled on the floor. He reached into his pants pocket and took out a small object. Chang Mo silently stared at the diamond wrapped in paper. He used a knife to cut off a small piece the size of a bean. He brought it to his mouth slowly. He swallowed, a difficult sound. Chang Mo sat up, letting out a troubled sigh. Jia Li remarked that the glass bead should have only lasted 2 days, but he had eaten it for 3 days and still had some left. He replied that he had to preserve the rest for the coming days, but he knew that was not a good approach, as he could not even stand steadily anymore. Chang Mo continued to explain that according to the director, he could not exchange for a suppression chain because he had no contributions. But the problem was that without it, he could not unleash his full strength, let alone earn merits. It was a vicious cycle. Jia Li replied helplessly, saying that plans could not keep up with changes, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Perhaps they would starve to death here. But everything had a positive side. If they made it through, the experience of hunger would help him control his emotions better. He asked if the man felt more in control now. He replied that it was true. He could not become hard, but he was very flexible. He just wondered why he was wasting his energy trying this out. He suddenly stopped, withdrawing all the energy in his hand. On the paper wrapping the diamond was a sequence of numbers, 24, 15, 68, 914, 25, along with a line of text. My phone number, contact me. Elder Liu, the witness, had said they had a lot of supplies stored. Chang Mo thought for a moment, then let out a gloomy sigh. He folded the paper carefully and put the diamond away. Jie Kaiju returned to her desk after talking with Chang Mo. She kept thinking about the man's actions just now. She clenched her hands together, looking somewhat flustered. Jiaqi stammered, asking Sister Fan she wanted to ask her something. If Chen Jun was found and quickly captured, how great would the merit be? Fan Shi answered that it would probably be huge. Yes, very huge, extremely huge with countless zeros. She asked again if it would be enough to exchange for the suppression chain. Fan Shi exclaimed in shock, asking if she was planning to replace Chang Mo's suppression chain. Did she have feelings for him too? Jiaqi hurriedly replied that it was impossible. She just wanted to know. Fan Shi answered that it would probably be enough. Jiaqi continued, asking Sister Fan if she could see Chen Jun's file. She wanted to study it thoroughly. Dusk fell, the golden-orange sunlight warming a vast expanse of the sky. Tovian waved and said everyone, she was leaving work early. Fan Shi patted Jiaqi on the shoulder, smiling as she asked what little Jiaqi was so focused on reading. Ven Inchan suddenly spoke up sarcastically, saying that man was the #1 assassin of Fausino Kashek. Apart from the first time they managed to trick him into revealing himself, no one had any news of him for years. What could a newly arrived kid possibly see? Fan Shi replied irritably, telling him to ignore that person. He had always been hard to get along with. Jiaqi said softly that this Chen Jun had committed countless murders in seemingly impossible locked rooms. Even television dramas would not dare to depict such things. She emphasized with a puzzled look, it was truly too legendary. Jiaqi became lost in her own world, her eyes wide open in focused observation. In her vision, she saw Chen Jun leisurely holding a tablet and looking at something. Jiaqi hurriedly said she seemed to have seen Chen Jun's location. He was in some abandoned factory. All eyes in the office immediately turned to her. Vian Han asked back in doubt, really? Guli laughed loudly, his tone mocking, saying, look, the newcomer is really something, unlike some who only know how to brag. Vishin Han angrily replied, who knows if she is lying or not? Only she knows if she really saw it. Jiaqi refused to back down, loudly asserting that she really did see it. Qingji walked in and asked what all the noise was about. Fan Shi quickly spoke up, calling out to the team leader. She reported joyfully, Reporting to the team leader, little Jiaqi had seen Chen Jun's hiding place through her emotional ability. He was in an abandoned factory. Qingji was surprised, a slight flicker crossing her face. Vishanhan said irritably that even if she really saw it, it was useless. Onghechoi City had countless abandoned factories. Could she tell them which one? Jiaqi answered loudly that they could search each factory one by one. He said coldly that by the time she found it, he would have already escaped. Jiaqi did not reply, seemingly continuing to see something. She said hesitantly, it seemed like she could see again. Jiaqi described softly that he had gone outside the factory. In the distance, there was a tall building with some text on it. She tried to read it, saying it said Kwasik Talanjin Shao. Tao Qian hurriedly searched, saying, wait, let me check the map. That's right, there was an abandoned factory nearby. There was a high chance Chen Jun was hiding in that factory. Guli calmly sipped his tea, saying that even if they knew where he was hiding, they might not catch him. In the past, world-class powerhouses had led teams to capture him, but he always got away. They should just drink their tea and not waste their effort. Vishanan hesitated, saying no, they had a chance. He continued, saying he had read the reports of previous attempts to capture Chen Jun. At that time, they did not know he possessed the instantaneous teleportation ability, so they were not prepared. After that, he never fell for traps again. He said further, but now they could completely ambush him. He requested permission to use the suppression blade. As long as it was stabbed into his body, he would not be able to use his emotional power. Then they could strike together and capture him. Chang Mo heard this and thought, could this suppression blade restrain emotional power? Was it similar to the suppression chain, an item containing rationality? Guli agreed with the idea, saying it sounded feasible. He remembered the bounty for capturing Chen Jun was a huge number. How many zeros were on it? Fei Qian answered that he did not remember exactly. He just knew that internally, the merit for capturing him was several dozen times that of a normal mission. Vihananhan said excitedly, that meant if they captured him, even if they divided it among themselves, it would be enough to exchange for a whole year's worth of emotional resources. The three of them excitedly said in unison, team leader, let's go. We will bring Chen Jun to justice right now. Qingji was pensive, not joyful like them. She said coldly, no. The whole office fell into silence, the lively atmosphere from before completely evaporating. Qingji did not explain further, she just said, everyone rest. Chang Mo, Cha Degrees and Jiaqi, Chen Ju, the three of you follow me. In Qingji's office, everyone was present. Jiaqi spoke up and asked, Sister Qing, why were they not going to capture Chen Jun? She replied in a low voice, little Jiaqi, you should not have said that you saw Chen Jun. Jiaqi asked in confusion why. She answered, have you forgotten? They were suspecting Wei Yin, so naturally, they had to be wary of his spies within the capture team. Jiaqi asked, she did not remember. So what should they do now? She answered, first, they should wait and see how things develop. At night, Chang Mo, Jiaqi, and Chen Ju remained in Qingji's office. Suddenly, Jiaqi exclaimed excitedly, she could see again. Chen Jun was still in that abandoned factory, he had not left. Qingji thought to herself, Chen Jun had not moved? If there was a spy of the director within the team, surely he would have reported it to make Chen Jun leave the place quickly. That meant there was no spy of the director among those people, or the other side was simply not worried about this matter at all. She thought to herself, maybe she could just bring the suppression blade straight to the abandoned factory, and with a bit of care, she wouldn't have to kill him, but instead use him to catch the mastermind behind it all. Qingji was troubled. Jiaqi couldn't possibly follow Chen Jun forever. Even if they went to his hiding spot immediately, it would still be hard to pinpoint his exact location in such a vast factory, and if he managed to escape, it would be a problem. She continued to think, once he learned about Jiaqi's ability from Kuk Wei Yin, he would definitely choose a place without distinctive structures to hide, and at that point, finding him would be difficult. Qingji was flustered, wondering to herself, this was such a hassle. What on earth should she do? Maybe she should act decisively and level the entire abandoned factory to be done with it. But she immediately refuted herself. There was no need to be so complicated. She could just go directly to Kuk Wei Yin, and if he refused to tell the truth, she could deal with him. Simple as that. The chaos in her mind gradually spread throughout the room. Chang Mo quietly observed her. He began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. A gentle stream of calming energy moved towards Qingji's back. The energy touched her head, pulling Qingji out of her tangled thoughts. She came to with a start, returning to a normal state. Qingji spoke up apologetically, saying, sorry, my emotions got a bit out of control. At this moment, Jiaqi was trembling in fear, clutching her head, while Chen Ju also cowered into a corner. The moon had risen high, and it was late into the night. Jiaqi hesitated before speaking. Sister Qing, don't worry, even though I can't always see Chen Jun, I have a feeling that if I could get closer to him, it might be easier for me to observe him, and I might even always know where he is. Qingji immediately objected. No, you can't leave the Emotion Management Bureau, you're too weak. If you get ambushed before I can catch him, it would be dangerous. I won't allow you to take that risk. Chang Mo stood between them, watching the two go back and forth. He spoke up, saying, I think we can call in more people from the team to come along. Qingji asked in surprise, why weren't we afraid of traitors? Jiaqi also wondered, yeah, why is that? Chang Mo replied calmly, that's not important. Chang Mo added, if Wei Yin really is the enemy, Then we're always under surveillance, cameras in the building, listening devices. We can't possibly guard against everything. Jiaqi stammered, asking, there wouldn't be any listening or spying devices in this room, would there? He replied, who knows? He thought to himself, Jia Li had already checked for him, so this room probably had no issues. Qingji still couldn't hide her worry. She said, I'm not worried about team members leaking information, but if they cause trouble during the arrest and make the mission fail, that would be a problem. Contrary to her anxious look, Chang Mo seemed positive, saying, isn't this a good opportunity to find out who the traitor is? He analyzed further, moreover, we don't need to worry about failure because Chen Jun's target is us, he'll come to us one way or another. Based on those deductions, he began to assign tasks. When we act, Sister Qing, you just need to protect Jiaqi. With you there, Chen Jun won't dare to make a move, and Jiaqi will use her emotional power to pinpoint his location. After the 3 city-level excited emotion entities receive the information from Jiaqi, they will bring the suppression blade to capture Chen Jun. These 3 people can stay up for a whole week, making them perfect for the mission. As soon as he finished speaking, he affirmed, through this action, we will gain at least 3 things. Chang Mo listed, first, applying pressure to extract more information about Chen Jun's abilities. Second, clarifying the limits and effects of Jiaqi's clairvoyance power. Third, finding out who in the team has a problem. After listing those, he suddenly remembered something else. There's one more important point. This is a chance for everyone to earn merit, and that will make the team more united. After hearing him out, both Qingji and Jiaqi looked at him in astonishment. Chang Mo thought something was wrong. He asked, what's the matter? Jiaqi spoke up in praise. You're really amazing. Such a complex situation, and you explained it so clearly. Qingji also agreed, saying, I think you're more suitable to be the team leader than I am. Saying that, Qingji became a bit dejected again. At times like this, she felt like she was standing in a maze with so many paths ahead, and she didn't know which one was the right way. But after hearing your analysis, everything seems much clearer. She regained her spirits and said happily, thank you, Chang Mo, you're really good. Chang Mo was not arrogant. He humbly replied that it was because she gave him the opportunity. Qingji continued to praise him for learning incredibly fast. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhu suddenly spoke up, saying, I also have a small suggestion. He said enthusiastically, I suggest all participants wear cameras, syncing the action videos to a server, so we can actually monitor who has a problem. Don't worry, I've already created an encrypted server. The data is absolutely secure, and if you're afraid of being secretly recorded, I have ways to deal with that too. Jia Qi, who had just been surprised by Chang Mo, was now caught off guard by Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu, you know how to do this too, Chen Zhu, seeing her surprise, confidently replied, I might not look it, but I'm a scientist. Jia Qi exclaimed, unbelievable, that's awesome. Qingji quietly looked at him, thinking to herself, Chen Zhu is a scientist? What exactly is his background? But if that's the case, then everything is fine. Pushing the thought aside, she said, all right, I'll go get the suppression blade now. We'll set out to capture Chen Jun in a bit. Soon it was completely dark, and the starry sky was clearly visible. Someone was so impatient they couldn't help but continuously tap on the table. Unable to hold back any longer, the guard said irritably, why isn't the team leaders group back yet? Guli calmly sipped his tea, and he even added fuel to the fire, saying, right, why aren't they back yet? Who knows what they're off doing without us? The guard was already angry, and with Guli deliberately provoking him, he cursed in frustration. Do you even need to ask? They must have hidden it from us to go catch Chen Jun. We're not her people. We won't get any credit for this big achievement. I think the Donghai City Management Bureau is completely rotten. However, Guli didn't agree, saying, can you say a little less? The guard immediately glared. What? Did I say something wrong? Just then, he felt something was wrong. As soon as he turned his head, the first thing he saw was Qingji's group, the very people he had been badmouthing. The guard looked at her in a panic, her whole body radiating killing intent. He was so scared he stammered, unable to form words. Team leader. Qingji ignored what just happened, and suddenly gave an order. Everyone, hand over your phones to me. These are surveillance devices. Wear them on your chest or collar. Chen Zhu has prepared them. After hearing that, the guard shouted excitedly, team leader, you're taking our phones and making us wear surveillance devices. Don't we have any human rights anymore? Guli and Thapchkian couldn't stand it anymore. They both simultaneously kicked him. Idiot, cut the nonsense and listen to the team leader, the guard said pitifully. You guys. They were noisy for a while until Qingji spoke up. Can you all shut up? And then everyone settled down. Qingji stood in front of everyone and declared loudly, listen up, we're about to set out to arrest Chen Jun. What you're wearing are law enforcement cameras, and the entire operation will be recorded from start to finish. Next, she took out a pen and drew a diagram, explaining as she drew, this is the personnel arrangement. Thielsh, Kian, Guli, guard. The 3 of you will carry the suppression blade and directly arrest Chen Jun. Jiaqi will be responsible for reconnaissance on the outer perimeter of the factory, reporting Chen Jun's position to them in real time. I and Chang Mo will protect Jiaqi's safety. Her plan was arranged clearly. For the last group, Chen Zhu and Fan Qi will stay at the Emotion Management Bureau for technical support. After the assignment, she asked, any questions? The whole team replied in unison, no. The guard's mood lifted after hearing this. We're going to catch Chen Jun. That's great. Guli smiled. I told you to trust the team leader. His words made him angry again. When did you ever say that? Suddenly, the guard remembered something, and he yelled out, wait a minute. He shot Chang Mo a less than friendly look before turning to Qingji, team leader. I have a question. Protecting Jiaqi's area only requires you alone. Chang Mo is newly promoted to the area level. He won't be of any use coming along. He came just to enjoy the fruits of their labor. The bodyguard cursed a string of profanities, showing contempt for Chang Mo. Shi Jian and Gu Li immediately stopped him, telling him to stay quiet if he had nothing good to say, but he kept arguing, saying his presence was useless. Not wanting to bicker, Chang Mo calmly suggested to team leader Qing Ji that he had been losing control easily lately, so perhaps it was better not to go. Hearing this, Jia Qi hurriedly called his name, while Qing Ji hesitated. Before Qing Ji could finish speaking, the bodyguard cut in, saying that even he admitted it, a district-level person who loses control would only hold them back. This time, even Qing Ji looked displeased, and Shi Jian and Gu Li shouted at him to shut up. Right after, Qing Ji took out an iron chain. This sight caught everyone's attention, even the bodyguard fell silent to watch. Qing Ji suddenly extended it toward Chang Mo, saying this was for him. Chang Mo froze, not expecting her to hand it to him. Staring at the object in Qing Ji's hand, he realized it was a suppression chain. Holding the chain in his hand, Chang Mo stepped forward to ask Qing Ji. She replied that this was a suppression chain issued by the Management Bureau to stabilize emotions and to use it first. Seeing such a valuable item, he hesitated, not daring to accept it. Understanding his discomfort, Qing Ji said it was fine, he could return it after he made a contribution, but then she changed her mind and said never mind, no need to return it. Chang Mo felt that wasn't quite right and said this wasn't appropriate. Qing Ji didn't answer immediately, she just placed her hand on Chang Mo's shoulder. With a sincere tone, she said that compared to the iron chain, he helped stabilize her emotions more, so he absolutely had to stay by her side. The moment Qing Ji finished speaking, the whole room buzzed with chatter. Jia Qi and Chen Zhu both stared at each other with wide eyes. It seemed everyone had misunderstood. Qing Ji didn't care. She asked if there were any more problems. The group said in unison there weren't, and she immediately gave the order to set off. At that moment, Chang Mo happened to catch sight of Jia Li. Giving her a once-over, he asked why she seemed unhappy. Was even a rational emoter getting upset? Jia Li was already annoyed, and his question made it worse, saying she was so starved by him she couldn't keep her rationality. Chang Mo just had to bear it after hearing that. Night fell, everything around was silent. A message suddenly appeared on the phone screen. The target was likely about to be captured. The recipient of this message was Wei Yin, who pondered for a moment. Then he went to a secluded corner to take the call, greeting Miss Tong, at some mysterious location. The assassin had reported the news to Chen Jun and anxiously asked how to handle it, but Chen Jun seemed eager, asking if there was anything more to say. Wasn't this perfect? He said with a meaningful smile. On the deserted road, the car continued to roll along. Chen Ju called to report that everything was normal. The car wasn't being followed. Qing Ji took the call directly and replied with a simple "okay." Shi Jian was driving, and seeing everyone seemed worried, he reassured them that Captain Lu was world level. As long as she deployed her emotion monster, she would be absolutely safe. Jia Qi exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Qing Ji didn't hide it, saying her emotion monster was quite special. If deployed at such a close distance, Jia Qi and Chang Mo could die faster than Chen Jun. Jia Qi panicked and asked what to do then. Gu Li smiled and spoke up to reassure, saying that even if she deployed her emotion monster, Captain Lu still had the strength to protect everyone. Then he eagerly suggested going out to celebrate after completing the mission. Qing Ji was a serious person. She brushed this aside, saying to wait until the operation was over. Gu Li happily nodded in agreement. He didn't stop, continuing to discuss reserving a table at the ZG restaurant. Chang Mo didn't know what to say, so he quietly asked Jia Li if they were being too careless. She replied that from her perspective, everything was fine. Jia Li commented on Qing Ji, saying this doctor was very strong, hard for anyone in East Sea City to kill her in a fair one-on-one. The enemy probably couldn't deploy 3 world-level fighters at once, and if they could, why weren't they used in the attack on Institute No. 2? She added her analysis that this was the center of East Sea City. Any world-level action would be immediately detected. The place was deep and unpredictable. 3 world-level fighters were strong, but not enough to wipe out the city. That was why she felt at ease with Qing Ji protecting them. It was unlikely any danger would occur. Even Chang Mo was surprised, wondering if she was really that formidable. Despite the darkness, they continued their journey, until Shi Jian happily announced that passing the intersection ahead would lead to the industrial zone, and the group cheered in excitement. Gu Li was still rambling about the celebration, boasting he was close with the owner of the ZG restaurant and could get a discount. Everyone immediately teased him for bragging. During the cheerful banter, a man walked past outside. He was covered up completely, but those seated near the window like Qing Ji and Chang Mo could see him clearly. Sure enough, Qing Ji noticed him immediately. The long robe covered nearly half of his face. Even so, Qing Ji seemed to recognize who it was, and she froze. At the same moment, that man also caught her gaze. Qing Ji's eyes turned red in an instant. She swiftly rushed out of the car to chase after that man, calling out the name Zhao Yan. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome, deliberately fleeing. Qing Ji shot out of the car chasing Zhao Yan, both of them even crashing through the wall ahead. The entire car was shaken by this sudden action. Her blazing red scythe quickly caught up to Zhao Yan. However, long tentacles controlled by him suddenly extended to block it. Taking advantage of that opportunity, he quickly escaped. Qing Ji had to deal with the tentacles before resuming the chase, shouting loudly that he couldn't run. The car had flipped over. Everyone struggled to climb out, only catching a glimpse of Qing Ji dashing away at extremely high speed. All of them clambered out of the car, each wondering what had happened. Jia Li immediately told Chang Mo that the foolish female doctor had just seen Zhao Yan. Chang Mo fell into thought, wondering if it was a coincidence, but how could the enemy know their destination? The decision to capture Chen Jun was made on the spot, only a small group knew, and moreover, everyone's phones had been confiscated. He couldn't help but suspect whether someone among them had used some method to send word out, but then dismissed the thought, telling himself this wasn't the time to think about such things. Chang Mo suddenly announced there was a serious, unforeseen situation, proposing to stop the mission immediately. The bodyguard let out an exclamation of shock upon hearing this. He fiercely objected, loudly cursing at Chang Mo, saying the mission must continue. Chen Jun was only city level, he could handle him alone, and telling a district level punk like him to understand nothing. If he was scared, he could just run back alone. After saying that, he looked around seeking agreement from the other team members. A moment later, Gu Li and Shi Jian also voiced their agreement in unison, and the whole group decided to continue the mission. Chang Mo did not know what to say, feeling only a silent disgust in his heart. These people were thinking too much about their own merits. Just then, the sound of helicopter engines echoed through the sky. They deliberately showed everyone the image of a woman and a man tied up in a room filled with old, worn-out furniture. The two were bound very tightly, their mouths sealed shut, completely unable to resist. Chang Mo stared intently at the screen, wondering who the two hostages were and what this meant. Everyone fell into a state of utter confusion. Suddenly, Jia Qi blurted out two words, father, mother. Hearing this, Chang Mo turned to look, truly astonished. Jia Qi kept her eyes glued to the screen, not looking away. Chang Mo quietly observed every expression on her face. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and quickly pulled Jia Qi aside, but it was too late. A blade from Chen Jun struck her, causing her to cry out in pain. He had appeared from nowhere, wearing a satisfied smile. Jia Qi's wound continued to bleed profusely. But before long, the blood suddenly clotted and formed a bizarre shape. Jia Qi could not endure the pain, she screamed. Chang Mo, it hurts so much. Hearing her call, he turned around and was shocked to realize this was the power of resentment. Having seen it clearly, he quickly looked towards Chen Jun's weapon, realizing it too contained the power of resentment. At that moment, Gu Li and Shi Jian both rushed forward to attack simultaneously. But as they were about to reach him, he vanished without a trace in an instant. Gu Li could not believe his eyes. He exclaimed in panic, how did he disappear? Just then, Jia Qi mustered her strength and shouted a warning, he is behind you. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately turned his head to look. Indeed, he was standing right behind him, so without hesitation, he quickly changed his position. In the blink of an eye, Gu Li had circled around to Chen Jun's back. He delivered a powerful blow that cracked the ground, but the opponent was nowhere to be seen. It turned out Chen Jun had moved away in time as well. He spoke with feigned admiration, quite the emotional scent type, you are fast indeed. Then he slowly pressed the switch button in his hand. That button was connected to the device attached to Jia Qi's parents, and immediately, both of them were electrocuted repeatedly. Jia Qi could not bear to watch this scene. She screamed in terror, father, mother. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes filled with fear, tears seemingly about to spill over. Chen Jun was delighted by that expression. He said in a hateful voice, little sister finally understands now, so stay put right there. Let me kill all your teammates. At that moment, his knife had already pierced deep through Gu Li's chest. He was still in shock, unable to believe he had been attacked so suddenly. But the pain quickly spread through his body. The power of resentment from Chen Jun was overwhelming. Chang Mo quickly searched for his figure. He turned to ask Jia Li, he is gone. Do you see where he is? She was still scanning around. I am trying to find him. As soon as she spotted him, she called out, he is on the left. But it was too late. Chen Jun had already grabbed Chang Mo, the tip of his knife pressed against his left chest. He pulled the knife out, blood spurted violently, and Chang Mo collapsed to the ground. Jia Qi screamed his name in terror. Hearing the scream, Chen Jun smirked with contempt. Jia Qi did not have time to think. She rushed straight towards Chang Mo. But she was unaware that Chen Jun had appeared right behind her. He coldly declared, you are next. However, as he struck, Shi Jian managed to lunge forward and take the blow for her. At this moment, he truly felt the terrifying pain this weapon caused. Despite the wound bleeding nonstop, he struggled to hold Jia Qi tightly in his arms to protect her. Right after, his emotion monster suddenly appeared. Chen Jun smiled with amusement, your emotion monster, huh? He immediately accelerated, moving swiftly as a flash, leaving countless wounds on the monster's body, his voice full of disdain. What use is this? Enduring the special strikes from Chen Jun, the monster roared in agony. Shi Jian held Jia Qi tightly, trying to comfort her. Do not be afraid. We will risk our lives to keep you safe. Jia Qi just sobbed, constantly calling out Chang Mo's name. Wei Ren was hiding behind the wall at the moment, thinking to himself, it is fine. Old Shi can still support Jia Qi. Even though his hateful knife is strong, we are all excitement emotional types. We can hold on a little longer. Thinking this, he glanced at Chang Mo lying motionless, but that kid is probably dead by now. Serves him right. He was told not to come but insisted on rushing in. Wei Ren tightened his grip on the bag beside him, his face full of confidence. The one who can break this deadlock is only me. The suppression blade is in my hand, and Chen Jun has not noticed it yet. I need to find a chance to finish him in one strike. At this moment, Chang Mo was still lying still on the ground. However, he was actually still conscious. Even he himself could not believe it. His heart had been stabbed. Why was he still alive? Even though it was a bit uncomfortable. Jia Li smiled and explained, You have leveled up. Attacks without emotional power are hard to kill you. It would take several more stabs. Also, it is thanks to your decent resistance. Unlike those around him, Chang Mo did not feel extreme pain at all. He asked, but this weapon containing the power of hatred does not seem to hurt me much. The feeling is even weaker than the fight with Elder Liu back at the Institute. Jia Li added, this knife has actually reached the national level, a bit higher than Elder Liu. But you have leveled up and accumulated significant hatred resistance, so feeling low damage is normal. Chang Mo thought for a moment and spoke, how should I put it, getting stabbed by this knife. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Jia Li, if I use my stone freeze type power to bind Chen Jun now, would it stop him from moving or becoming invisible? Hearing his question, Jia Li replied enthusiastically, theoretically yes, but your power is too weak. He will break free immediately. Even if you absorb all the power of one chain, it is not enough. Moreover, once he knows you have the ability to control him, he will be on guard, making it harder to use this method to catch him next time. She continued, the key to turning the tide lies in the suppression blade in that box. Your guess earlier was correct. The suppression blade and the restraint chains are both rational powers, only the blade's power is far superior. But right now it is in Wei Ren's hands, and that man has never liked you. Jia Li continued, take the suppression blade, absorb its power, then use your evolved ability to capture Chen Jun. Chang Mo looked at the one clutching the bag tightly. He asked if he would be willing to give it up. Jia Li suggested that if he would not hand it over, they should think of a way to snatch it. The emotion monster of Thak Kian was agitated, slamming its hand hard onto the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack open. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jun decisively attacked, creating sharp slashes that made the monster's body sprout with many sharp spikes. Inside the monster, Thak Kian forcefully raised his hand to shield the frantic Jia Qi, her eyes brimming with tears. On the other side, Gu Li immediately lunged to attack, but Chen Jun remained composed and dodging, all the while deepening the wounds on his body. Outside, the guard looked in and was terrified upon seeing Thak Kian's emotion monster. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. On the opposite side, Chang Mo lay slumped with spikes embedded deep into his body. Though motionless, his left hand was still silently channeling energy. Chang Mo gently transformed the energy stream into invisible threads, spreading towards the guard fighting inside. The guard subtly raised his hand to unlock the suitcase. He nervously watched his every move. As the suitcase barely opened, the suppression blade lying dormant was revealed. Instead of advancing, the guard immediately lifted his head and darted his gaze elsewhere. He quickly adjusted the trajectory of the energy. Over there, the guard raised his hand intending to grab the blade. At that same moment, Chang Mo's energy stream had just arrived. The guard hesitantly reached out and touched the hilt of the blade. Right after, the energy stream beside him had just closed in. But when both were about to reach the suppression blade, Chen Jun's hand suddenly appeared and snatched it away. This made the guard stare in shock. Chang Mo was also bewildered, turning his head to look. The space at that moment seemed to freeze. Chen Jun smirked and looked at him arrogantly, questioning, did you think I would not see, secretly hiding a box nearby? Is this the legendary suppression blade? It is what she used to deal with me. The guard's face changed. He furiously lunged forward and cursed, you bastard. But Chen Jun, cold and indifferent, decisively swung the suppression blade, slashing it into the middle of the guard's chest, causing him to scream in agony. The guard's face looked lifeless, and the aura around him gradually dissipated. From above, Gu Li swiftly dove down. Even so, Chen Jun still gracefully performed a beautiful blade dance, causing him to lose control and fall. He laughed triumphantly, his eyes sinister and white, his voice lowering in admiration. Just one stab, and even a city level wouldn't be able to use emotion power. How convenient. Saying that, Chen Jun leaped up, raising the suppression blade. Well then, he decisively stabbed it hard into the forehead of Thak Kian's emotion monster. Thak Kian was caught off guard, losing his emotion power, which exposed both him and Jia Qi. Seeing him standing still, his eyes vacant, she panicked and called out loudly, Brother Thach. But before she could stop, Jia Qi was lunged at by Chen Jun, who cursed, die. He raised his blade and slashed straight at her face. But a strange pulling force suddenly yanked her away from the blade. Chang Mo's energy stream wrapped around Jia Qi's waist, pulling her back, causing Chen Jun to lose his momentum and lunge forward. He pulled her towards him. Jia Qi exclaimed joyfully, Chang Mo. Hearing this, Chen Jun frowned, anger rising in his eyes. That brat is not dead yet. Facing him, Chang Mo had a stern expression, his sharp gaze fixed on him. At that moment, from behind him and Jia Qi, a black circle appeared along with hands emerging all around. Chen Jun was startled, gripping both blades tightly, and asked suspiciously, an emotion monster never seen before, is this your special trait? Then he sneered, his deep eyes threatening, just easy to lure before death. With that said, Chen Jun quickly stabbed the suppression blade into the body of the rational form. Chang Mo inside felt as if he had been stabbed with a painful blow. Above, he used his strength to stab down hard, causing the energy to spread throughout the monster's body. The look in his eyes inside gradually became lifeless. He painfully playfully stretched his body out. At the same time, a powerful surge of light burst forth along with the insane, triumphant laughter of Chen Jun, exhilarating. Chang Mo gritted his teeth in resignation, telling himself, no, I must hide the rising power, I must let him attack a few more times. He carefully held Jia Qi in his arms, while also calculating, I must make my emotion monster disappear. Seeing this, Chen Jun quickly seized the moment and lunged forward, declaring everything was over. With that, he slashed the suppression blade at Chang Mo's neck, leaving him stunned. He forcefully stabbed into that spot, intending to make Chang Mo collapse. But unexpectedly, though Chen Jun was still smirking, a flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes, cannot slash through, no matter. Then, he raised the blade and stabbed straight at his head. Next, Chen Jun aimed at Chang Mo's chest. Then came the abdomen. Then the shoulder. He laughed triumphantly as he made Chang Mo lose blood, his body swaying. Seeing that, Jia Qi beside him was also bewildered, carefully observing while shrinking back. Chang Mo lifelessly leaned back. He groggily thought, could it be that he had messed up? Every part of Chang Mo appeared within the green energy flow that had stopped it all, but then, from the severed head area, bone tissues and skin began to shrink to recover. Below the abdomen, green energy also seeped out, causing the slashed skin to gradually close up. The wound under the ribs was also in the process of healing. Chang Mo swung his arm wide, merging into the green energy layer with a sense of awe, too full. On the other side, Chen Jun frowned, sharp eyes deep in thought. This brat was dead for sure. Finishing that thought, he decisively pointed his blade at Jia Qi, you go die too. But Chang Mo swiftly raised his hand to block the blade for her. Seeing that, Chen Jun gritted his teeth, shouting in disbelief, this one still isn't dead. How is that possible? Jia Li appeared from nowhere and hastily reminded, Chang Mo, wake up. Your current strength is enough to catch Chen Jun. Hearing that, he groggily opened his eyes. Chang Mo's gaze slowly lowered. Finally, his eyes regained a bit of life. Chang Mo's face turned serious, his eyes becoming sharp. He held his aching nose while his heart stirred with excitement. The suppressing pain was still relentlessly channeling strength into him. Chang Mo gently set his foot down to channel energy and calculated, need to be careful. He absolutely had to capture him in complete secrecy. Chang Mo remained composed, smirking with certainty, there's no escape for you. Suddenly, from afar, the guard materialized and approached, stating firmly, don't underestimate me. Chen Jun sharply shifted his gaze toward him. Then, he swiftly vanished, causing the guard to lose momentum. Chang Mo quickly turned his head in confusion. This guy had scared Chen Jun into fleeing. And then suddenly, he glanced at the guard and realized something. Amidst the ruins, Chen Jun casually shoved his hands into his pockets and reappeared, but police cars suddenly surrounded the scene from all sides. Through the clearing smoke and drifting dust, he stood up as if to face him head-on. Chang Mo glanced around with vague panic, thinking, police cars as reinforcements, why now of all times? Foot stepped down. Tovian crossed her arms cautiously, her mood somber as she spoke. Little Chang Mo, little Jia Qi, rest assured, leave the rest to me. Suddenly, Chen Ju peered out from a police car and raised his hand apologetically. Buddy, sorry for being late. The moment I heard you were in trouble, I immediately called for reinforcements. He kept a serious face, but his tone was still caring and reassuring. It's fine. Tovian stood solemnly with arms crossed, radiating authority as she faced Chen Jun. His gaze hardened, his voice stammering as he called out, Tovian. She gave a faint smile, then mocked, the #1 assassin of the underworld, and you actually know me? The corner of Chen Jun's mouth curled up slightly, his voice slow as he confirmed, of course, the heiress of Thien Tanel Entertainment. Happiness emotion, one of the few defensive abilities in emotion management. How could I not know you? Hearing that, Tovian's eyes narrowed slightly, her mouth forming a surprised oh. Suddenly, a semicircular barrier appeared, enveloping the space around him. The sudden mental shield left Chang Mo stunned. Even so, Chen Jun remained full of bravado, stuffing his hands into his pockets and sneering, don't think you can sneak attack me with your happiness ability, it's useless. He arrogantly raised his chin and said his goodbyes. Let's pause here for today, Tovian. Tovian, don't think having a good father means I won't touch you. I hope you can still sleep soundly in the future. Chen Jun scoffed as he spoke. And as for you folks from the Emotion Management Bureau, there's plenty of time ahead. Let's take it slow. The moment those words ended, he vanished, leaving only faint frost marks behind. After that, the space immediately fell silent. Then, the police officers quickly got to work on rescue operations. Meanwhile, Tovia Yin reached a hand toward Chang Mo and asked with concern, little Chang Mo, are you all right? You're covered in blood. He replied calmly, I'm fine. But Chang Mo seriously shifted the topic with suspicion. How's things with the captain? She laughed lightly to reassure him. Don't worry, the captain's side already wrapped up just now. In the silent space of the evening, a faint red glow flickered in the sky around. On the ground, a massive crimson sphere was suddenly emerging. It didn't just stay in one spot but rolled back and forth as if searching for something. While moving halfway, it morphed into a peculiar form with no name. It resembled an egg, with tendrils bursting out endlessly, stopping right at the city center. Something inside kept pushing outward, and its surroundings were covered in nothing but thorns. As it stretched higher into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared from afar and slashed across its thorny vines. Several of its thorns shot past Zhao Yan's face before falling to the ground. Below, someone recklessly charged straight in, clashing against it with seemingly invisible slashes. He lost momentum at that moment and was about to fall freely. Her voice carried unwillingness as she cursed under her breath. Damn it. Its tendrils kept growing more and more. Sharp thorns capable of taking down another person. Hidden within the thoughts was a voice full of hatred. You killed the director. You dare kill the director. I'll kill you. Her bloodshot eyes held no emotion at all. As if spotting something, she stopped and raised her head to observe. Its thorny roots not only multiplied but also lengthened, stretching far toward the city. The commercial center is right ahead if I don't stop. She dashed forward at a dizzying speed, trailing a red glow that chased behind her. This place will be leveled by me. But then, the thought of protecting the people was quickly cast aside. Gritting her teeth, she thought, they're just filthy ants. Let them die. There are so many people. What's losing one or two? Lives mean nothing anyway. Kill them all. Kill those I don't like. Kill those I find annoying. Anything that displeases me. Kill them all. Director. As long as I can avenge the director. She glanced around, the aura of hatred not diminishing in the slightest. Director. The will to avenge his respected dean now seemed to overshadow every other thought. She suddenly remembered the time she spent at the research institute, where the dean had diligently explained useful lessons to her. Every time she gave a direct lecture, she would bring her along to listen and take careful notes. Apart from the hours spent teaching students, the moments of conversation with her always brought an indescribable warmth. It was her achievements over the past period that had earned her the immense admiration of her peers. During a few visits to examine young patients, she felt both worried and compassionate for those small lives. An innocent little girl gave candy to the doctor who had cared for her. She gently held the handful of candy in her palm as the little girl offered it. The will within her was now torn between good and evil. No, the dean herself had taught that human life was priceless. She could not let that teaching become meaningless. Her gaze gradually returned to normal as she closed her eyes tightly, her hand clenching the dark sword, trying to use her thoughts to command herself to stop. Without further hesitation, she lowered the sword and leaped backward, a gesture affirming her decision to give up. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the wind. She landed safely on the ground from above. Fortunately, there were no wounds on her body. She reassured herself that she could still do it. When her gaze returned to normal, she noticed something suspicious in the distance. The whole city was now nothing but ruins, with nothing left intact. Early in the morning, sunlight shone through the vibrant trees at a manor of the Song family in Donghai City. The morning news was on inside the house. The anchor highlighted the main story, an explosion between Dongket and Lam Chuang streets at 2 a.m. Fortunately, it happened at night in a commercial area, so only a few people were injured. After hearing the news, she calmly said to Zhao Yan that they had reacted quickly, evacuating civilians beforehand. They probably acted the moment they saw him appear. She looked at Zhao Yan and asked about the incident last night. How many world levels in Donghai had been alarmed? He recalled every detail of last night and recounted clearly that besides the guard at the management bureau and the old celestial president, everyone he knew had come. If she had lost control, that group of world levels joining forces could have killed her. Hearing this, one truly could not underestimate the enemy's strength regardless of gender. She was that strong? Wasn't she just a world level too? He knew that rankings were based on each level's abilities and were completely different. For a world level, depending on the type of emotion, the abundance of emotional energy, and mental state, their direct combat power could vary greatly. Her emotional power was likely mainly of the kind specialized for killing and fighting. He remembered the moment her gaze shifted from normal to red when her energy erupted. Anyway, having already experienced that feeling, knowing she was strong changed nothing. If she had ever faced her directly, she would understand. It was terrifying. With Zhao Yan's serious expression, she raised her teacup to suggest holding a celebration feast after this victory. Then we should celebrate a little more. Such a troublesome world level has been temporarily dealt with. Today the sun was shining beautifully, and the sky was clear and blue. From the rooftop, one could see the entire city, and behind her stood another man. Her hands in her pockets, she turned to Chang Mo and asked, Chang Mo, how is Jiaqi? You seriously report the situation? She was frightened. Moreover, her parents being taken hostage was a huge blow to her. She is currently recovering on the nursing floor in the bureau. Realizing this was related to yesterday's match, she felt guilty toward Chang Mo. This time it's all my fault. Chang Mo, I'm sorry, I messed everything up. He thought it was not just Qingji's fault but also his own. Sister Qingji, it's because I couldn't stabilize your emotions. The two of them stood in silence, neither speaking a word. Being on the rooftop of a tall building, the wind blew through their hair more and more. Not wanting to waste too much time, she spoke first. Chang Mo, I have to go now. Behind her was a private plane, and the woman standing behind watched as Qingji talked to him. My superiors restrict me from contacting others. They are afraid I will lose control. I tried my best to seize this final chance to say goodbye to you. The words I am about to say are very important. You must relay them to Jiaqi and Chenju. The three of you must follow them. The words of instruction given in place of a farewell were carefully dictated by Qingji. After I leave, the three of you will fall into great danger. Kuk Duineji will definitely use every means to target target you. You are like standing at the edge of a cliff. If she left, then as said, because she did not want the three of them to suffer too much harm, she instructed very carefully. You may feel wronged, you may suffer, you may even be hurt, but you only have one way to survive. Her voice was somewhat urgent because this danger was different from previous ones. Her hand touched his shoulder. You will definitely be hit by something. Promise me, no matter what happens, absolutely never leave the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau. Having said these words, Qingji boarded the private plane and flew off in another direction. He stood there as if bidding her farewell. As the plane gradually disappeared from sight, Chang Mo slowly turned his face away. Sister Qingji, rest assured. The whole city was bathed in the brilliant warmth of the morning. Seen from above, everything around seemed visible. Even those tall buildings in the distance, I have witnessed them with my own eyes. In my heart, I swear, that seemingly ordinary outside world is terrifying beyond measure. Trusting in myself, I absolutely will not leave the bureau. Wei Yin's voice rang out. Today we will commend a new colleague. He faced danger without flinching. Handling it calmly, he not only saved the whole team but also saved the image of the pursuit team. That outstanding rookie is. His voice rang out amid everyone's anticipation. Chen Zhu, after the incident occurred, he immediately reported to me, giving us the chance to evacuate the public and provide support to reduce losses. Wei Yin added at the same time, after research, we decided to award him the bronze medal. I hope he continues to strive even harder. He replied, thank you leaders for your guidance. My achievement is mainly because I always remember the leader's instructions that day. I will definitely continue to work hard and not let the leaders down. He lowered his voice. Besides that, the team's operation this time was a failure. There is much evidence suggesting a traitor has appeared among us. At that time, each of you wore cameras recording the entire battle. I know it like the back of my hand. I am not like Captain Lao, easily fooled. Wei Yin narrowed his eyes at Chang Mo. After Captain Lao gave you the suppression serum, he lost control. Is that a coincidence? Furthermore, you are only at district level, you insisted on joining the operation, and you even survived Chen Jun's attack. Is that also a coincidence? Being questioned so relentlessly, his throat momentarily failed him. Director, He decisively turned away. You do not need to explain. I will investigate thoroughly myself. Colluding with the enemy, selling intelligence, and even causing a world level to lose control. Right, and losing a suppression blade, this matter must be investigated to the end. No one will escape. Wei Yin deliberately spoke loudly. Besides that, I remind everyone to keep their distance from suspicious individuals and report any new findings to me immediately. Jia Li suddenly spoke up. Clearly they are trying to frame you and calling on colleagues to isolate you. What do we do? Chang Mo did not rush to answer but asked, Jia Li, what do I need to do now to keep getting stronger? She pondered. Currently your emotional energy is not lacking. To get stronger, you must persistently stimulate emotions, watching movies, playing games, things like that. In short, make your emotions stir strongly. Then before Sister Qingji returns, let's do that. Just as Jia Li finished speaking, everything began to return to its usual atmosphere. Seeing Chang Mo, they did not hesitate to chatter animatedly. Hey, have you heard? This time Team 1 caused such a big incident because of a mole leaking the plan. Everyone gathered to gossip. Auntie, do we have a mole? That's right. I heard among the new recruits of Team 1, there is someone from a different church. They kept hurling insults at Chang Mo. Damn it, that traitor deserves to die. Such words appeared with increasing frequency. That's right, a traitor can be eliminated by anyone. I heard this time they even lost the suppression blade, a huge loss. They continued to embellish. Not only that, I also heard that because of that traitor, the parents of a team member were kidnapped. They still haven't been found. They might have been killed already. Everyone could not help wondering, I wonder what the traitor is doing, maybe laughing secretly somewhere. Those words kept echoing in Chang Mo's ears. The more they spoke, the angrier he got. He absolutely could not forgive him. He sat in a corner of the room with a gloomy mood. For long, the crowd buzzed with rumors saying that Suyan from Team 1 had been attacked by Chen Jun. The matter quickly became a hot topic, with word that the victim was ambushed right on the street and nearly lost her life. Many people began to gossip, spreading claims that Suyan was harmed because she protected a traitor, deeming her actions truly unworthy. The whispers spread far and wide, with everyone eager to uncover the identity of that traitor. Some suddenly realized that if Suyan was targeted for shielding the traitor, then that person must have been exposed. People gathered in lively discussion, believing that the investigative side was gathering the final pieces of evidence. Curious glances were exchanged endlessly, with everyone convinced that justice would be served. The story piqued many people's curiosity, and rumors claimed the traitor was Chang Mo, the one who leaked the information. The rumors kept spreading, with additional claims that he used underhanded tactics to earn the new captain's trust and receive suppressant injections. The atmosphere quickly grew tense, and everyone condemned the traitor's methods. People huddled close, whispering to each other, insisting he could not flee far since he was still being held in the bureau. Someone murmured quietly that the higher-ups had ordered all his supplies cut off to tighten the net around him. The crowd gradually split into small groups, each convinced that the traitor this time would have no way out. The night rain continued to fall without cease, making the building cold colder and more still than ever. Guli sat quietly listening, sensing the situation was unstable, and he had already asked around to learn that an investigation order was about to be issued. Shi Jian spoke regretfully about Chang Mo, saying that without him, they all would have died. Fan Shi teased that everyone had kept their distance before, but now everyone wanted to defend him. He insisted that no matter what, he had to step forward and testify for Chang Mo to prove that he was the one who saved the whole team's lives. As soon as Fan Shi finished speaking, Guli quietly checked his phone. At that very moment, his expression turned grim and far from optimistic. Guli broke the silence and announced that Director Ku had just informed him that Chang Mo had escaped. The thick rain covered the sky in front of the building, making the lights inside stand out even more in the darkness of the night. Wei Yin sat leisurely in his office, murmuring that that man had finally cracked under the pressure, saving him the trouble of taking action himself. He raised his eyes and asked Chen Juthan whether Chang Mo had contacted him. Chen Juthan honestly replied that he had not made contact, but he could take the initiative to search, hoping to be given the assignment. Wei Yin fell silent for a moment upon hearing that, then said there was no need, for in Donghai that man could not escape no matter where he ran. The rain poured down on the streets, making the scene more bustling as pedestrians hurriedly searched for shelter. Amid the heavy rain, the stream of people continued moving through the crowded streets under the lights of the tall buildings. The night rain swept over the city, shrouding the buildings and roads in a veil of deep blue water. The rain fell heavily on the rooftops, forming ripples spreading across the cold surfaces in the quiet of the night. The chill settled over the corner of the old factory, making the space feel more dismal and oppressive. Chang Mo kept his head lowered in the pouring rain, silently enduring the pain that tormented his mind. At that very moment, Chen Jun's footsteps rang out clearly. He curled the corner of his mouth, admitting that this district chief was indeed lucky to be alive, having survived an attack from a hatred power more than 2 levels higher and a stab from the suppressing blade. Chen Jun added, "You are very special, and your abilities are not bad either. But I bet you can barely stand now, right? Going a whole month without emotional energy replenishment, how does that feel?" He recalled and said, "Do you remember me? You would not even bother to reply even unto death. How boring." So then, Chen Jun, as if he could not wait any longer, lunged forward. Time to go. Meanwhile, a trace of helplessness flickered in Chang Mo's eyes. After that, he seemed to bury himself in his studies. Whispers kept drifting to his ears. "Chang Mo, do you think that foolish female doctor was wrong? Is the management bureau no longer safe?" "No, she was right. It was all just a scheme by Wei Yin." These very rumors prove that the management bureau is the safest place. So no matter what happens, we must stay inside the bureau. But do you not feel wronged? Look at us lately, starving, being oppressed by Chen Jun. If it were not for those fools messing things up, we would have caught him already. Now we are even being slandered by those small fries. Chang Mo, you have inherited my power. Are you willing to endure this humiliation forever? Remember when we were at the Emperor of the Sea, facing off against world-level threats, the entire ocean trembled before us. Jiao Li, back then it was thanks to your power. Now without power, things are naturally different. Chang Mo, I must remind you, the energy within your suppression chains has almost run out this past month. We will be starving again soon. A miserable life is better than death, worthy of rational emotion. Very rational, very safe, but also very boring. I say, Chang Mo, do you want to go crazy once? The moment that question was posed, the answer within Chang Mo's heart seemed ready, yes. As Chen Jun was about to approach, he spoke directly. Chen Jun, you are the prey. Back in reality, Chen Jun was charging forward with an imposing aura, the sword in his hand standing out prominently. Chang Mo, meanwhile, remained still, not moving an inch. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and frowned, thinking, a trap? Then he quickly reassured himself, it is useless. But Chen Jun's complacency did not last long, as he suddenly halted, stunned by something. When Chen Jun looked down, strange energy currents were gripping one of his legs, even reaching higher. Moreover, he realized his own abilities could not be activated. A look of barely concealed shock crossed Chen Jun's face. No way. Could it be the effect of his ability? Just as he was still dazed, wondering if it was similar to the suppressing blade, Chang Mo charged forward with his sword, and the two blades immediately clashed. Streams of radiant power shot out from one side. From the opposite side, they also came whizzing over. Finally, they precisely locked onto Chen Jun at the shared joint. With his limbs restrained, he frowned and gritted his teeth, realizing he could not break free. At this moment, Chang Mo raised his sharp arm, his face cold and ready to strike. Now, Chen Jun could no longer hide his fear, his face contorting with terror. In that instant, a mechanical sphere appeared from nowhere, making him momentarily freeze. Then, it suddenly exploded, releasing black slime that enveloped Chang Mo's entire body in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened in shock, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. An assassin? It did not stop there. The amount of slime kept increasing, and Chang Mo's body suddenly lost all its strength. Next, he was pressed down to the ground by the pressure, the surface beneath him having turned into a disgusting slime swamp. Chang Mo was slowly sinking with every movement. So heavy, I am just sinking deeper and deeper. From above, Chen Jun was extremely smug, shouting in a harsh voice, this is city-level sorrow emotional power. Unless someone a level higher pulls you out, you will sink there forever. At that moment, he was deeply troubled, wondering what to do, when Jiao Li appeared from nowhere, Is this not simple? She gently reached out and grasped Chang Mo's hand. Then, Jia Li pulled with a strong force, bringing him out of that slime. Chang Mo was still surprised by her sudden appearance. But in Chen Jun's eyes, he was escaping using his own strength. He was so angry he ground his teeth, unable to accept it. But very quickly, Chen Jun waved his hand and continued to control the sphere from before. This time, both Jia Li and Chang Mo were momentarily alarmed and shouted, "Watch out!" Next, the sphere created air pressure explosions that shot forward, sending him flying backward. At this moment, Chang Mo quickly speculated, is this joyful emotional power? How can he use so many kinds of emotional powers? Jia Li quickly realized, if I am not mistaken, he must have turned the powers of other emotion beings into emotional items. Be careful, this joy power is city level. If you touch it, you will really die. After hearing this, he paused for a moment before analyzing to himself, I see, this is why he is called the #1 assassin of the Great Alliance. Possessing an ability that cannot be detected by world-level beings and using emotional items higher than his own rank to attack. Not to mention ordinary city levels, even national levels could be killed by him. If he had a world-level emotional item, then even world levels would be in danger. Then, Chang Mo glanced at the smug Chen Jun and worried inwardly, but the most dangerous thing now is that I do not know how many high-level emotional items he has on him. Just when a fierce battle seemed about to unfold, Chen Jun suddenly disappeared at that moment, leaving only a trail of light. Immediately, Jia Li spoke up worriedly to remind him, be careful, he has disappeared again, I might not be able to warn you in time. Chang Mo understood and nodded. Then he spread his limbs wide, releasing countless sources of energy from his body. They simply appeared and swirled into a vortex in the air. Unexpectedly, Chen Jun suddenly appeared behind Chang Mo. He swung his blade while shouting loudly, a pity, you are still too weak. These strings that can suppress emotional power break with a single touch. I truly did not expect your emotional power to be the same type as the suppressing blade. Chen Ju closer, his tone unable to hide its mockery. You did not die back then when I stabbed you many times with the suppressing blade. You did not die when they offered a high price for your emotional core. You must have some resistance to other kinds of emotional powers, right? But as long as I do not attack with the suppressing blade, I do not believe you will not die. Chang Mo did not reply, but at this moment, those streams of power appeared once again behind him. But Chen Jun suddenly vanished from his sight again. Next, he abruptly materialized again, leaving Chang Mo utterly bewildered. This time, when Chen Jun went invisible again, he could not anticipate it anymore. At that moment, Chang Mo relied on his instincts to judge and launched an attack, unaware that a source of energy was speeding toward him. Then, he immediately materialized, driving his red blade straight into his side. So those air spheres were created by the collision of Chang Mo and Chen Jun in midair. Not only that, he also controlled that pitch-black slime and launched it toward him. But at this moment, Chen Jun appeared from nowhere again, pointing his blade downward. At the same time, Chang Mo crossed his arms to block, and blood immediately sprayed out. It did not stop there. The blade sank deeper and deeper into the flesh, and the amount of blood could no longer be controlled. He tightened his grip more and more, as if boring deep into the nerves of his arm. The pain lasted so long that Chang Mo's body went stiff, blood gushing out profusely. Then he fell freely, his whole body slamming hard against the ground. It began to drizzle, and Chang Mo lay motionless in a pool of bright red blood. He assessed in pain. That man was too strong. Even without using invisibility or teleportation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Chang Mo, full of pain, glanced at Chen Jun. His skills were far superior, and his emotional items seemed endless, so this was the #1 assassin of the Great Xia. Jia Li landed, comforting him, don't rush, I have a feeling you can win, but I can't recall why. He resignedly replied, how can I win like this, she retorted. Try to recall if you noticed anything unusual during the fight, maybe it will jog my memory. Chang Mo heard this and thought seriously, if talking about something unusual, there was indeed something. He sat recalling the scene from before. Every time he was pierced by that blade of hatred, he felt a strange sensation, as if his strength was being replenished, but the longer the match went on, the strength didn't increase. Maybe it was just an illusion. Now his rationality power was depleted. Jia Li frowned tightly and retorted, he attacked with the blade of hatred. How could you absorb energy? You were about to be killed. Chang Mo shook his head. I don't know either. From afar, Chen Jun was holding his blade and slowly walking over. Jia Li couldn't help muttering, absorb energy. Suddenly, Jia Li's eyes lit up as if she had realized something important. At that moment, Chen Jun's footsteps stopped, leaving only the sound of rain pattering in their ears. The blazing red blade suddenly stood out against the dark night. He stood there, looking expectant. On Chen Jun's face was a clear look of smugness. No more words to deny it now. He swung his blade down, shouting loudly, go to hell. At the same time, Jia Li urgently shouted out her discovery, resentment. What you absorbed is the power of resentment. You can use it. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Chang Mo froze for a moment. When he regained his senses and looked again, Chen Jun had lost his triumphant look. Countless grotesque thorns were growing out of his own body. Chen Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Bam subconsciously wondered, what kind of joke is this? In his memory, The image of a young Chen Jun surfaced, a child living at the bottom of society but always believing he was someone special. The times he was bullied constantly reminded him of his failures, facing the mockery and understanding from others. Even when he had to huddle in a cold iron cage, he always held on to that belief. Even so, Chen Jun still believed that fate would side with him because he was someone special. Finally, he awakened his ability, taking revenge on his bullies alone, but he realized that belief alone wasn't enough. He started a new life, worked hard relentlessly, and found a suitable job. Even when he collapsed against a wall with bleeding wounds, he was still well trained by his work. Chen Jun trained his reflexes by dodging bullets, spending all his free time honing his skills. He continued that job, craving to become stronger, even stronger. Those things gradually changed Chen Jun's fate. He obtained what he had always craved. For the first time, he tasted the flavor of fame, status, and respect. A smug look was clear on his face. Yes, I always believed it. Chen Jun reached out his hand as if to embrace the sunlight. In the end, I will become a legend. Back to the present, it was precisely those glamorous things that pierced through his body, causing him to collapse in the rain. His face still held an expression of utter terror. His eyes rolled back. Chen Jun's glorious life ended right here. Outside, the rain continued to fall without stopping. In the dark alley, Chen Jun lay motionless, while Chang Mo was still stunned. After a moment he asked, "So he's really dead?" Jiao Li explained. "You absorbed national-level resentment. While Chen Jun had no defensive capability, he was only city-level, so one hit was enough to kill him instantly." Chang Mo asked in disbelief, "I can use the power of resentment because I ate the resentment core." She nodded. "Rationality not only suppresses but also controls other powers. Don't you remember the sea battle with the Emperor? In the end I even controlled the Black Sea Hole, and I just remembered some more information about your abilities." The image of the battle came back. Jiao Li said, "You fought against resentment before, so you have high resistance, about 45%, and thanks to absorbing the core, you can also absorb 35% of resentment attacks. So facing national-level resentment, you could hold out so long. Otherwise you'd have been dead long ago." After listening, Chang Mo analyzed, "So I resist 45% of resentment attacks, absorb 35% to use, meaning I only take 20% damage. This rationality power is truly domineering." Suddenly Chang Mo had a crazy idea. If he absorbed all kinds of emotional powers, wouldn't he be invincible? Jiao Li stammered. "For now it seems so." Before disappearing, she reminded him not to be careless. The enemy might have other arrangements, so he should check on the situation on the other side. At the same time, a pair of blazing red eyes was still lurking, watching the entire event from start to finish. Afterward, that thing recorded all the results inside. Cutting to another place, a cloaked figure exclaimed in shock, "Miss Anna, this is bad." Chen Jun was killed by the target Chang Mo. Anna remained calm, asking back, "Chang Mo killed Chen Jun? Wasn't he just about to finish off his opponent?" His eyes lit up brilliantly, frowning as he replied, "It was him." At that moment, countless thorns suddenly burst out from inside the bodies of the two. The cloaked figure fell flat on his face in pain, while Anna fainted on her chaise lounge. At the same time, this situation was also being watched by another pair of eyes. A purple-haired girl was leaning against the wall, catching her breath. "Good thing I made it in time, daring to leak the young master's secrets. Don't blame me for dealing with you." She looked up at the sky and said happily, "The surveillance group is finally dealt with. Now let's go report to the young master." No one expected that. Right where Anna had just stood, a figure covered in thorns had appeared. She remained calm and expressionless, thinking, "Chang Mo has a resentment entity as an ally. According to the contract, I only need to deal with the world-level force behind him. Now that Chen Jun is dead first, should I make a move?" Anna continued calculating. "If I let them go, Miss Song probably won't be happy. After all, the development in the Great Xia still needs her help." Immediately after, the body sitting on her chair began to liquefy and flow away. Decision made, the contract can be re-signed later. If the world-level force behind Chang Mo shows up, it can be counted as double payment. Before disappearing, her voice still echoed in the space, "Miss Song probably won't default on her debt, right?" Elsewhere, on the rooftop of a tall building, the space was eerily quiet. Chang Mo was on the phone. The purple-haired girl happily reported, "Young master, I've finished dealing with it. All the eyes of God of the Hot Lian Church have been completely eliminated by me. How are things on your side? No danger." Chang Mo replied with satisfaction, "You've made the greatest contribution in this operation. You brought back the rationality crystal and helped me clean up those people watching. Without you, I would probably have lost." She let out an awkward laugh, thanked the young master for the compliment, then asked to be excused before she could be suspected. Suddenly, Chang Mo, still maintaining a stern expression, asked another question. "All right, while cleaning up those heretical cultists outside, did you encounter anyone suspicious?" The purple-haired girl pondered for a moment before replying, "Suspicious people. There was one dressed in white, but I already dealt with him." Hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow and wondered aloud, "Someone dressed in white." Just then, Jiao Li rushed down from the central platform, her face grim as she shouted, "Chang Mo, run." The moment she finished speaking, a white slimy substance that had appeared out of nowhere was slowly enveloping Chang Mo, and it was none other than Anna's emotion monster. The young man tensed up in alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Not only that, Chang Mo also noticed that Anna's emotion monster had grown tremendously, and it was even pouring down from the ceiling. They gradually coalesced together, forming a shape resembling sharp claws that were slowly closing in. When he looked up, those claws were almost completely shut. Changmo's face froze for a moment, his eyes wide open in shock. In the end, those giant claws closed completely, separating everything inside from the outside world. Then, the emotion monster flew away with its prize, gliding past the purple-haired girl who was still standing there. Then it dove straight towards the ground, its white tail whipping fiercely against the central platform. Silence immediately returned, as if nothing had ever happened. The purple-haired girl was stunned, completely clueless about what was happening. She was wide-eyed, pupils dilated. What was that? That factory was where the young master was staying. How could it just vanish? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something extremely serious. The purple-haired girl's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her voice trembling slightly. World level. That was the power of the world level. Over here, the wall formed by Anna's emotion monster remained incredibly solid. In that dark space, Changmo was using his own energy to light the way, with Jia Li walking beside him. At that moment, he spoke up with some confusion. What is this? Was this factory originally an emotion monster? But she immediately refuted. No, it was just a normal factory at first. Earlier, a world level turned it into a monster, and now we are inside its stomach. After hearing that, Changmo became even more curious about the other party's ability. So is there any way to get out? Jia Li shook her head decisively upon hearing this. Escape. I am afraid it is impossible. The opponent is a world level. With your district level strength, there is no way out. When both their gazes landed on the same spot, they immediately froze for a second. It turned out that Chen Jun was emitting strange waves of power, and at the same time, the core was gradually absorbing them. That core had a bizarre shape, resembling hands holding onto each other. Both of them turned their heads to look at each other. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Jia Li spoke up first, worried. Chang Mo, I have to warn you, your rational power is almost depleted. Right now, you might not be able to suppress the emotional power within this core. Chang Mo lowered his head to hide his emotions, I know, but immediately, he reached out and grabbed that strange emotional core. Then, Chang Mo slowly brought it to his mouth. Didn't you say it yourself? Without taking a risk, how can we suppress our rationality? With that, he slowly put it into his mouth, savoring it completely. Finally, Chang Mo managed to swallow it down his throat. Next, he remained still, feeling the changes beginning to occur within his body. Chang Mo leaned back, erupting with an immense surge of power. At the same time, somewhere else, Anna felt something and froze, her mouth agape in shock. The scene shifted to inside a beautiful house, where a phone was ringing incessantly. As soon as she answered, Hui Hui spoke up first. Miss Anna, sorry to bother you, rest assured, I will pay you in full. Alright, that is all for now, we will discuss the rest later. Zhao Yan beside her asked in confusion, so the world level behind Chang Mo has appeared. Hui Hui refuted while hanging up, no, not yet. Not stopping there, Hui Hui continued with the news. Vice leader, Chang Mo killed Chen Jun. Miss Anna has trapped him, but he still managed to escape. His face contorted upon hearing her say that all of it was done by a mere district level like him. Back to the same place, a familiar voice echoed in that pitch-black space. They have all seen it. Chang Mo was struggling against those powers, muttering strangely, they are all laughing at me, right? I am truly ridiculous, clearly just an ant thinking it is a phoenix. Absurd. They all saw my pathetic state. I do not want to be seen. I want to hide. I want to run away. Jia Li beside him shouted in extreme worry, Chang Mo, snap out of it. Those are not your emotions. He replied while choking himself, I know, but I cannot control it. Through a small gap, she tilted her head to look over and flinched. On the ground, she saw the glowing red suppression blade lying there all alone. Jia Li shouted to reassure him, Chang Mo, hold on a little longer. There is a suppression blade to your left. Upon hearing that, Chang Mo clenched his teeth and tried to turn his body. He mustered all his strength to reach out towards the blade. At this moment, Chang Mo also gritted his teeth, displaying an incredibly strong will. After a short while, he got closer to the suppression blade. Finally, he managed to grab it, clutching it tightly in his hand. Now, Chang Mo reversed his grip and held the hilt of the suppression blade firmly. Immediately, strange patterns with dazzling light appeared on his arm, but gradually they disappeared, and Chang Mo's gaze became sharper, staring intently at the suppression blade. Those spiritual energy sources also gradually faded away, and he lost his balance, falling freely downward. Chang Mo caught himself with his hands, landing lightly, then sat down wearily, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally succeeded. It was then that Chang Mo frowned in confusion at the suppression blade. Why was it here? Suddenly, his gaze landed on a certain spot and he froze. It turned out that in this vast space, facing Chang Mo was a giant door, and he instinctively scanned the room. Chang Mo was dazed, his voice cracking as he asked, where is this? What are these things? And of course, Jia Li was just as shocked. Just then, he seemed to sense something, his eyes suddenly widening. Then, Chang Mo slowly spoke, I can feel a connection between this place and my will, I understand now. He looked into the distance and asserted that this was Chen Jun's true power, not just invisibility and teleportation, he also had a separate space. All movements were merely entering and exiting this place. Chang Mo analyzed carefully, We entered here because I swallowed his emotion core. It activated the ability on its own and brought us from inside the monster's belly to this place. He remembered the black slime Chenjun created. It must have been his stuff piled up here, which also explained why he could pull out all sorts of items during battle. Jia Li laughed excitedly. Well then, now everything is ours. I sense there's a lot of good stuff. Let's go check it out. Chang Mo was calmer. He sat down to observe. Chenjun's corpse was also moved here. His phone was here too. Perhaps some things needed to be handled first. He called out to Jia Li. She frowned and asked, what's more important than inventorying the spoils of war? The scene shifted. An old building appeared before their eyes. An assassin was hastily pushing a cart. On it were two sacks binding someone tightly. The constant jolting made the two people in the sacks unable to bear it, letting out a few uncomfortable noises. The assassin named Wing Jiang wondered incessantly, how could Chenjun die? How did Chang Mo kill him? At that moment, a hand reached out and gripped his neck tightly. That person was Chang Mo, he asked coldly. Don't move. Answer me. Who is your superior? Who sent you to kill Chang Mo Jiaqi and Chenju? Cold sweat broke out. The assassin immediately recognized Chang Mo. How did he get here so fast? Emotion power can't be used. Did he kill Chenjun this way? He awkwardly made up an excuse. I don't know, the contacts were all anonymous. I'm just a middleman. All the killing was done by Chenjun. I still have elderly parents and a young child. Chang Mo didn't answer, just lowered his head to ponder something. After a moment, he spoke. Fine, I'll change my question. He stared straight and questioned, do you know who that lord is? The assassin's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, but he quickly calmed down and replied, which lord? I've never heard of it. As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his fingers around his neck. Chang Mo lifted him into the air. The assassin struggled in pain. I really don't know. Killing me is useless. My child is just starting high school. I still have to... He cut him off. Stop the rambling. You have no children. Your parents died long ago. He exposed his face. Furthermore, when I mentioned that lord, I clearly saw your startled expression, and Jia Li had been hiding and observing from who knows when. The assassin broke out in cold sweat, slowly glancing behind him. Then, as if he had made a decision, he gritted his teeth. Finally, he blurted out loudly, the Lord is carrying out a great revolution. You killing me won't. Before he could finish, he was struck hard on the head by Chang Mo. The space fell silent. His head drooped, but was still held by him. Jia Li urged, let's go. Back to inventory the spoils. The three of them also pulled into that space. He nodded in agreement. In the sky, a full moon hung suspended. 10 minutes later, Jia Li asked, done. Chang Mo nodded, found a hidden spot outside to release them. He was surprised that this space rejected living people. If not unconscious, they couldn't enter. The moment they woke up, they'd be teleported out. Jia Li casually replied, it's normal. Chenjun was a shame emotion entity. This space wouldn't hold conscious people. Chang Mo frowned and asked, then how did you get in? And can you stay here freely? Jia Li covered her mouth and laughed, proving our relationship is good. Not afraid of the other seeing an embarrassing face. You've even seen me go to the bathroom, which left him annoyed and speechless. She even suggested, feeling unfair, want me to let you watch me go to the bathroom? Chang Mo was helpless. Don't you think that's shameless? She retorted, back when you used me, I hadn't even recovered yet. Seeing he was embarrassed, she shook her head. All right, no more joking. Let's quickly inventory the spoils. Back in the old room, the two doors remained tightly shut. Items were laid out everywhere. First were the red blades, hatred blades of various levels from province to world. Next were black water bombs, city level 10, province level 5, national level 3, along with various destructive happy bombs. Following that were some strange items, quite a few suppression chains. On the floor were also piles of guns, common weapons. Additionally, there was a pile of bank cards and various documents. Jia Li excitedly hugged Chang Mo's head and cheered, we're rich this time. He looked at the blades and asked, he didn't use them during the fight. If they were world level weapons, I'd probably be dead from the start. Jia Li guessed, probably couldn't bear to use them. World level items can only be used a few times. Using them on you would be a waste. Who knew you'd kill him with province level power? She analyzed accurately, weakness is sometimes the best protection. You know, black water bombs can be used as a shield against happy power. Just getting within half a meter triggers a self-detonation. Jia Li continued to explain. Chenjun had prepared countermeasures for everything. Why wouldn't he have resentment defensive items? Chang Mo was stunned, so the Black Lotus sect and Chenjun were on the same side. The resentment weapons were provided by them to control him. He speculated further. Just having province-level resentment could control Chenjun, so the forces behind him wouldn't give him items to counter it. Jia Li confirmed, but there was another issue. Chenjun had met Little Cookie. Chang Mo wondered why Zhao Yan didn't deal with her. Jia Li shook her head. I don't know about that either. He took out something. Forget it. Let's deal with that later. I just found this. She observed carefully, then replied, this is half a human hand still twitching, creepy. Suddenly Jia Li paused. She felt something softly calling her name. Chang Mo glanced over. She spoke with certainty. This thing isn't simple. Even without knowing what it is, it's definitely the best item here. I suspect everything combined isn't worth half this hand. Hearing this, he fell silent, his mind a mess. After a moment, Chang Mo hesitated. At least it must be a world-level item, Jia Li added. This Chenjun. Seems there's a bigger secret hidden. At this moment, he was hugged until his whole body stiffened. He spoke. Can you let me go? Jia Li frowned unhappily. What's wrong, staying away from me like that? Setting that aside, Chang Mo looked around and analyzed. This space is about 10 square square meters, has 4 doors, 1 large main door and 3 small side doors, but none of them can be opened. He touched the wall surface and speculated, the material is very strange, like a transparent radius, there's fog outside, can't see anything. Chang Mo looked up high without saying anything. Jia Li flew over and asked, what's wrong? He stared at the large door. Don't you find these locked doors strange? They were created by Chen Jun, so why lock them when only he could enter? Jia Li guessed, maybe there's treasure inside? Chang Mo countered, that doesn't make sense. If only he could enter, there's no need to lock them, unless what's inside causes trouble for him but is still useful, so it had to be locked away. Jia Li was excited. Then there must be good stuff inside, even more precious than that half hand. 4 doors mean at least 4 treasures. The largest main door definitely holds the most precious item. Chang Mo, come on, you're the owner of this space now, there must be a way to open it. He nodded, let me try. Without another word, Chang Mo walked to the door and pushed. But it still didn't budge. He used more force, then turned his body to push with strength from his arms. At that moment, when he returned to report, Jia Li immediately frowned and shouted, that is unreasonable. Why can it be opened? The treasure. I want the treasure. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and her eyes lit up. She raised a finger suggesting he try using rational power to smash through the wall. Rational power could suppress all kinds of emotions, and now that he had absorbed so much rationality, there should be no problem. Chang Mo cautiously asked again, are you sure this method is reliable? What if there is something dangerous inside? She confidently replied, no problem. If it were truly dangerous inside, a weakling like him would not have been able to bring anything out. He nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. It should definitely withstand it. Chang Mo began to channel power into his hand. Then, he punched straight into the wall with his power, and immediately, long cracks appeared. Even so, the wall did not shed a single fragment, remaining as solid as before. Chang Mo stared intently. Somewhat surprised by its hardness, Jia Li optimistically added, then hit it a few more times. The moment he finished speaking, both of them froze, astonished by the sight before them. On the wall, a giant red hand suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by binding sounds, the red hand faded and appeared everywhere, but Chang Mo remained standing still. The red marks gradually dissipated, finally leaving no trace at all. Cold sweat broke out on both their faces. He stammered, Jia Li, what is this thing? It looks really scary. Jia Li was equally frightened. I don't know either. Chang Mo suggested in a low voice, maybe we should wait until I am stronger before researching what is inside the door. She hurriedly nodded, that makes sense. When they walked outside, the sky was dyed with the colors of dusk. Jia Li said, our business here is done. Let's go back to the management bureau. The scene shifted to the morning of the second day at the Emotion Management Bureau. The receptionist was startled when she saw someone walk through the door. That person was none other than Chang Mo. Her mouth fell open in shock. Suddenly, a heavy object fell with a thud onto the desk in front of the receptionist. Unexpectedly, it was the head of Chen Jun. She was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Right after, the receptionist instinctively fell backward. That horrific sight caused her to faint on the spot. In the leadership office, an employee rushed in to report the incident that had just occurred. After hearing this, Du's face turned pale, his expression unable to hide his shock. At the hospital, Jia Qi was sitting on the bed when Guli hurried in to deliver the news. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed out with expectant eyes. Her target was the waiting room, where everyone was gathered. Guli rushed over and embraced her parents, the 3 of them shedding tears in a happy reunion. Chang Mo watched from a distance, gently smiling with satisfaction. Thak Qian also smiled, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder, causing him to glance over. The doctors and nurses in the hospital all applauded in celebration of this touching reunion. The people around also gave Chang Mo rounds of appreciative applause. The scene shifted outside. The sky was clear blue and peaceful. At the Central Emotion Management Bureau in Yanqin, in the 28th basement level of the ceiling zone, a woman was restrained by countless iron chains. She was the doctor from Donghai City Mental Hospital No. 2, the former captain of the capture team, Qingji. Li Weiwei, the deputy head of the supervision department, presented a file and announced the final decision. You will be permanently sealed here. Do you have anything to say? Qingji spoke up to ask about the situation in Donghai City, wondering if Chang Mo and everyone else were safe. Li Weiwei replied irritably, do you still not understand your own situation? Worrying about others, if you lose control, you will become an emotional disaster even more terrifying than Hack Donghai. His influence was not limited to Donghai but spread all the way to Yanqin, causing widespread infection. Are you aware of what you did? At this moment, Qingji's eyes were covered by a layer of white frost. She could only lower her head and softly apologize. Li Weiwei paid no attention, her hand already on the activation button. What meaning do those words have now? Farewell, you fool. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Weiwei decisively pressed the button and a very faint sound was heard. Immediately, the white suit and blindfold on Qingji cracked open, revealing her beautiful form. She fell hard to the ground, letting out a painful groan. At this point, Li Weiwei excitedly took out a camera and started taking pictures. Qingji quickly covered her body. What are you doing? Didn't you say it was a permanent seal? Li Weiwei continued shooting frantically, while not forgetting to reveal, you fool. I was just scaring you, to make you see how serious the problem was. Chang Mo killed Chen Jun. The higher-ups value him greatly. They predicted the situation in Donghai was complex, so they secretly sent me to bring you back to protect him. Also stop covering up, it's a great opportunity, let me take a few more shots. After hearing this, Qingji couldn't believe it and stammered back. Chang Mo killed Chen Jun, is he hurt? Li Weiwei angrily shouted, why can't you still grasp the main point? Worry about yourself, or do you have feelings for him? Always talking about Chang Mo. She shyly raised her voice in protest. What nonsense are you talking about? Protecting him was the director's last wish. Li Weiwei seriously reminded her, I don't care, this handling has already been an exception on top of exceptions. If you lose control again, you will truly be permanently sealed, and you will also implicate the person who wholeheartedly protected you. Qingji immediately promised, don't worry, this time I am sure. Her words were not even finished when Li Weiwei embraced her small body, causing her to freeze for a moment. Li Weiwei held on even tighter, her voice growing softer. I don't want to, I never want to see you again. Qingji was somewhat surprised and softly called her name, Li Weiwei. She lowered her eyes, tried to calm herself, and then spoke to reassure her, don't worry, this time I will definitely not lose control. At that moment, Li Weiwei put a cool necklace around Qingjing's neck. She cried out in disbelief, what are you doing? I'm not deceiving you. Not stopping there, Li Weiwei hooked a long chain to the necklace, explaining that it was a necklace made from suppression chains, effectively reducing the occurrence of losing control. Li Weiwei held the chain with one hand and pulled her along, looking pleased. Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter anyway, you will have to listen to me from now on. Let's go. To Donghai, Qingji blushed, hugging herself and shouting, stop messing around. Let me put some clothes on first. 2 weeks later, at the Familiar Management Bureau, someone's voice echoed everywhere. Today's meeting is to welcome a new colleague, Tu Duong. Chang Mo stood there smiling softly. The person continued to introduce loudly. He is Chang Mo. Usually few people know of him, but at the decisive moment, he unleashed astonishing power. With extraordinary wisdom and remarkable courage, he went through many intense battles of wits, finally bringing Chen Jun to justice. It turned out to be Wei Yin. He enthusiastically announced, merit should be rewarded is an unchangeable principle. To commend this great contribution, the organization has decided to award Chang Mo 1 million contribution points. The moment he finished speaking, a stir arose below. Someone shouted in shock, 1 million in a year? No, I couldn't even earn that in 2 years. The person next to him spoke up, of course, that is a well-deserved reward for dealing with Chen Jun. Others were also curious, how exactly did he do it? On the other hand, Jiaqi was overjoyed thinking about the 1 million contribution points. Chang Mo will definitely be able to exchange for a lot of food. He won't have to go hungry anymore. Just then, the guard frowned deeply and speculated, if he had the ability to kill Chen Jun, why didn't he use it from the first encounter? Who knows what was shady here, especially since Chen Jun was dead. Now all the credit went to him. This guy was really rotten. These words silenced the entire hall. Wei Yin didn't seem to care, still calmly spoke up. There was also another important matter. He proudly announced, after the Central Emotion Management Bureau studied and decided, Chang Mo was specially promoted to be the captain of the #1 pursuit team of Donghai City. A few seconds passed, and the hall below was still dead silent, without any reaction. But very quickly, an uproar erupted. Someone couldn't believe it, to let a district-level person be the captain of Team 1. Wasn't that too childish? Others wondered, shouldn't the captain at least be at the national level? This Team 1, even some district-level people wouldn't accept it. Even though he killed Chen Jun, it was still too much. The guard grew even more furious. His face contorted. What a joke. Chang Mo, this rotten name. A district-level guy becomes the captain of our Team 1. At this moment, Jiaqi felt a bit expectant. Really or fake? Chang Mo was about to become captain. Guli couldn't help but kindly remind, watch your attitude. Now he's your captain. If you speak so rudely, he might deduct your contribution points. The guard got angrier, his voice rising a few notches. What are you laughing at? He's also your captain, a district-level guy above you all. Do you see no problem with that? Li Zhan coldly said he was about to be transferred to Team 2, so it didn't concern him. Guli bluntly said, whoever does it is fine. We're all doing the same work anyway. Jiaqi happily added, it doesn't matter to me either. Shi Jian lowered his eyes, believing that the higher-ups must have their reasons for such an arrangement. Now the guard grew even more annoyed, grinding his teeth and spitting out, you guys. From above, Wei Yin took in all the commotion below at a glance. Then he spoke up, confirming that this was the higher-ups' decision. If you have any opinions, you can voice them. I will faithfully report them upward. The guard immediately realized these words were aimed at him, and flinched. Next, he couldn't control himself, stood up and shouted, I don't accept this. Why should Chang Mo be the captain? The guard used insulting words to directly attack the person on the high platform. Chang Mo is just a district-level guy. I've operated with him before. He's nothing but a mediocre person. Not stopping, he turned and shouted to those below, moreover, don't you all see? How could a district-level guy like him kill Chen Jun? There's definitely something wrong here. Now someone murmured, what he says does make some sense. The person next to him also agreed, yeah. Instead, Jiaqi couldn't help but worry inwardly, damn it, everyone is starting to doubt Chang Mo. But at this opportunity, the guard once again offered a speculation. Maybe Chen Jun was just a pawn. The real enemy used Chen Jun's sacrifice to let Chang Mo infiltrate our ranks. Now, he turned and said, he's a dirty spy. Just then a source of energy flew in from somewhere. Immediately, it wrapped tightly around the guard's neck along with a fist from someone striking down onto his cheek. Next, the guard flew backward due to inertia, but the energy thread still connected his neck to Chang Mo's wrist. Unexpectedly, the crowd below became excited, stood up and cheered. A fight, a fight. They couldn't help but remark, this kid has guts. A district level daring to lay a hand on a city level hit him. At this time, the guard's body was still suspended in midair, the energy thread still clearly visible. He couldn't help but look up and wonder, what's going on? A blue thread. This is Chang Mo's ability. He used his ability to pull me over here. At once, the guard grew furious, grinding his teeth. He twisted his body, shouting in a rage, you dare lay a hand on me, I'll show you the distance between us. You don't even have the qualifications to be captain. I, the guard, will never bow to a petty person like you. Just as he finished, Chang Mo threw another punch, causing the guard to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he stepped forward, grabbed the man's hair, and yanked it hard. Immediately, black blood and a few teeth flew into the air. 5 Chang Mo's punches kept raining down on the guard's face. Brother Jinghai stepped back, raising his hand and shouting loudly, stop hitting, I give up. The whole space suddenly went silent, and Chang Mo also stopped his hand movements. After a few seconds, the crowd below began to stir. Someone shouted in shock, damn, a district level beating a city level to a pulp. Awesome. Even Guli's face turned pale. Chang Mo, he could actually pin the guard down and beat him. Weren't they all in the same boat too? Shi Jian also froze in shock. Jia Qi also couldn't help but exclaim, Chang Mo, so impressive. At this moment, Wei Yin couldn't help but shout a reminder to Chang Mo, although this is your award ceremony, you can't be so rude. But Chang Mo was still extremely cold and retorted, now I am the captain. A team member like him publicly insulting a superior, shouldn't he be taught a lesson? So who is the one breaking discipline? Hearing this, his face darkened, gritting his teeth and sputtering, you. Not paying attention to this expression, he turned to look down at the crowd and spoke, besides, I want to say a few words to everyone. His eyes without any movement, Chang Mo gently explained, this time killing Chen Jun wasn't just my own achievement, it was the achievement of the entire pursuit team. I only stood on the shoulders of you predecessors, completing the final blow. Not stopping, he also announced one thing, therefore, I want to take out 50% of the reward and share it with all members of the pursuit team. Thank you for the efforts of the predecessors, thank you for the support of the predecessors, and I hope for more guidance and care from the predecessors in the future. The whole space fell silent again for a moment. Then the people below shouted out very approvingly, well done, kid, you know what's good. They enthusiastically cheered, we support you as the captain of Team 1. No one noticed the angry expression on Wei Yin's face. A new day arrived, the sky was incredibly clear. The whole vast city was now extremely quiet. A moment later, sunlight fell onto a busy street where someone was speaking, hey, have you heard? Chen Jun was killed. The person next to him asked, huh, by who? In a dark alley, 2 men stood together. One said someone named Chang Mo was supposedly district level. The other was surprised, a district level killed the #1 expert of the lower realm. Are you kidding? The scene shifted into a bar. Someone was looking down at a photo. There's something even more absurd. Just for that, he was appointed as the captain of the Donghai City pursuit team. Someone immediately replied, really or fake? Captain shouldn't at least be national level. All are big shots. The man revealed more, heard that the central committee directly appointed him. This guy's background is not small. Hearing this, someone nodded, right? I wonder what his origins are. Do you know, someone is offering 100,000 lower realm coins for information about him. Countless people were discussing this. Someone said, that's right, his emotional ability might be very special. A piece of news could even be worth more than 100,000. Some even suggested, then maybe we should directly try to hunt him. After all, he's just district level. Killing Chen Jun was surely just luck. Amidst the vast city, someone proposed a plan, not a bad one. Find him, then kill him, and take his emotional core. It would definitely sell for a sky-high price. After all, the management bureau always opposes us. This time, just be bold and go for it. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building, Chang Mo sat in silence while Jia Li appeared from somewhere. She was also cheerful, teasing, you must be the youngest captain in the management bureau's history, feeling pretty proud, aren't you? But he didn't answer, seeming to be pondering something in his heart. A moment later, Chang Mo spoke up to ask, Jia Li, what level do I need to reach to see that thing in the sky? Jia Li was a bit surprised, then regained her composure before answering. City level can see a glimpse of world level. The thing in the sky is an existence higher than world level. You'd need to at least reach planet level to barely sense its existence. Inadvertently, Chang Mo lowered his head and muttered, so, not just for me, but even the entire #1 pursuit team, those who can sense that thing in the sky are very few. We are all ants without the qualifications to see the world clearly. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate and nodded. That's a fair point. Exhausted, he tilted his head back and groaned, not understanding what the higher-ups wanted by letting a small ant lead the entire ant army to become the center of attention for all emotional factions in the Eastern Sea. Jia Li guessed that this was their way of training them. Suddenly, Chang Mo spoke seriously. Jia Li, I always feel this matter is not that simple. Not keeping her waiting long, he analyzed Liu Jia, the Sea Emperor, that great lord, the Black Lotus cult, the Eastern Sea Emotion Management Bureau, the Old Heavenly Company, and even her herself, all of which seemed to be closely connected. Chang Mo stood up, looking at the giant white clouds, sensing a great storm approaching. The ones behind the storm were all world-class, and their small ant army might be torn to 100 pieces. Suddenly, Jia Li wrapped her arms around his body from behind. Chang Mo remained silent, and she gently comforted him, saying that he was indeed too weak, but not to be afraid because she was here. They would begin the next phase of the law, not only to stabilize his condition, but also as the path to making him a legend. After a long silence, he asserted that she had been acting very strange lately. Jia Li looked over, confused. He pointed out that she kept clinging to him when talking. She pouted, remarking that rational emotional techniques were truly boring. In the silent space, Jia Li asked him if he remembered what that foolish female doctor had said about laws being like precepts that help stabilize emotions. But in reality, the effect of the law was not just about stabilizing emotions or preventing loss of control. She explained that the law was also a path to unlocking one's own emotional power. Persistently practicing powerful laws would help him achieve abilities far beyond imagination. Even killing enemies above his level would become a common occurrence. Jia Li carefully added that it could even create rules that change cause and effect. The scene shifted back to the familiar room. Chang Mo sat on the floor and looked up to ask, "Create rules, change cause and effect, is that some kind of divine skill?" She happily replied that to achieve that, he would at least have to reach the world-class level. Hearing that, Chang Mo coldly remarked that it was too much. In the Eastern Sea, they already knew at least 4 or 5 world-class people. If counting the whole world, the number would be even greater. If each person created a rule, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Jia Li spread her arms to explain that the number of world-class individuals was not as many as he thought. The Eastern Sea was an exception. She asked him if he knew what kind of law could help a practitioner create rules and modify cause and effect. Suddenly, her face darkened, and she coldly said that it was the heavenly law. As the name suggested, the heavenly law was a type of law that could rival heaven itself, and it was extremely valuable intelligence. Jia Li continued to mention a few people like that foolish female doctor, the director of Institute 2, and Zhao Yan. According to her observations, none of them had the heavenly law. Suddenly, she became serious, declaring that what she was about to teach him was the heavenly law, which made Chang Mo tense up. In the vast space with just the two of them, he eagerly urged to start immediately. Jia Li smiled to reassure him, saying not to rush. First, they needed to replenish enough rational energy because practicing this law was extremely energy-consuming. After a moment, she announced that the rational energy was almost fully charged and they could begin. Jia Li guided him to release his rational power, make it soft, and then begin shaping it. Chang Mo immediately followed. She continued to tell him to try transforming the rational power into the shape of a hammer. He actually created an exact replica of a hammer. Gradually, it became much more solid. Jia Li nodded with satisfaction, commenting that now he should harden the rational power and form a complete rational hammer. She lowered herself closer to him, praising that those days of hunger, watching movies, and playing games were not wasted. His control was very good. He impatiently asked what to do next, and she guided him to use the same method to create a rational anvil. As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Mo created the object and shouted, "All right." She commented again that he was very skilled, hard when he wanted hard, soft when he wanted soft. His control was quite good. He grumbled, reminding her not to interrupt anymore, and asked what the next step was. Jia Li spoke up again, not to rush, then concentrate all his rational emotional power into his left hand. Chang Mo naturally followed. Next, she involuntarily raised her voice, commanding him to use the rational hammer and rational anvil just condensed to forge. He solemnly raised the hammer and struck down. In the vast space, echoing sounds appeared along with sharp shards of spirit. Jia Li vanished in an instant, leaving only Chang Mo diligently striking the hammer. Suddenly, he turned around, and the sharp shards slammed directly into his handsome face. Instantly, cuts appeared on Chang Mo's face, blood slowly flowing down without stopping. Not only that, his entire body was pierced by many sharp streams of energy, blood spraying out continuously. Afterward, Chang Mo's body lay sprawled on the ground, beneath him a terrifying pool of blood spreading wide. Jia Li reappeared, as if she had predicted it all, coldly asking if he felt uncomfortable. Even though he only struck his hand, it felt like his whole soul was shaken. The human body could hardly endure it. This type of training had to be maintained for at least 2 hours a day, continuously for 3 months, to see initial results. There was no reply, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Did he pass out already?" Now his eyes were rolled back, and his body was covered in bright red cuts. White clouds floated lazily across the sky. Chang Mo sat down on the floor, breathing heavily, unable to help but sigh. He complained that this was too terrifying. Hitting himself hurt more than being stabbed by national-level resentment. Jia Li flew to his side, explaining that he had resistance to resentment, but resisting himself was a direct shock from the inside out. Chang Mo wondered if he persisted in training like this, then could he achieve the ability to create rules and change cause and effect? She immediately refuted, "What are you thinking? Nothing is that simple." Jia Li began to explain in detail that the so-called heavenly law was actually composed of a series of complex behaviors. This self-training was only the first step, the foundation. foundation. After that, he would have to persist in doing many other things to achieve the corresponding ability. She added that what ability this heavenly law set would ultimately grant, and even what to do afterward, she still hadn't remembered. Chang Mo was somewhat confused. Jia Li emphasized again that if he could persist in training himself like this, even if he didn't reach the level of creating rules, he would still gain enormous benefits. She encouraged him that the emotional power after being forged would return to his body, forming a cycle. His rational absorption speed would be faster, going from regional level to city level. For ordinary people it would take several years, but he might only need a few months. She continued to explain that his rational power would become more and more condensed. Even without devouring other emotional cores, without experiencing the tempering of other emotions, he could still increase his resistance to all types of emotions. The next piece of information made Chang Mo unable to help but be surprised. Theoretically, this type of training could ultimately help him increase his resistance to all emotions by at least 15%. He sank into his own thoughts. If he increased it by at least 15%, when facing the power of resentment, he would have at least 95% resistance. This way, even facing Zhao Yan, he would have the ability to protect himself. Chang Mo painted a vision in his head. If he devoured more emotional cores in the end, wouldn't he be able to raise his resistance to all emotions to 95%? By then, who could possibly kill him? Jia Li suddenly was startled to see that Chang Mo had already stood up and walked over to the stone table without her noticing. She spoke up in surprise, wanting to try again so soon, not resting a bit more. But it was fine, as long as he could overcome himself. Chang Mo placed one hand on the table, the other holding the hammer up. He frowned deeply, his inner thoughts in turmoil. The shock to the soul from self-training was truly frightening. His whole body seemed to be resisting, even trembling. With that thought, Chang Mo raised the hammer higher. Not long after, he struck his hand with a heavy blow. Countless streams of demonic power like sword tips pierced through Chang Mo's entire body. He lowered his head, his face completely hidden in the shadows. Chang Mo's body began to tremble in waves. His forehead and cheeks were now covered in scratches of varying lengths. Chang Mo felt a bit of fear. This single strike alone almost killed him. Yet he had to train for 2 hours a day, persist for 3 months. But he raised the hammer again, speaking with firmness that he couldn't back down. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to take control of his own destiny. A thunderous blow landed on Chang Mo's hand again. He gritted his teeth slightly, reflecting on his life. From the beginning, he had always endured anxiety and cowardice, avoided conflict, valued harmony. Frustration and unwillingness were always swallowed down by himself. Yielding, endlessly yielding, his reason told him that this was the best way. He repeated the action just now until meeting Jia Li, gaining power, and truly feeling liberated for once. Once he lost power, everything would return. Chang Mo told himself that he didn't want to go back to the past. He couldn't go back to the past. He wanted to become stronger. Chang Mo's voice gradually faded, as if he was ready to pay any price. The moment the hammer touched his hand, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Jia Li remained silent from start to finish, only watching Chang Mo's every move intently. A faint, knowing smile curled at the corner of her lips. A bustling flow of people and vehicles streamed along the main street. In the fast food restaurant below the management bureau building, customers chatted, "Do you know what that big building does? I heard it's a management bureau, but what it manages is unclear. I've heard it's very mysterious. No one has ever seen anyone enter or exit through the front door. They all use the underground passage." A person about to leave accidentally bumped into the shackle placed on the table. He immediately pushed himself up, stood abruptly, and growled, "Let's go." The restaurant staff hurriedly called after him, "Sir, you haven't paid yet." At that moment, a massive explosion erupted right in front of the restaurant's entrance. Chi Ming said calmly, "It's come to this already?" Shikshulekadrisang sneered. "They're just a bunch of filthy ants." Chi Ming quickly waved his hand. "Here's the main issue. The management bureau personnel all use the underground routes. There are several exits down there. It won't be easy to block them." Shikshulekadrisang reassured him. "Don't worry, Hak Lian Zhao is selling surveillance services on the black market." He held up a blood-red eye. "I've already paid. As soon as Chang Mo shows his face, I'll see him through this eye." A criminal was hiding in a dark alley, his gaze fixed on the building across the street. He was wrapped tightly in thick cloth, so much so that no one bothered to notice him. The criminal with a face wrapped in white bandages clutched his head in despair. "Forget it. There's no hope left anyway. I can't do it. Just let me die." Suddenly, a plastic bag of steamed buns was placed right in front of him. An old woman with a kind smile spoke up. "Young man, are you all right? I've seen you here for days now." Before he could answer, the old woman broke into an uncontrollable cough. The old woman collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, startling him as he wondered what was happening. The criminal hurriedly called for an ambulance. "Hello, is this 120? In the alley before number 36 Vitonjo Street. Someone is in critical condition. Come quickly." He stared at the still-lit phone screen for a long while. Then he turned and walked away, ignoring the old woman still struggling with her cough behind him. He told himself, "Chang Mo, I'm sorry, I don't want to involve anyone else anymore, but I also don't want to die, so you have to die." A barren wasteland appeared before his eyes. The orange-haired criminal kept spewing curses full of frustration. Looking into the mirror, he saw Chang Mo's face and continued to snarl, "Chang Mo, you bastard." All the features on his face had now completely disappeared. "You've taken everything from me, I will get it all back." The scene shifted back to the bustling modern city. Qing Ji said worriedly, "Lai Weiwei, are you really okay? The bounty on Chang Mo's head is huge. Since the Viasun 2 incident, Hacklian Jiao has become more rampant. She analyzed. Their surveillance services have skyrocketed in price. They must be targeting Chang Mo. We can't know how many hidden emotional criminals in Ong Hechelwei will join in. Li Weiwei patted her chest in assurance. They're not the only ones who know surveillance. I can do it too. When Chang Mo leaves the bureau, I'll follow him. If anyone makes a move, we'll counterattack. She continued. The underworld of Ong Hechelwei should be cleaned up a bit. Li Weiwei thought of Qi Ming, Shichlei Zong, and those two criminals, all of them now waiting for Chang Mo to leave the management bureau. A month passed by quietly. Li Weiwei flew into a rage. What is that guy doing? How can he not go out for a month? Qi Ming and Shichlei Zong were flustered, while the other two criminals remained silent. Li Weiwei couldn't contain her anger. A whole month. He's in the office, watching movies, playing games, eating and lazing around, and going back to his room in the afternoon. That's all we know. Qing Ji forced a smile. He's just maintaining discipline. I told him not to leave the bureau before I return. Li Weiwei retorted. Nonsense. If he listened, he wouldn't have gone off to kill Chen Jun on his own. The higher-ups made an exception to make him team leader because of his aggressiveness. Now look, he's been promoted and just lies low. Qing Ji defended him. He's not stupid. He knows he's the target of the entire Ong Hechai. I understand him. He won't leave the management bureau. Li Weiwei held her head in worry. This kid, I don't know what he's thinking. I have to go enlighten him. If he stays sluggish for another month, the higher-ups will demote him, and you'll suffer too. Don't forget your mission is to protect him. Don't get sent back to the sealing room. Qing Ji was surprised. Huh? You're going to enter the management bureau to find him? That will expose everything. We're supposed to be acting in secret. Li Weiwei was resolute. Old Menshak has some authority anyway. As long as no one finds out, it's fine. I'll sneak into his room and see what he's up to every day. The sky was so clear that every floating cloud could be seen distinctly. From inside the room, the sound of steady, powerful thuds echoed. Chang Mo, drenched in sweat, continued hammering away without pause. He himself noticed the change. It's been over a month. My body has gradually adapted. Each impact still vibrates, but I can handle it now. With that thought, Chang Mo gripped the hammer handle tighter. Let's try a bit more force. He slowly brought the hammer closer to his hand. Chang Mo channeled all his strength into a single powerful strike. His eyes widened, brows furrowed tightly from the strain of endurance. The force was so strong that the stone table beneath shattered into many pieces. Chang Mo stood silent for a moment, trying to regulate his breathing. Jia Li happily announced, "Not bad. You broke the first rational anvil in less than a month. 4 hours a day really is effective. Your rational defense has increased by 5%. Seeing he wasn't satisfied, she consoled. 5% a month is already fast. Moreover, your rational energy is becoming more abundant. You're about to break through to the city level. Chang Mo mused. Not bad, but there's a new problem now. To maintain this level, my daily intake needs to double. Chen Jun's rational shackles are almost depleted. He planned for himself. I'll continue with 2 hours a day, then I need to find a new source of rational energy. I don't know how many management bureau suppression chains I can exchange for. An information window appeared. 3 suppression chains remaining, with a consumption of 3 per month. Chang Mo was suddenly startled by something unusual he saw. Li Weiwei unexpectedly appeared right in front of him. He felt a bit embarrassed, pausing for a moment. Li Weiwei's gaze was locked onto the muscular physique with firm abs before her. Her eyes widened, and blood instinctively began to flow from her nose. Li Weiwei immediately fainted, her whole body falling backward. The girl collapsed onto the wooden floor, her entire body limp. Chang Mo and Jia Li looked at Li Weiwei with confusion. He spoke up to ask who she really was, a spy? She helplessly shook her head, saying she didn't know. Outside a modern house, the sky was clear and refreshingly cool. Li Weiwei crossed her arms, explaining with a proud demeanor that she and Qing Ji had come to secretly protect him. She was neither a spy nor a pervert, and this matter was top secret. Chang Mo sat across from her, looking skeptical, and said that was just her word. Hearing this, Li Weiwei grew annoyed and snapped, asking what he meant. She gritted her teeth in frustration at being continuously doubted by him. He even insisted that she might not know Qing Ji at all and was just pretending. Chang Mo pushed his suspicion even further, causing her to become completely enraged. He said loudly that she couldn't possibly know Qing Ji, she must be deceiving them, and he would report her to the management bureau. Li Weiwei held her phone out in front of him, insisting he open his eyes wide and look, saying her relationship with Qing Ji was far deeper than he could imagine. Seeing him go silent, she raised her chin triumphantly and said there was something even more interesting, but she wouldn't show him. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from Chang Mo's phone, asking if he had met her friend yet. He replied blankly, saying he probably had. Chang Mo held up the phone on a video call to confirm, asking his sister to see if it was her. Qing Ji confirmed it was her, then curiously asked what Li Weiwei was hiding behind her back. She hurriedly hid the phone, stammering that it was nothing. On the screen, Qing Ji earnestly told Chang Mo to trust her, then turned to tell Li Weiwei not to bully him. After saying that, she hung up. The moment those words were spoken, Qing Ji ended the call. The living room suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. Li Weiwei realized she had been tricked, so she grabbed Chang Mo by the collar and demanded to know if he had been warned beforehand. He remained calm, replying that he hadn't checked his messages and was worried about someone impersonating her. He also said that secretly taking photos with Qing Ji was not appropriate. She slumped to the floor in fear, clutching her head, worried that Qing Ji would punish her if she found out. Her life was now in danger. Li Weiwei jumped up, pointing her finger anger at his face and threatening him, saying he must keep it secret or he would pay the price. Chang Mo's expression suddenly darkened, a dangerous and unpredictable glint clear in his eyes. He suddenly pressed Li Weiwei down onto the sofa, catching her completely off guard. He leaned in close, his voice full of implication, saying whether he kept the secret depended on her performance. Only then did she realize things had spiraled beyond her control. Chang Mo leisurely sat down on the sofa and commanded that they get down to business. Li Weiwei obediently nodded. He reassured her not to be nervous, saying he wasn't a villain. She calmed down and spoke seriously about the mission. He had two important tasks. The first was to attract hidden criminals in Donghai so she and Qingji could deal with them. The second was to investigate Wei Yin and the forces behind him. Chang Mo cut her off, asking what he would gain from doing these things. Li Weiwei froze, not understanding his meaning. She angrily questioned him, saying he had killed Chen Jun, and that merit was more than enough. He calmly denied it, saying he had already shared the credit with his teammates. He also requested an advance on his remuneration, as his living expenses were very high. Li Weiwei shouted in anger, mocking him, saying a mere district-level person like him dared to ask for so much. Seeing she wouldn't budge, he used his old trick, declaring he would go tell Qingji about her taking stealth photos. Hearing that mention, she immediately changed her attitude in fear and agreed to the advance. He demanded 4 suppression chains, which made her furious, crying out to the heavens that he was asking for too much. He just smiled and said it was more convenient than robbing someone. She could only helplessly call him a demon. Once the deal was struck, his gaze turned serious. Chang Mo paused for a moment, then asked Li Weiwei about that mysterious master. She curiously asked back, not understanding who he meant. He began to recount everything he had experienced. Liu Jia had once attacked him on the Emperor Hao under that master's orders. Later, at Institute 2, He Lianwind attacked because the director wouldn't hand him over to Wei Yin. He had also confirmed Chen Jun was the assassin. Chang Mo concluded that Chen Jun, the Helian cult, and that master were all closely related. Li Weiwei's eyes widened in shock when he said that master might be an anger emotion being. He explained that Liu Jia had been infected by him in the old district 10 years ago. She was extremely excited, judging that if that were true, his strength was at least at the world level. The fact he had appeared in the old district would help narrow down the investigation scope. She eagerly wanted to leave immediately to start the investigation. She believed that with these clues, results would definitely be achieved. Chang Mo quickly called out to her, saying he had one more request. He seriously suggested that she and Qingji not act hastily while he was acting as bait. He wanted to deal with the incoming enemies himself. His eyes clearly showed ambition and darkness. He said that if he took down the enemy, the spoils of war must belong to him. Li Weiwei blinked a few times, completely speechless at his odd request. She criticized his greed, asking if he wanted money more than his life. He just shrugged, feigning a sigh that life was hard, so he had to do this. After Li Weiwei left, the living room became quiet. He sat silently on the sofa, lost in his own thoughts. Chang Mo turned to ask Jia Li about Li Weiwei's level. She explained that she was a national-level grief emotion being, quite strong. He was surprised he hadn't noticed, but also felt she was too easily controlled by others. Jia Li shrugged, explaining that the stronger an emotion being, the easier they lose control. For them to be abnormal was normal. Perhaps because Qingji was so important to Li Weiwei, he could easily manipulate her. She asked what he planned to do next. Chang Mo seriously said that the most important thing was to increase his own strength and find a solid backing. He suggested that joining the Daxia Management Bureau was one path, and Jia Li quickly nodded in agreement. He brought up the matter of his superiors putting him in the pursuit team and keeping his abilities a secret. Now he was the captain and could feel the attention from the leadership. He decided he had to perform well. He reasoned that perhaps they only saw him as a pawn right now. That wasn't important. What was important was that he become a strong, useful pawn that they wouldn't dare discard. He rested his chin on his hand, confidently asserting that his next plan was to investigate Wei Yin. Given the current situation, this shouldn't be too difficult. A modern building stood tall under the deep blue sky. In the office, Wei Yin was pensively worried about Chang Mo's rise. He hadn't expected him to kill Chen Jun, earn merit, and get promoted. Mr. Zheng Mian murmured thoughtfully, turning to ask Chen Ju how they should deal with that kid. Chen Ju looked like he understood, eagerly declaring he would think of a way to deal with Chang Mo. The room fell into silence after his thoughtless reply. Wei Yin glared angrily, scolding Chen Ju, saying Chang Mo was now one of their people and couldn't be dealt with arbitrarily. He emphasized the need for unity and communication if there were misunderstandings. Turning with a calculating look, Wei Yin rested his hand on his cheek, devising a scheme. He ordered him to contact the intelligence center and assign Team 1 of Chang Mo high-difficulty cases for training. Wei Yin's eyes narrowed with malice. He said those dangerous criminals would help Team 1 grow quickly. Chen Ju nodded happily, as if he had just understood a great truth, blurting out that it was a plot to kill with a borrowed knife. Wei Yin angrily roared that it was training, then threatened to kick him out of the bureau. Wei Yin irritably ordered him to get out and get to work, and Chen Ju obediently complied. When he was alone, he grumbled that he initially thought Chen Ju was sharp, but he had too many flaws. Wei Yin picked up the recording pen with a sinister look in his eyes. He thought that having flaws was a good thing, as it gave him leverage. Chen Ju's voice came from the pen, promising to deal with Chang Mo. He leaned back in his chair, sighing in frustration over the lack of talent, resigned to making do with those currently available. At that moment, Chang Mo was invisible, silently closing in right behind Wei Yin. Jia Li, hovering in the air, praised him for his cleverness in using the embarrassing power to sneak into the director's office. He silently refuted her praise, and she worriedly asked, never expecting Chenju to side with the director. So what to do about that man now? Chang Mo calmly analyzed that Chenju's matter could wait. They should just tail Wei Yin for a few days. His phone calls and messages would reveal clues. Seeing him pull out his phone, Jia Li called to him, saying to look, that man had his phone out, and they should see what he was doing. They both leaned in, curiously trying to peek at his screen. But the screen only showed a short video of a girl dancing. He casually swiped his hand to the next short video. Chang Mo and Jia Li stood on either side, exchanging glances, speechless at the sight. Time flowed on unceasingly, and an hour passed. Finally, Wei Yin deigned to put the phone down on the table. He stretched to relax his body and ease his aching joints. Wei Yin suddenly turned his gaze out the glass window. Jia Li urged Chang Mo to quickly check the phone at that very moment. Thanks to his cloaking ability, he remained safe and undetected by Wei Yin. Just as he was about to touch the phone, the cloaking ability suddenly wore off. He stood frozen in place as his skin began to become visible. Chang Mo was forced to quickly vanish to ensure his own safety. The sky today was clear and blue with light white clouds drifting by. He was frustrated inside but could do nothing about it. Jia Li, instead of helping, mocked him, asking how he could be so clumsy, nearly revealing himself. What a pity they hadn't managed to see the phone. Truly incompetent. Chang Mo admitted his negligence, explaining that using Chen Jun's embarrassing power also consumed energy, and earlier, because he had just absorbed it, he hadn't paid attention. He had just realized why he nearly got exposed. It turned out the cloaking continuously drained the embarrassing energy, and it was precisely the lack of energy that almost made him visible. It was only then that Jia Li remembered the energy issue. She exclaimed that she truly had forgotten about it. So Chang Mo was facing quite a bit of difficulty. Even moving in and out of this space consumed the embarrassing energy. He panicked when faced with this unexpected situation, saying his last bit of energy was spent and he might be stuck in this space forever. After hearing this, Jia Li's face still showed no emotion. She probably hadn't expected things to get this complicated. But unexpectedly, Jia Li broke into a delighted smile. A bewildered Chang Mo asked what she was smiling about. She was willing to help him strengthen his power, suggesting there was a way for him to gather embarrassing energy right now. He looked at Jia Li with a gaze full of suspicion at this unusual behavior. She quickly moved closer to Chang Mo, saying he knew what she meant. Jia Li offered a solution. He just needed to do something that embarrassed himself to accumulate energy. Now, stop struggling. She believed this method would work. If he refused to be embarrassed, he couldn't leave this space. The sky today was still as clear and blue as ever. Jia Li wrapped her arms around Chang Mo's neck, coaxing him, telling him not to be angry anymore. She would make it up to him. He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground, shouting at her to stay away, while Jia Li wasn't shy at all, treating the matter as completely normal. Jia Li was startled by a noise outside, urging Chang Mo to quickly check who was knocking on the door. Chang Mo sulked and refused to listen, asking why she didn't go. Jia Li replied that since she was invisible, only he could see her, so she couldn't open the door. Chen Ju, since early morning, had been beaming with joy, coming to congratulate him on becoming the captain of Team 1. But Chang Mo didn't seem too pleased to see him. Chen Ju broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak a word. He was suddenly pulled straight into the house, and all of his anger was vented onto the door. Chang Mo loathed traitors, blaming Chen Ju for getting close to Wei Yin and still daring to show up. Chen Ju hastily explained that he wasn't betraying him, but had come to report information. White clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky. He knelt on the ground, submissive before Chang Mo. Chen Ju recounted the entire incident, confirming there was no mole in the pursuit team. The problem was that someone in the logistics department had reported the request for the suppression blade to Wei Yin. Chang Mo wasn't surprised, saying this speculation matched his own prediction. The management bureau might be under remote surveillance, so the enemy was already prepared. He wasn't quick to trust anyone, saying that bit of intelligence wasn't enough to prove loyalty. Chen Ju quickly added that there was more information. When he was serious, his efficiency was truly impressive. He had hacked into Wei Yin's phone. Chen Ju found some relevant information, saying he had recovered deleted data. There was a woman named Miss S who had received a message on the night of the pursuit with the content, "Strike the bird." Additionally, he also found a deleted photo of Wei Yin and Miss S together. Chen Ju offered his judgment that the person in the photo was indeed Miss S. Chang Mo keenly noticed their relationship seemed unusually close, wondering if Wei Yin had been ensnared by a honey trap. He remained suspicious, asking why he should trust him when following the director was more beneficial. Chen Ju replied that following him hadn't been his choice. Chen Ju cleverly answered that fate itself had chosen him, which surprised Chang Mo. Chang Mo froze for a few seconds, though he still didn't fully trust him. Chen Ju took out a coin to prove it, saying if the head side came up, it meant helping Chang Mo, and tails meant betrayal. He tossed the coin repeatedly, and the result was always heads, so he decided to follow him. No matter how many times he tossed it, it was always the same. After Chen Ju left the room, Chang Mo remained seated in place. Jia Li then revealed herself and asked if he really trusted that man. She also said that his reconsideration of trusting Chen Ju was not a problem, as she did not sense him using emotional power to influence the outcome of the coin toss. Perhaps it truly was fate. Jia Li lamented that her energy was limited, and she could not monitor Wei Yin forever, so planting an informant beside him was the better choice. Chang Mo had already planned this out long ago, but still. He believed they must remain vigilant against the information Chen Ju provided, for that man was absolutely not simple and needed to be handled with care. He suggested that the two of them return to the pursuit team first and then figure out how to find that woman. Chang Mo's workplace was a skyscraper. Gu Li sighed heavily the moment he saw him, saying that the captain had finally arrived, then complained about not knowing if they could even survive anymore. Chang Mo did not understand what was going on and asked what was wrong. Gu Li was puzzled as to why they were being deliberately given a hard time, then explained that after the pursuit team split up, the cases assigned to each team were distributed by the control center. But looking at the cases assigned to their team one, they were truly abnormal. Every case was much more difficult than before, leaving Chang Mo silent, not knowing how to console his teammate. The first case involved the health of residents at the Luyun residential area, number 23 Kwangyun Street, with case code S1025061. The phenomenon was that the sudden illness rate among residents increased abnormally. The disease did not follow any pattern, it was mostly mild and there were no casualties yet. The medical team sterilized the environment, but to no effect, and the pursuit team inspected the scene, but found no source of contamination, initially suspected to be caused by an unidentified emotional power. The second case involved residents being harassed at night in the Hongxing area, number 11 North C Street, with case code S10250816444. Exactly at midnight, all residents would hear rhythmic knocking on their doors continuously for 30 days, but opening the door revealed no one. Police ambushes at night confirmed no one else was in the building, and there were no physical impact marks on the door surfaces. Despite lockdowns and ambushes, no suspicious person was detected, only remnants of an unidentified emotional power, with intensity lower than the usual anomaly threshold. The preliminary conclusion suspected this to be a contactless knocking phenomenon caused by emotional power with unknown origin, requiring continued monitoring. Even Chang Mo felt a loss of confidence looking at the pile of cases older than a year, and every single one looked tangled and troublesome at first glance. Chang Mo's gaze suddenly stopped on another file, and he murmured softly that this was the newest case. The information from the Investigation Bureau summarized the case with code S126072212, which occurred at Longhu Apartment 1441, number 23 Xuefu Street. The victim was named Wang Hu, a third-year student at Donghai University, found dead on the bed in his private apartment in a state of complete undress. The cause of death was multiple injuries from a fall from a great height, but the scene had no elevated structure to explain the falling mechanism. The culprit was determined to be an emotional entity because the emotional power traces at the scene had been completely erased, making it impossible to trace back the ability's characteristics. At the time of death, an unidentified woman had entered and exited the apartment building and was currently the sole suspect. Chang Mo recognized the person in the photo as S, also the woman in Wei Yin's photo. Chang Mo was suspicious of this incredibly coincidental timing. He was just about to investigate when a case involving her came right to his doorstep. He wondered if this was a trap, or if Chen Ju was trying to play him, or if that man himself was being used by someone else. Jia Qi was overjoyed from a distance when she spotted the familiar figure, happily calling out that Chang Mo had returned to the office. She curiously glanced at the file in his hand and wondered what he was looking at so intently. When she saw the contents clearly, Jia Qi was startled to the point of turning pale. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, and only then did everyone notice her. Chang Mo quickly asked Han what was wrong with Jia Qi. Jia Qi, in a daze, revealed a truth that she knew the victim in this case. Her voice was slightly choked. It turned out Wang Hu was her classmate. The white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Gu Li strongly advised Chang Mo that this case was difficult to investigate because those emotional entities were very good at hiding, and if the level of danger was not high enough, catching them would only yield few merit points, not worth the effort. But Chang Mo remained steadfast, saying this case had a suspect, so the chance of solving it was the highest. He told Gu Li to stop complaining and focus on thinking of ways to investigate. Shi Jian reported that the police had interrogated the victim's neighbors but found nothing, and the suspect had completely vanished as if evaporating from the face of the earth. Cases like this were obviously under the jurisdiction of the pursuit team, so the police basically did a half-hearted job and then handed it over. Chang Mo questioned about the cameras along the route. Fan Shi recounted that the cameras around the scene happened to be broken and under repair at the time. After hearing this, Chang Mo only uttered a single phrase, "How coincidental." Fan Shi explained in more detail that cameras throughout the entire city of Donghai were frequently vandalized. They always had to continuously repair them. The criminals were all emotional entities, so silently destroying a camera was too simple for them, resulting in a third of the city's cameras being in a state of disrepair year-round. Chang Mo understood the situation well and only replied with a sound of acknowledgement. He sank into his thoughts, telling himself the only option was to find clues from the victim's side. He was an ordinary student. His health examination report showed no signs of anything abnormal, not enough to be transformed into an emotional entity, and nothing suspicious about him. He wondered why the culprit would kill such an ordinary person if it was not hunting behavior, then was it a random killing? The victim's terrified expression showed that before death, he had seen an emotional monster. Jiaqi suddenly raised her hand, hesitantly suggesting that she could go back to the school and ask around with a few friends who were close to Wang Hu. She added that she was fairly familiar with them, but Chang Mo immediately refused, thinking it was best for her not to leave the management bureau. He gave his reasoning that even though Chen Jun was dead, while he was alive, she had also been one of his targets because of her emotional core. After she died, her emotional power would condense into a core, and since she was an undiscovered emotional entity, that core was extremely valuable. Jiaqi was made uncomfortable by Chang Mo's words. He continued that she was afraid some evil person wanted to kill her to seize her emotional core, so for her safety, she should not leave the management bureau. Right at this moment, Jia Li appeared from nowhere, suddenly leaning close to him and telling him he was a real blockhead. Letting little Jiaqi go investigate would be killing two birds with one stone. She slowly posed the question that if she really could get some information from her classmates, wouldn't the chance of solving the case increase, and if she died then? Jia Li suddenly hugged Chang Mo from behind, continuing that he could just swallow her emotional core and gain her power. Not long after, night gradually fell. Jiaqi lay neatly on the single bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling. The image of Chang Mo suddenly appeared in her mind. Jiaqi's cheeks flushed red from shyness. She could not help but feel happy, rolling back and forth on the bed, thinking that Chang Mo had been really handsome lately. She had always found him quite handsome before, but he was even more handsome after taking off his glasses. She suddenly had a strange thought. Maybe she should secretly take a peek. Who knows, she might see him taking a shower. But Jiaqi quickly dispelled that idea herself, telling herself that if she got caught, he would hate her. Her gaze shifted toward the glass window. Jiaqi felt a wave of melancholy, thinking she really wanted to help Chang Mo because he had saved her many times and had even saved her parents. She slowly sat up straight. Jiaqi took out a photo and repeatedly murmured a sentence about the location of that woman. Then she lay back down on the bed, blaming herself for not being able to see anything, feeling she was just a burden, truly useless. Jiaqi drifted back into a daze, wondering what Chang Mo was doing right now. At this very moment, Chang Mo was sitting quietly in the living room. Jia Li suddenly stepped over to him, wearing a strange smile, saying that perhaps no one had realized the potential in Jiaqi's ability. The memory of Jiaqi's deranged period resurfaced in his mind. In her current stage, she could only see a few fleeting image fragments. At the same time, her vision could penetrate obstacles to a certain degree, but Jia Li believed that for him, it was already an extremely suitable ability. She continued to persuade him that with that girl's ability, he could easily hunt down any target he wanted to kill, and thanks to the vision that pierced obstacles, he could also see danger coming. Combined with Chen Jun's ability, he would be in an unbeatable position, and she still had an even bolder guess. Jia Li hypothesized that if the girl reached the world level, her ability could even see any information in the past and future. That would be the omniscient ability. Jia Li also acknowledged the challenge that Jiaqi was too weak and her mind too fragile, fundamentally unable to reach the world level. She suggested that instead of letting her hold a powerful ability without being able to utilize it, it would be better for Chang Mo to take that position. She painted a beautiful vision that with this ability, the world would no longer hold any secrets from him. Combined with his existing strength, becoming the king of the world was only a matter of time. The entire world would be in the palm of his hand. Jia Li continued to add that the path to becoming stronger was not a child's game. The legendary path could not be walked without enlightenment. Great power was right in front of him. He just needed to reach out and easily obtain it. She said that if he was still hesitating at this point, it proved he did not have the mindset to become a world level. She imagined the scene of Jiaqi clumsily handling work over the phone, then said that her life or death did not matter to him at all. Using an unimportant person to exchange for the future power of omniscience, was there any better deal than that? Jia Li whispered into Chang Mo's ear, "Let her die at the enemy's hands, so we can collect the emotion core. Just act according to the call within your heart." Chang Mo silently stared ahead, taking in every provocative word Jia Li said. Without being extreme, how could one become strong? The phone screen suddenly lit up, signaling an incoming call was being connected. Jiaqi tiredly dropped her head onto the desk, complaining about calling her classmates so late, thinking she was useless for not getting any information. But Wang Tuan and Lu Shengwu both didn't answer their phones. They were Wang Hu's close friends. Maybe they knew something the police missed. She had to go to the school to meet them in person. This time she absolutely had to help Chang Mo. Jiaqi clenched her fists, firmly making up her mind. She would go find Chang Mo to ask for permission to return to school. 3 days later, inside the base office, Jiaqi excitedly promised to investigate thoroughly. On the other hand, Chang Mo merely calmly told her to be careful. Jia Li was surprised to see him agree. Chang Mo calmly replied, "Once you've committed, there's no turning back." He walked towards the front door. "We just need to wait for the enemy to show themselves." Chang Mo's car sped down the deserted road. Jiaqi sat still in the passenger seat, her body trembling non-stop from worry. Li Weiwei's voice came through the radio. The abandoned building ahead had many blind spots. They needed to pass through quickly. Chang Mo asked about the black water behind the car. Li Weiwei confirmed it was her ability. She could provide support from within it. Jiaqi wondered who he was talking to. He teased Li Weiwei that she was only of little use, which made her fly into a rage at being looked down frowned upon, he casually continued to provoke her temper until she was speechless with anger. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. His car burst into violent flames, debris scattering in all directions. Li Weiwei was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Passersby panicked, shouting at each other to stay away from the scene, and quickly called the police. Li Weiwei called out repeatedly in worry, asking if Chang Mo was all right. Qingji also frantically asked about the situation. She recounted the attack with the strange flames. She immediately realized the culprits were the two Chain brothers. Qingji desperately gripped the steering wheel. Because the Chain brothers were national level, Chang Mo at regional level couldn't possibly resist. The director had instructed to protect him. Li Weiwei reassured her that Chang Mo was very special, he would be fine. Qingji argued back because the gap of 2 ranks was too great. Li Weiwei's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Fearing he might actually be dead, she called out loudly hoping he would answer. Qi Ming and Shichilotograng stood at a height looking down at the explosion, black smoke billowing thickly. Qi Ming was certain the opponent was dead. Not even a corpse remained. Shichilotograng showed regret for not retrieving the emotion core in time. Both suddenly startled as they noticed something unusual. Black smoke became increasingly dense, revealing a sturdy sphere that had formed at some point. Li Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. They were still safe. Qi Ming and Shichilotograng only hesitated for a second before immediately creating countless fireballs. The two brothers showed no mercy, hurling the fireballs straight down at Chang Mo's protective cocoon. He calmly spoke through the earpiece, asking the old man to block traffic in the Daoyuan district, which made Gu Li respond seriously. He declined support as he could handle it himself. He asked about Jia Qi. She was momentarily frightened but still replied she was fine, worried the attack was too powerful. Chang Mo reassured her not to worry. While also asking Li Weiwei about the background of the Chain brothers, she quickly sent over the information. Li Weiwei spoke about Qi Ming and Shichilot degrees on national level anger emotion users, cruel and dangerous. They had once forced the East Sea Management Bureau to reach an agreement with them. Chang Mo contemptuously questioned why the Management Bureau had to deal with criminals. Li Weiwei clarified that they had a special ability that made them impossible to kill. She revealed an extremely troublesome piece of information that they could not be killed. This made Chang Mo slightly startled by the surprise. Chang Mo suddenly remembered something. He talked about the Chain brothers being impossible to kill. Even beheading or burning them only made them temporarily disappear, then they would return for revenge. He continued about the catastrophic explosions that caused many casualties. The Management Bureau, being helpless, had to compromise, using emotional energy in exchange for the people's peace. Chang Mo speculated that they had some special rule. Jia Li agreed and told him to be more careful with this opponent. A thought suddenly crossed Chang Mo's mind. If Jia Qi died here, it would be only natural. He told Jia Qi to hide well within the Spirit Stone to avoid harm. Outside, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Li Weiwei anxiously advised against it because he couldn't handle such a powerful opponent, but Chang Mo decided to test his strength to see his limits. Shichilotograng taunted him for only coming out after hiding for so long. Li Weiwei was extremely worried seeing him rush out into danger. She shouted a warning for Chang Mo to be careful because they had other special abilities. Li Weiwei recalled that they could leap between flames. The sight of Chang Mo being attacked filled her with terror. She screamed his name in fear. Both Shichilotograng and Qi Ming shifted from smugness to shock. He blocked 5 punches from the enemy with his bare hands, leaving them utterly stunned. Chang Mo's contemptuous attitude infuriated the two Sheik brothers. Black smoke billowed thickly from the consecutive explosions. Residents gathered from a distance, discussing the series of explosions, guessing it might be a gas leak, but still hoping nothing serious had happened. A car parked leisurely on the roadside. Li Weiwei couldn't believe what she was witnessing. How could this be? She analyzed that Chang Mo was only regional level. Even with special strength, he couldn't withstand blows from 2 national level users. But everything before her eyes completely contradicted her assumptions. It wasn't right. She noticed the power radiating from Chang Mo, the density of his emotions growing stronger. The more he fought, the more energy he gathered. Li Weiwei quickly realized his intention. He deliberately let the chains suppress and bind him, enduring hits while absorbing energy to condense emotional power. Surprisingly, she guessed Chang Mo's true intention. He planned to use this opportunity to break through to the city level. Zhikliang put all his force into his punch, his mouth constantly taunting, "You brat, do you think you are so tough?" He spoke with full confidence, thinking he held the upper hand. Just keep not fighting back. He let Zhikliang continue to push him down without any resistance. He seemed not to have anticipated being controlled himself. Zhikliang was frozen for 5 seconds because the situation was too sudden. Even Li Weiwei, though used to unusual things, fell into a state of extreme confusion. A voice spoke up to congratulate Chang Mo. He had successfully broken through to the city level, so Jia Li had always been supporting him by his side. He only needed a final push. Fighting while absorbing energy, he had broken through a whole month earlier than expected. The immortality ability of these two brothers might also be created by emotional power, but as long as it is emotional power, it can be suppressed by rational power. Chang Mo did not hesitate for another second. Let us go kill them. Zhikliang did not notice that he was under attack. He was astonished to see that the suppression blade had embedded itself into his body. His rank instantly turned to ashes before Chang Mo's eyes. He immediately moved to the next target, which was Qi Ming. For no apparent reason, Li Weiwei suddenly screamed loudly to warn him, "Chang Mo, be careful." She said that the move just now could not eliminate Sick Liang at all. The suppression blade was useless against them. Chang Mo turned his head to confirm the situation behind him. Sick Liang had closed in from behind and quickly took control of his body. Chang Mo surely had not anticipated this. The suppression blade useless. How could that be? A terrifying source of energy was gathering right above his head. Qi Ming was determined to defeat Chang Mo at all costs. Sick Liang had complete faith in his younger brother's strength. Your defense is truly strong, but guess what my brother just did? This is a rage attack compressed to its absolute limit. Sick Liang was this pleased for a reason, because this move would definitely blast you to dust. The explosion spread across the buildings of the city. The high-rise buildings were all affected by this terrifying attack. Qingji was uneasy leaving Chang Mo to face this alone. She asked Li Weiwei about his situation. Li Weiwei shook her head. She had not found out anything yet, but tried to reassure her that there was no need to worry too much. Qingji could not stay calm. He is still just a child. What if something happens to him? Li Weiwei assessed the matter from an objective perspective. She advised Qingji that since she had not seen it with her own eyes, she could not feel it deeply, but Chang Mo was absolutely not an ordinary person. Li Weiwei trusted her judgment of people. He could not die so easily. Sick Liang and Qi Ming suddenly fell into an unusually strange silence. She proved her words were true by pointing into the distance. Look there, he is indeed still fine. Chang Mo contacted Li Weiwei to answer his question. Sister Li Weiwei, is it because the power of the suppression blade is too weak that it does not work on enemies of this rank? She was ready to explain thoroughly to him. The suppression blade is completely effective at the city and national levels. Previously, the Management Bureau used the suppression blade on them to lock away their emotional power before acting, but even when hit by the blade, they could still use their abilities. Chang Mo turned to ask Jia Li for a detailed explanation. Jia Li, what is going on? Jia Li could not help him for the moment. He did not know either. There must still be some detail they had not thought of. Sick Liang only now realized Chang Mo's signature move. So this is how you killed Chen Jun. You are good at taking hits, and then use the suppression blade to strike stealthily so he could not escape. He decided to charge forward to take the upper hand, but we are not like that. Li Weiwei urged Chang Mo with all her words to find another solution. Continuing to fight like this would not be life-threatening for him, but would waste rational energy uselessly. It was not worth it. He had to find out why they were not affected by the suppression blade. The attacks truly did not affect the Spirit Stone sphere. Jia Qi was always concerned about his safety. She did not know how Chang Mo was doing out there right now. Right after that, Jia Qi focused all her attention and told herself, use her ability to take a look. When she saw the images appear, she could not help but worry. Chang Mo seemed to be overwhelmed. How could this happen? Why was his suppression blade not working? If this continued, Chang Mo would lose. She became more and more confused. Why could they still use their abilities after being hit by the suppression blade? At that moment, Jia Qi's pupils widened as if she had just thought of something important. She immediately announced loudly to him, Chang Mo, I see it. Those two have something connecting them. Jia Qi also meticulously guided him. There is some kind of invisible rope on their bodies. This made both Chang Mo and Jia Li freeze in astonishment. A rope. At this time, she looked at Chang Mo again with a very worried gaze. But the very next second, Jia Li immediately understood and instructed him, Chang Mo, I get it. The power of these two is one entity. They can use each other's abilities. Your suppression blade only hits one person, so he can still use the other's power. You have to hit both of them with the suppression blade at the same time. Only then can you completely seal their abilities. Meanwhile, they were preparing to launch an attack. Brat, if you are so good at taking hits, then try this move of ours. A powerful source of energy was released, cracking the ground, twin blazing cannon. Even Chang Mo had to show an astonished expression because he had not anticipated this move. But he quickly jumped back to avoid being hit. Chang Mo sneered inwardly, so stupid, still shouting out the move name, but the power of this move was enough to pierce his defense. Over on his side, he could only gnash his teeth in frustration because the attack had almost hit its target. Right then, Chang Mo's eyes widened as he saw something unusual, because that attack had completely changed direction to somewhere else. That direction was where Jia Qi was hiding. She hurriedly covered her head as the space around her was violently destroyed. Li Weiwei was also momentarily panicked because they had let their guard down. Damn it. When the rock was blasted apart, revealing Jia Qi, who was trying to hide within it. Suddenly a hand reached out and yanked her hair hard. Chichaladagun looked at Jia Qi with a smug smile. He had caught a hostage. At that moment, the group quickly flew to the scene that had just been devastated. Li Weiwei looked down and cried out in panic, making Qingji restless as well. She quickly explained the situation. The team member named Jia Qi had been taken hostage, and her ability couldn't handle the opponent immediately. Hearing this, Qingji anxiously suggested Li Weiwei teleport him there to take action. Li Weiwei immediately objected. Doing so would put the hostage in great danger. Moreover, if he acted too easily, everyone would know he had returned, and that would ruin the group's mission. On the other side, the chain wielder held Jia Qi tightly and issued a challenge, saying this girl really likes you, right? She even told you not to worry about her. He demanded Chang Mo surrender. If he didn't use his ability to resist, he would release the hostage. Otherwise, don't blame him for taking action. Li Weiwei promptly reassured him, telling Chang Mo to stay calm. Surrendering would only lead to to a pointless death, tried to stall for time so the group could find a solution. Seeing that he remained silent without responding, her voice grew more urgent, calling Changmo's name again. At that moment, Jiali couldn't help but comment, the enemies this time were indeed very cautious. She observed the situation carefully and analyzed. Although one was standing inside his crystal of reason, the other was standing at a high point, ready to attack at any moment. Jiali whispered softly into Changmo's ear, reminding him that the opportunity for Jiaqi to die naturally was coming. She kept persuading him to stay silent. This was a gift from fate. She reiterated Jiaqi's ability potential, only at street level, yet she could see things even she couldn't. In this world, seeing was power, and with that power, they would surely reach heights no one dared to imagine. Not stopping there, Jiali also meticulously instructed, he just needed to act a little reckless, react a beat slower, and things would naturally come to an end. Hearing this, Changmo's eyes sharpened. Jiali was right, there was no risk in this at all. As long as they were valuable to the management bureau, everything could be negotiated. Even if they knew he deliberately let Jiaqi die, they wouldn't dare do anything. The Chain brothers themselves were the clearest proof. He continued to analyze. He still had the Black Lotus Church backing him, and even a trump card like hiding in space. Even if he truly fell out with the management bureau, it wouldn't matter. There was absolutely no flaw, and he had long been determined to disregard everything to become stronger. Thinking of that, Changmo's pupils suddenly widened as if he had completely understood. He quickly manipulated a boulder to charge straight at the chain wielder. Catching him off guard for a moment, he could only stare in shock. In an instant, both he and his companion were pierced through their bodies by the sharp boulder. The chain wielder couldn't help but be confused. This guy still refuses to surrender. His precious person is in my hands. Why is he so indifferent to the threat? But he also had no way to escape, damn it. So this guy wasn't using a suppressing blade to attack, but that was his ability. Both of them were hit at the same time, so now they couldn't use their abilities anymore. A second later, the chain wielder tightly gripped his remaining wrist. He decisively ripped that hand off his body. Don't think that's the end of it. That hand was thrown by him towards Jiaqi to grab her. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred, making the entire city seem to want to swallow everything. Before setting out on the mission, Jiaqi not only wasn't afraid but also pleaded with Changmo to let her come along, promising not to be a hindrance. She tried every argument to convince him that with everyone protecting her, she would be fine. She believed in his skill. She just wanted to earn some merit so she wouldn't be considered useless anymore. But Changmo remained silent, typing on his keyboard without answering. After a while, seeing he had no reaction, Jiaqi had to stop, thinking he wouldn't agree. She had to give in, obediently saying she would stay at the Emotion Management Bureau and support everyone. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jiaqi saw him produce an item and told her to take it. As soon as she held it, she couldn't help but be amazed. What is this? It's so beautiful. Did Changmo give this to me? Changmo only explained casually that he made it himself, hoping she would always wear it and never take it off under any circumstances. Hearing this, she happily promised to wear it forever. Back to the present, just as the chain wielder's hand was about to touch her, it was held back by a source of energy. That hand released a huge amount of energy, as if about to explode. At that moment, the pendant Changmo gave Jiaqi around her neck suddenly shone brightly. The two energy streams collided, creating a massive explosion, as if to engulf the entire city. The surroundings were quickly covered in thick smoke and dust, as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the wreckage left by the explosion. As for Jiaqi, she was safely protected inside a blue stone, completely unharmed. Li Weiwei exclaimed in surprise, Jiaqi is fine. It turns out Changmo made her an emotional item, that's what protected her. Now she realized the necklace he gave had saved Jiaqi's life, unbelievable. But Jiali commented, this thing cost him 3 whole days and 3 suppression chains, enough to last a month. Changmo retorted, stop complaining, didn't you teach me how to make this necklace, so deep down you also hoped I would save her. Jiali spoke up, if you wanted to learn, I taught you, your choice doesn't matter to me. Whether reason ultimately triumphed, preventing the necklace from activating to let Jiaqi die, or you couldn't suppress your reason and let her live, I find it all normal. Jiali also explained further, if Jiaqi dies, we gain her ability, that's a good thing. And if Jiaqi lives because you couldn't restrain your reason, that's also a good thing. But personally, she leaned more towards her dying. This made him ponder, suppressing rational emotions, preventing oneself from losing control. Isn't that the more sustainable choice? Jiali sighed and said that question was hard for her to answer. She explained he had confused losing control of emotions with emotional fluctuation. Losing control was when one was controlled by an emotion monster, permanently unable to control oneself, one's will vanishes, and it's like being dead. The incident at Institute 2 was exactly that kind of situation. As for emotional fluctuation, it simply meant when emotions surge, he acts on those emotions. For example, when he first heard her suggestion to let Jiaqi die, his reason felt it was logical and even a bit eager to do it. But deep inside, his reason still reassured itself that he had tried his best. If Jiaqi still died, then no one could blame him. Reason wanted her dead, while emotion wanted her alive. The struggle lasted until the final moment. He didn't stop the necklace from activating. Jiaqi survived. Emotion won. That was a good thing because he kept his humanity. But even if he lost it this time, it would only be a single fluctuation, not causing him to lose control permanently. As long as emotion held the advantage most of the time, he wouldn't have any problems. Finally, Jia Li gently concluded, in other words, next time if reason prevails and causes Jia Qi to die, there's no problem either. At this moment, Jia Qi hurriedly asked Chang Mo, are those two dead? He speculated probably not. If they were dead, an emotion core would have dropped, making her doubtful. So where did they run off to? But as soon as she finished speaking, Jia Qi froze. Wait, it seems she saw something. He looked around and asked if it was the two who had just attacked them. Jia Qi hesitated and said no, then recounted, it seems to be a room with no people. Jia Qi quickly used her ability to observe and describe, there's only a table with a candle. She found it strange, clearly thinking about finding those two. Why did she see this room instead? At that moment, the flame on the candle suddenly burned fiercely. Seeing Jia Qi scream loudly, Chang Mo hurriedly asked what was wrong. Her voice trembled with panic. The candle flame suddenly flared up violently, even burning the entire table. At this rate, there will be a fire. Jia Qi's pupils widened in horror at the scene before her. Strangely, although surrounded by flames, those two brothers remained unharmed. They calmly walked out from the fire. On this side, Chang Mo quickly noticed that crucial detail. He now understood the secret to why they couldn't be killed. Even if he simultaneously used the suppressing blade to kill both, they could still resurrect from the flame that had been prepared in advance. But Jia Li wasn't surprised at all. She commented that this was a real retreat and resurrect move. This wrath rule was truly interesting. Chang Mo immediately asked Jia Qi loudly if she knew where they were. She quickly used her ability to probe. A second later, she immediately directed in that direction about 500 meters, or maybe 800 meters. She wasn't very sure because she couldn't see them anymore. Chang Mo's gaze quickly also noticed the strange point on the other side. Suddenly, he created a protective barrier around both of them. Li Weiwei asked, Chang Mo, what's going on? He said, I'm sure those two aren't dead yet. We need to prioritize protecting Jia Qi. At this moment, Jia Qi and Chang Mo were inside the enclosed space he had created, and he casually tore off the shirt he was wearing. He moved closer and whispered to Jia Qi that she must not reveal what he was about to do to anyone. Jia Qi blushed. It was dark and he wasn't wearing a shirt, and she panicked, wondering what he intended to do. But by the time she remembered, it was too late. In the end, she still nodded and softly replied that she would keep the secret. It was a beautiful morning at the familiar old rundown rental building. Below, the usual daily bustle was underway. Someone was coaxing a child, and the old woman beside them praised Anne for being good and advised taking the child to the hospital to get better. Elsewhere, a group of people playing chess were arguing back and forth. An older man reminded the delivery boy that he was working too hard. He replied, I gotta make money, sir. The man teased that working too hard would leave him without a wife, but he calmly said he didn't feel tired. From above, Qi Ming and Sheik Letegrazin were observing the entire area. Qi Ming suggested blowing the place up, disregarding the agreement with the management bureau. He said the energy of indignation was depleted, and they needed to instill fear to raise the price. He wondered about Chang Mo's location after the Eye of Hatred was destroyed. The two of them further asserted that the Black Lotus cult offered a guarantee. Chang Mo must have discovered they were still alive and used his power to protect his teammate, but they couldn't be stopped. Qi Ming nervously suggested not going too far, because the management bureau, allied with the higher levels of the Eastern Sea World, would cover the city with emotion monsters, making escape difficult. Sheik Letegrazin didn't stop, confident that blowing up just one building wasn't a big deal, then gave the order to start. Immediately after, the two of them shouted excitedly, blow it up! But below them, there was absolutely no sign of any movement. The silence was so profound it made one shiver with suspicion. Both of them were baffled, not understanding why this was happening. Just then, their gazes froze on something that appeared. Sharp stone shards suddenly flew towards them with a whooshing sound. The one behind this action was none other than Chang Mo. He looked down at them with a nonchalant tone. You two won't get away. They were in complete panic because this man's emotional power prevented them from using their abilities. They shouted, how are you here? At this moment, the blue sky was still strangely peaceful. The stone block Chang Mo created remained still, shielding Jia Qi. She was now blaming herself for having thought ill of Chang Mo. She felt she was dark-hearted for doubting his kindness. Jia Qi calmed down and inwardly admired. Chang Mo is really formidable. That instant teleportation is clearly Chen Jun's ability. When did he learn it? She also worried whether he had found the other two. By now, both Qi Ming and Sheik Letegrazin were tightly bound. Jia Li praised their impressive coordination. The space of shame teleported to point A, then appeared within a 500-meter range, helping him expand the Eye of Hatred's range to 800 meters. She continued to explain. Then he uses the Eye of Hatred to lock onto the target, using the space of shame to close in, catching them off guard and controlling them. Sheik Letegrazin gritted his teeth in fury, only able to utter, smart bastard. He yelled defiantly, don't think you can keep me locked up. But the second after he spoke, he took a heavy blow to the stomach. Chang Mo said calmly, without your abilities, you're just an ordinary man now. Qi Ming tried to negotiate. Let us go. We'll agree to any terms. Chang Mo asked, what can you offer me? Qi Ming replied that they had accumulated quite a few treasures over the years. Chang Mo proposed, give them to me first, then I'll release you. Qi Ming pondered for a moment, then revealed the address of a stash of good stuff in a residential area. Jia Li warned that it was likely a trap as these two had nothing valuable on them. However, Chang Mo quickly thought of an easy solution. He directed the sharp stone shards to fly straight towards the group. A stone shard pierced through Qi Ming's arm, catching him off guard. The next second, Shich Ludigrizin was completely sealed inside. Qi Ming was bewildered upon losing contact with his boss. He used his power to create a soundproof space. Chang Mo leaned close to his ear and threatened in a low voice, "You've lied to me before. Tell me the real address. If your statement doesn't match your brother's, you'll know the consequences." His voice turned sinister, listing a series of gruesome punishments like pulling out fingernails and flaying skin. Jia Li approached and asked if he had recorded everything. Chang Mo feigned surprise upon learning their stash locations numbered over 10, and their statements matched perfectly. Qi Ming and Shich Ludigrizin confessed that their power came from a lucky accident when they were born during a great fire. They recounted that after they stopped fearing fire, they would often use fire to self-immolate to be reborn and accumulate power. Their voices were full of confidence as they asserted that as long as the flame continued to burn, they would be reborn again. The bright blue sky opened up a peaceful scene, as if signaling a new beginning. Qi Ming collapsed in pain as sharp ice spikes pierced through his body all at once. Qi Ming spoke with resentment. "You got what you wanted, now release us." Chang Mo asked calmly, "I have one last question. Do you know who that great one is?" Qi Ming sneered, saying that person is manipulating the Black Lotus cult to unify the underground forces of Eastern Sea City. He had never met him, only heard vague rumors, suspecting he was a big shot within the government. Chang Mo asked why they didn't join them. Qi Ming scoffed, saying joining just made you a lackey with no benefits. He then asked if he knew anyone who had joined. Qi Ming lowered his voice, looking troubled as he described the people he had come into contact with, saying none of them were good, and half their words were hard to believe. Hearing this, Chang Mo demanded he reveal the names of those he frequently dealt with so he could personally verify each one. The clear blue sky appeared under the radiant sunlight, bringing a sense of peace after the storms. Qi Ming asked if there were any more questions and if they were allowed to leave. Chang Mo turned away and coldly replied, "Fine, you can go." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately dispelled the sharp ice. He subtly moved his fingers, thinking that he had already succeeded, but his wounds had not yet healed, and as long as he remained in this space, he could not use his powers. Qi Ming furrowed his brows, just waiting. "Wait until we recover, then I will make you, the one beside you, and all the citizens of Donghai City pay 100-fold. Just as they thought everything was over, the scene before their eyes left everyone astonished. Massive ice blocks stood upright in dense rows, enveloping the space with a quiet, frigid breath. The blue ice wall stretched out before their eyes, creating a frozen landscape as if concealing deep secrets within. Shich Ludigrizeng's head seemed to be lying discarded amidst that cold land. Han was helpless, at a loss for words. This man had never intended to spare them from the very beginning. Qi Ming and Shich Ludigrizeng thought to themselves, he always called others ants, but in reality he was nothing more than an ant himself. He thought to himself, Chang Mo, one day, you too will die like an ant. Shortly after, the figure of a young man disappeared from their sight in an instant. Jia Li appeared and asked him if he was afraid they would eventually resurrect. Chang Mo nonchalantly replied, if they had a resurrection chance, they wouldn't have said so much. They could have just wished for death. He recalled that when he was interrogating them, he had deliberately given them the chance to surrender themselves, but they never tried. Of course, it was a trap. Since they did not successfully surrender, they could not resurrect. Next, Chang Mo weighed the two emotion cores in his mind, wondering if eating them would grant him their resurrection ability. She replied, she guessed not. He would only gain ordinary rage power, but if he adhered to their rules, there might be a chance. She advised him not to eat these two cores hastily. In his current stage, the number of cores he could use was limited, and rage alone was too common, not worth using. He should store them in his personal space and think it over carefully before using them. Jia Li then reminded him, alright, enough talk, let's go check out the legacy of these two brothers first. The sky at this moment was both a clear blue and carried its inherent tranquility. After some exploration, she couldn't help but wonder, were these two brothers that poor? All they had were low-level emotion cores, not even a decent weapon. Only some junk, and they had to hide it in several places. Poor families really like to show off. Chang Mo was helpless. What are you digging through? You can't even touch these things. He stepped forward and said, didn't we still find a suppression chain? Jia Li was dissatisfied. What good is one chain? Making emotion items for that little girl cost 3 chains, and this battle lost us another 2. You calculate how many are left. She rattled off, and don't forget, you're a city level now, so your daily consumption is doubled. To achieve the best forging results, the chain consumption would need to increase even more. At this rate, one brother burned through 8 suppression chains. You figure out how many you have left. Chang Mo continued. Originally there were 3. Li Weiwei gave 4. Making emotion items for Jia Qi consumed 3. Killing the chain brothers consumed 2. And now we picked up 1. Jia Li couldn't help but frown. Killing those 2 this time was a real loss. He said, we need to find that woman quickly to take down Kukwei Yin. Once we make progress, it'll be easier to request resources from above. At that moment, Qing Jie glanced over and asked, how are they doing? Li Weiwei replied indifferently, still inside that protective barrier. Taking this long, who knows what childish things they're doing that shouldn't be seen. She cleared her throat and scolded, what nonsense are you talking? Chang Mo isn't that kind of person, and little Jia Qi isn't either. Li Weiwei fell into thought, Qing Ji, don't you think Chang Mo is really too abnormal? She stared at the the other, he's an undiscovered emotion type. Isn't being abnormal quite normal? Li Weiwei explained. No, that's not the abnormality I mean. You see, he became street level after the incident at Second Hospital, right? How long has it been? And he's already grown to city level. This is fundamentally not a matter of a special emotion type. Moreover, he even knows how to craft emotion items. Qingji lowered her voice. What do you mean? She directly interrupted. Do you remember in his secret report, there was a world level backing him? Qingji said, but didn't that world level leave him long ago? She recalled anyway, at Second Hospital, the director didn't detect any world level beside him. Later, when he was captured by Zhao Yan, the world level behind him didn't act. After arriving at the management bureau, the protection forces didn't issue any warnings. I never saw any world level existence beside him before either. Qingji simultaneously added, Chang Mo's emotion type isn't one with particularly high concealment. If there truly were a world level existence that none of us detected, then how high must that person's level be? No, it might even be questionable whether that could be called world level. Does such an existence at that level truly exist? Hearing this, Li Weiwei finally spoke slowly. I have a speculation. She stared straight ahead. Is there a possibility that the director discovered something, which is why she made me protect Chang Mo so well? Qingji's pupils instantly constricted upon hearing this hypothesis. Her voice became heavy. What could the director have discovered? This makes no sense. Even if the director truly discovered a world level behind Chang Mo, why would she tell me to protect him? Wouldn't the world level behind him protect him himself? Besides, I'm certain there's no one else beside Chang Mo. His current growth speed, what exactly is going on? Li Weiwei teased, stop overthinking it. That Chang Mo has too many secrets. Since the director told you to protect Chang Mo, she must have her reasons. These anomalies of his are really too conspicuous. I have a feeling he'll become the center of this storm. We should stay highly focused. On the gray sky without the ice rings yet appearing, accompanied by the figures of Chang Mo and Jia Qi stepping out as the notification sounded, they were out. Li Weiwei suddenly frowned, noticing something off, and cried out, wait a minute. Chang Mo, why aren't you wearing a shirt, and why is the kid's face so red? Don't tell me you did something in there, you beast. On the contrary, Chang Mo remained perfectly calm and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? My clothes were too torn, so I took them off. Being in there so long was because I was also very weak and needed rest, understand? Jia Qi's face is red, probably just shy. Sorry, I didn't notice. Sister Li Weiwei, I'm hungry. Do you have any suppression chains? Hearing this, she grew even angrier and yelled, what? Didn't I just give you 4? He still merely replied calmly, I consumed a lot. I can exchange merit points and cash for them. Can you help me get some? She widened her eyes and answered, I'll do my best. This item is highly sensitive strategic material. If I exchange too many at once, I'll be investigated. In response to that, he simply thanked Sister Li Weiwei calmly. Suddenly, cracks and thick plumes of smoke appeared all around them. All their actions once again fell into the sights of others. Elsewhere, in a modern house with a predominantly white theme, a voice suddenly rang out. All right, I've got it. Hanging up now. Zhao Yan hung up the phone, stating that Chang Mo had clashed with the Chain brothers and had repelled them. Hearing this, Hu Shouhajred, this Chang Mo is really something. The destructive power of the Chain brothers was even greater than Chen Jun. How could a district-level guy like him repel them? Although I still don't understand how he killed Chen Jun. He began to analyze the situation. All we know is that he suddenly managed to hold his ground against the Chain brothers' attack. But the specifics are unclear. After all, the people I have watching him aren't high-ranked. Do we need to take action against Chang Mo? Sharing his predicament, she closed her eyes in a bored manner and replied, no need. The management bureau wants to use him as bait, so of course we can't fall for the trap. Qingji's squad was dispatched, and the director of Second Hospital was dealt with. Kukwei Yin is completely on our side now. Our phase goal has been achieved. Past actions gradually became clearer through the analysis and the story they were heading toward. You and Miss Anna have both confirmed there is no world level beside Chang Mo. Although his abilities are very attractive, to us, it's just a superfluous addition. Now that Chen Jun is dead, we have no one to cause further trouble. Hu Shu raised the coffee cup to her lips, blew on it for a moment, then continued, moreover, after Qingji cut off one of his arms, the Church Master Zhao's control issues must be quite severe, right? Please rest well, and we still need you to quickly find the spy within the Black Lotus Church. But right after, her expression became even more enthusiastic as she explained, what's beneath Donghai City is the main goal for the next phase. We must be fully prepared. The cigarette in Zhao Yan's hand sent smoke curling upwards as he agreed with Hu Shu Hoju's opinion, alright? At the same time, somewhere beneath Donghai City, a female figure sat relaxing on a bright red sofa. Anna stared intently at the item in her hand, remarking with interest, the underground of Donghai City truly holds a great secret. She casually asked the person standing behind her, is your side almost done? Tess propped her arm, creating a captivating and charming pose as she heard Anna instruct her to finish quickly and not delay the main matter. She immediately replied, got it. And on a beautiful morning on the second day at Donghai University, warm sunlight shimmered on the leaves, creating a poetic scene of youthful campus life. The beautiful campus grounds featured lecture buildings with vibrant, warm, orange-red tones. Lovely students walked across the campus with an air of great enthusiasm. However, Jia Qi harbored a different thought. But I, Trotagrizing Jia Qi, no longer fit in with these ordinary things. Having passed through the trials of fire and blood, carrying a mission, I, Trotagrizing Jia Qi, have once again returned to this place. Images flashed through her mind as her thoughts raced. Today, I must find a clue about the suspect and help Chang Mo solve the case successfully. Suddenly, Jia Qi was drawn to something unusual ahead. Chang Mo disguised himself as a school janitor, and he silently thought to himself the mission was clear. Jia Qi hid behind a tree, and when she saw the person she needed to observe, she softly exclaimed, "They have arrived." The group that swaggered over consisted of Lu Shengwu, Hojun, Wang Quan, Bai Yi, and Wang Hu, and Jia Qi was certain they were connected to this matter. She began to feel uneasy thinking about them. She was not close with them, and she was even a bit intimidated. Lu Shengwu was wealthy, the rest were probably his followers. They were usually arrogant and disliked by many. Wang Quan glanced at Bai Yi and then ordered him, "It's too hot. Go buy us some water," and the young man could only mumble in agreement. From another corner, Chang Mo was working while secretly watching the entire scene unfold. His gaze was fixed on that group of people, carefully observing their every move. Shengwu walked along, but there was something unusual about his head compared to the others. Chang Mo noticed the difference. Bai Yi's head had a sad color, Wang Quan and Hojun had a shade of anger, but Lu Shengwu was not affected, and Jia Li beside him nodded in agreement. Observing the surroundings, he noted that quite a few people in the school were infected with anger, followed by joy and excitement, with sadness being less common, and immune people being very rare. It was strange that Lu Shengwu was not infected. Chang Mo looked at Jia Qi. The old man told me that she and I should observe from a distance. In this society, without ability, it is hard to get information from anyone. The incident happened a day earlier, in a tall building decorated in a somber, dark tone. Lu Li spoke cheerfully, "Captain, when we investigate, we usually use emotion drugs which cause a corresponding emotion to sprout on the head. You should take the excitement pill. Since you are an emotion type, there will be no side effects." He continued to remind, "Captain, you should know that when arresting emotion-type criminals, you can handle them on the spot, but you are not allowed to damage public property, and harming ordinary people will result in heavy sanctions." Shi Jian suggested, "Captain, don't use force against ordinary people unless it is necessary. If the oversight department finds out, it will be very troublesome." Person chairing the meeting leaned back in his chair, "So we can't just invite them in for questioning." Everyone discussed, "We would need to ask the police to intervene, but the relationship between the two sides is not very good." He suspected they were all infected or the virus was just delayed. "Hey, old goo, don't mention my name. Jia Qi's investigation will surely be helpful to the case. Our bureau still has ways to arrange a suitable identity." Back at the schoolyard, Chang Mo asked Jia Li, "Is there a risk of being discovered with this disguise?" She replied, "Ordinary people won't see anything, and even if they aren't careful, it's hard to notice anything unusual." Jia Li continued, "But people 2 levels higher can see through your disguise. Of course, there are exceptions. If they are a skilled emotion type, I wouldn't be able to detect them either." From a distance, Wang Quan and his friends swaggered over and shouted loudly, "Hey, you trash sweeper, what are you looking at?" Chang Mo remained silent, keeping his composure and not responding. Jia Qi approached to start a conversation. "Hi," Wang Quan replied in surprise. "Oh wow, Jia Qi, why are you at school?" She answered directly, "Just felt like coming." Jia Qi asked softly, "Have you guys seen Wang Hu recently? Has he been with any strangers, or has anything seemed off?" He was surprised. Wang Hu, "Oh, that guy, yeah, there is something." She was surprised, really. Wang Tuan suddenly smiled slyly, "But why should I tell you, unless..." Han Jin came over and put his arm around her shoulder. "Come hang out with me for a bit." Seeing this, Ho Jun teased, "You really aren't picky. Can you even swallow this country bumpkin?" He replied, "Can't I have a change of taste?" Ho Jun continued to mock, "Change of taste my ass. Your taste is terrible." Sheng Wu frowned and reminded them, "That's enough. Acting like this in public has a bad influence." Wang Quan quickly laughed obsequiously, "Yes, boss." But at that moment, Chang Mo appeared and grabbed his wrist tightly. His gaze was cold and lifeless as he looked down, causing him to freeze. Jia Qi blushed and softly called his name, Chang Mo. Wang Quan gritted his teeth in anger. "You're the trash sweeper." He raised his hand to punch him in the face. "Don't let your dirty hands touch me." However, as soon as he moved, he cried out in pain as he was tightly squeezed. Wang Quan yelled incessantly. Seeing his friend being hit, Ho Jun rushed forward swearing. But before he could do anything, he was already clutching his arm and sinking to the ground in pain. Sheng Wu shouted from the side, "You street sweeper, you hit my brothers and won't let go." He replied coldly, "Are you blind? They hit me first. What can you do if I don't let go?" People around were in an uproar. "What's going on? It's Lu Shengwu's gang bullying people again. The janitor is standing up to protect the girl. You think knowing people makes you so great." Shengwu gritted his teeth in resentment. "Both you guys and that janitor, daring to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am?" His teeth were clenched tightly, clearly showing his uncontrollable anger. He clenched his fist, trying to swallow his anger. "This time my brothers were in the wrong. I apologize. Can you let go now?" Chang Mo did not answer, only looking at him with a cold gaze. Finally, he released his grip on Wang Quan. The group left but still acted arrogantly. "You just wait. Get out of my way." Jia Qi ran over, full of worry. "Chang Mo, are you okay? Is your face hurt?" "I'm sorry, I didn't find out anything." Gently reassured her, they're not strong enough to hurt me. You just need to say you don't know them. After I beat them up, they'll confess immediately. Hearing that, she panicked and reminded him, but the management bureau doesn't allow us to use abilities on ordinary people. Chang Mo explained, if the other side attacks first, we can fight back within limits to beat them. I don't need to use any abilities. That's why I didn't fight back earlier. Jiaqi breathed a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. Jiaqi suddenly remembered, I can go ask Bai Ye. He seems easier to talk to. He nodded in agreement. She then left, saying, I'm off then. The sky was clear blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by beautifully. A man wearing shiny leather shoes was slowly approaching him. From a distance, the person called out to get his attention, Chang Mo. President Wu exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect to run into you here. Chang Mo frowned and asked in confusion, who are you? After a moment he remembered, it's President Wu. He analyzed silently. This man was the superior of President Zhang from the Tianji company. He was my boss's boss. A lowly employee like me would never have a chance to meet him. Chang Mo observed carefully. This person was a high-level joy-type emotion user, probably even higher than him, at least provincial level. Jia Li suddenly appeared and warned him, Chang Mo, be careful. Your resistance to the joy type is very low. If he makes a move, it will be dangerous. He answered briefly, I know, thank you. Chang Mo gripped the stone in his hand tightly. I'm prepared. A provincial-level black water is enough to buy us time to escape. But President Wu's attitude surprised him. He smiled lightly. I didn't think you would still remember me. It's really lucky to meet you here. Then suddenly, President Wu knelt down and pleaded, Chang Mo, you have to save me. The sky was clear, the air fresh with gentle rays of sunlight. President Engo began speaking enthusiastically. I never expected our department to produce such an impressive emotion user. News of your rise has recently spread throughout the emotion user community in Donghai City. He recounted softly. The chairman was furious. I was nearly scolded to death by him. He once flew into a rage, scolding that an outstanding talent within your own department went unnoticed, and now that person has been taken away by the management bureau. He told me to find you and bring you back immediately, or else all my year-end bonus would be deducted. President Engo said earnestly, only you can save my bonus. Chang Mo listened and began to understand the situation. So that's it. Earlier, you suddenly appeared and scared me almost to the point of running away. He asked suspiciously, did you deliberately wait for me here? He answered with a sincere smile. Not exactly. I came here for other business and happened to run into you. What luck. I did ask about you through to Vienne, but you were always inside the management bureau, so we had no chance to contact you. Hearing that, he gradually recalled, right. Vienne seems to be the daughter of the owner of the Thiente group. She was the young miss at my old company. President Ingo unexpectedly covered his mouth and whispered with innuendo, Chang Mo, listen to me. The chairman highly values you and wants to train you into a core senior manager of the group. Chang Mo was stunned by this sudden offer. He calmly stated the reason. You killed Tran Dan, which in any case avenged Vienne. The chairman admires you greatly, and Vienne seems to like you as well. President Ingo's gaze showed a hint of peculiarity. Who knows, the chairman might even want to recruit you for something more. At that moment, Chang Mo fell into a momentary silence. President Ngo wore a friendly smile and gestured animatedly. Our side is very sincere. During this phase, we will provide you with the position of group consultant temporarily at level P9, and as for compensation, the staggering figure flowed from his mouth, 50 million in annual compensation. Facing that, his expression remained utterly calm, but internally, his mind had surged with countless waves. President Ingo continued to add, actually, it's still a bit low. 50 million is the cap that the management bureau sets for hiring emotion users. Your true value converted into money definitely doesn't stop at this number. President Ingo continued, you probably don't know. Over the past month, information about you on the black market has been inflated to the skies. Initially, a piece of information about you was worth 100,000 but only lasted half an hour. After that, the value kept rocketing up. Now, if there's information about your location, it can be sold directly for 8 million. And if one knows information related to your abilities, the price is 100 million. Chang Mo was stunned in disbelief, asking back, that exaggerated? He rubbed his chin and said, it's all organizations bidding. 100 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for organizations controlling emotion users, it's really not much. I think the value can still increase. It's just like a business expense. President Ngo analyzed insightfully. The reasoning is simple. Tran Dan previously could silently kill national-level figures, so how easy would it be to kill an ordinary wealthy man? He could easily accumulate assets over 1 billion, even tens of billions. President Ngo looked at him sincerely. At the city district level, you killed him, so how could the price be low? Chang Mo gradually understood. City district level? So President Ngo realized I've already been promoted. President Ngo continued with enthusiasm. Of course, money and worldly goods are useful to emotion users, but not that useful. Moreover, high-level emotion users are not poor, otherwise the wealthy people of the world would all be high-level emotion users. He slightly refuted his own words. No, that's not quite right. The richest tycoons are actually controlled by the top emotion users. So to sum it up, the richest people are all emotion users. shoulders. He only replied indifferently, "Is that so?" President Ingo continued to entice with benefits. "Speaking of compensation, besides 50 million a year, what's more important is that we will also provide emotion items. Those are the real value. We will provide the emotion abilities you need at your current stage. If you possess a rare special emotion type, you can exchange emotion abilities for other items of equivalent value." Those words struck him like a knife to the hand, startling him. Chang Mo fell into deep thought for a long while. A dangerous glint in his eyes, he made an offer. "Actually, I have a rather serious control problem. I want to ask, can emotion abilities be exchanged for suppression chains for me?" Those words surprised President Engo. "Suppression chains? You're lacking suppression chains? Impossible." Then, he answered honestly, "My friend, don't you know that suppression chains have always been the exclusive monopoly of your management bureau?" Chang Mo couldn't believe what he was hearing and opened his eyes wide. The two of them stood close together, falling into silence. To break the awkward atmosphere, President Ingo spoke first. "As far as I know, the suppression chains at the Management Bureau are issued on demand. Whoever needs them gets them. We have cooperation with the Management Bureau, so we also have a few, but not enough. If we exchange, it would be extremely disadvantageous, and the quantity is very limited. As for the black market, the prices are utterly unreasonable." His eyes instinctively became tense. "Around how much?" He rubbed his chin and estimated. "Basically, it starts at 5 billion per chain." Those numbers struck Chang Mo like a knife. "Next month's need is 8 chains. Last month used 3, spending 15 billion in 1 month. He regained his composure and asked curiously, "Understood. President Ngo, I have one final question. Now that I'm a person of the Management Bureau, can I still work at Thiente?" President Ngo excitedly lunged forward with a loud voice. "My God, others couldn't, but you're different. You were originally a person of Thiente, so it's not that we're poaching from the Management Bureau, it's the Management Bureau that poached from us. As long as you nod, I'll immediately go negotiate with them, guaranteeing a plan that satisfies everyone." He again replied indifferently, "Is that so?" In his heart, Chang Mo began to think, the more backing, the better. But would he be considered disloyal? After all, no one would pour all their resources into someone who keeps looking at other opportunities. Finally, he spoke up. "President Ngo, let me think it over." He replied cheerfully, "No problem." The scene shifted to another place on the other side of the school. Wang Tone walked while cursing. "Damn it, that street sweeper is really stubborn. What's with all his nonsense? In the end, he still has to sweep the streets, right?" Hao Tuan also asked in confusion. "That's right, boss. Why were we afraid of him earlier?" Fang Vu, walking in front, calmly reassured. "Calm down. This matter was originally your fault to begin with, and besides, the people around didn't take our side. No need to make a scene." He cast a cold, sharp glance at his underlings. "Also, do you still want to get into a big company or not? That street sweeper can only sweep streets for his whole life. We don't need to bother with him if we still want to get into a large enterprise. It's best to calm down." Next, Fang Vu took out 2 pills. "Here, to control your emotions." The two of them obediently took them and put them into their mouths. Then, both of them swallowed the pills at the same time. Their emotions, like 2 wisps of smoke, began to dissipate. Wang Tone excitedly praised, "Bro, your medicine is truly effective. I've been to the hospital to get sedatives, but they had no effect. Your medicine works right away after taking it." Fang Vu replied arrogantly, "Of course. This medicine was obtained by my father with great connections. Ordinary people simply don't have the chance to use it. Nowadays, there are too many people in society with emotional disorders. Everyone can't control their emotions. That's why major companies, when hiring, besides looking at grades, value emotional control the most." He analyzed the advantages of everything. Even promotions prioritize people who can control their emotions. But against emotional disorders, no matter how strong one's will is, it's useless. You still need money and connections to buy the special medicine to control emotions. Without money, without status, without a way to control emotions, you can only do low-level jobs like that street sweeper from earlier. 3,000 a month, that's it for life. Fang Vu turned around, patted the shoulders of the two, and said seriously, "But we're different. As soon as we graduate, we can get into a big company with a starting salary of 500,000. Later, we'll get promoted. Our future is limitless. So, brothers, control your emotions well." The other two replied admiringly. "Lucky to have Brother Luke leading us," he said firmly. "Don't worry. As long as you're willing to work hard, I won't treat my brothers badly. Oh right, follow me later. There's something good." Wang Tone and Hao Tuan kept asking curiously, "What good thing?" Fang Vu began to explain the source. "Today, our school has a secret recruitment drive by the Thiente Group. Only the most outstanding students are qualified to participate. My father has already secured a few designated spots in advance. All we have to do is show up. After joining, we'll directly become key targets for the group's cultivation." Scene change, the blue sky with clouds constantly shifting colors. Over here, President Go, walking ahead, suddenly remembered and said, "Oh right, young man Chang Mo, I just remembered something." He stopped, looked at Chang Mo and suggested, "Today, the Thiente Group has a recruitment session here. Could you come and take a look for me?"